Did you know Netflix was looking for a product manager role and was offering a salary of 7.4 crore rupees? Guess what? Even beginner product managers get paid a minimum of 20 lakh rupees. Moreover, you don't require advanced coding skills, and neither does it matter whether you are from a technical background or a non-technical background. If you are a creative individual at core, you should try and become a product manager. And this is exactly what this full course on product management is going to help you achieve. By the end of this course, you will learn all the important metrics, frameworks, tools, and strategies that will help you lead some of the top cutting-edge products being built out there. Let me quickly walk you through the agenda. So first, we will begin with an introduction to product management, look at how product management evolved over the years. Then we will talk about what a product is, and then move on to understanding product management. Then we will look at the roles and responsibility of a product manager. Further, we will cover the types of product management in an organization and some key terminologies used. Then we will go ahead and explore the concept of user and market research with the help of the case study of Blinken. Next, we will cover the components of product management like sales and marketing strategy, GTM strategy, distribution strategy, and defining the product design. Then we will understand stakeholder management with the help of a case study. Next, we will have product development process where we'll be discussing about popular methodologies like Agile and Scrum, followed by the entire product development cycle and MVP. In the next module, we'll be discussing the technical side of product development with Netflix's complete backend architecture. Next up, we'll be understanding about post-launch analysis along with developing a global strategy where we'll be discussing popular frameworks like PESTLE and SWOT, both backed with case studies for a better understanding. We'll be wrapping up this course with important interview question answers, meaning by the end of this video, you'll have everything to begin your journey as a product manager.
Product management has now become one of the most influential, business critical, highest paid functions at any tech company. Sounds like I'm exaggerating a lot, right? But that's the fact because these professionals are famously known as the CEOs of the product. I mean, let's even keep that aside. You just go onto YouTube and search for the term product manager or product management, and you'll find that there are some serious talks out there around this topic with views above millions. You go into the news section on Google, you'll find many news articles and plenty of blogs around product management too. Well, I don't even have to explain this hype to you because the fact that you have clicked on this video proves that you also agree that product management is something that you need to look into, and it is really something you need to learn. But obviously, since there is so much hype, there are so many courses available online claiming that they have the best curriculum and are equipped to make you a product manager. And when you have so many options on the plate, wondering about whether they are worth it or not, which one is the best for you are kind of natural questions that would hit your conscience. Well, don't be worried, because in this particular video, we are going to address both of these questions. By the end of next 10 minutes, you'll have a clear perspective about whether product management courses are really worth it or not. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel to come across more career tips related videos like this one. First, let's talk about how one can become a product manager and what role do PM courses play in getting you started. So if you have been already surfing online about ways to become a product manager, let's be very realistic here. While these courses without a doubt can help you in your product journey, they can help you understand what matters the most for building cutting edge products, can share the industry case studies from which you can inspire and brainstorm the creative product strategies. But one thing they can't do is end up as a reason behind you becoming the product manager. Basically, what I mean is product management courses will not be the major reason behind you getting a job. Most of the time, you getting PM role will revolve around the relevant experience that you have on offer, be it from marketing, tech, sales or finance, and how you can connect that experience to what a PM role exactly requires. To kind of put it in a layman terms, a product manager is basically responsible for building a product that will gain a lot of traction and will bring huge financial success to the company. Now, what do I exactly mean by word traction? Well, traction basically means quantitative evidence of customer demand. For an enterprise software company, the initial traction could be some customers who are willing to pay. Whereas for consumer software product, the initial traction would be hundreds or even thousands of users. In the most basic sense, traction is growth. And if you are to become a product manager, you need to know how to achieve it by doing market research, market product analysis, defining the pricing strategy to increase product adoption, improving the user experience and usability of the product, and building the right messaging to engage the target customers. If you have kind of dealt with some of these things in your previous job role, chances are you'll be able to align yourself as a product manager. Naturally, there are job roles that allow you to build these skills such as sales, marketing, software engineering, project management, etc. These are the roles that are part of value chain that PM would go ahead and touch upon. So if you were to become a PM, starting with a role in one of these fields would be the best idea. You also need to build a deep product and consumer centric acumen alongside the strong professional network, because at the end of the day, your professional network would go ahead and help you transition into the PM roles with recommendation. Now you must be thinking networking and experience are the vital most pillars, then how would the PM course prove to be of help? Well, the straightforward answer to that question is the product management courses would basically give you a framework of how you can connect the dots between your existential experience and a PM role. It would give you the tools that would allow you to do things in order to generate the traction. It would give you the know-how about important keywords related to product management, which you can further stuff into your portfolio, your LinkedIn profile, to sort of start building yourself as a PM prospect over the job boards. The course would allow you to connect with people who are really passionate about the product and help you learn values from them that would help you build the next winning product strategy. So if I were to sum it up, a course would align you with product psychology and give you the tools that would allow you to do tasks that a PM does. Now, if that's clear, you need to have a certain checkpoints when it comes to choosing a course. That checkpoints would be number 1, verified industry relevant certification. Number 2, the curriculum and career benefits of the course. And number 3 would be cost. Now, let's break all these 3 pointers one by one. So if I were to talk about the certification, see, first of all, there is no standard certification out there in the market for product management. Like for example, for investment banking, there exists a worldwide recognized certification like CFA, but that's not the case for PM. However, one thing you can make sure of is that the certification is verified and does have some sort of value associated in the market. But to be fair, there is no established certification per se that is going to help you land into a PM role. That being said, let's talk about the next pointer, that is curriculum and career benefits. See, product management have certain value chain associated with it, and you'll need a strong working knowledge of all those skills involved alongside the practical exposure. That's where the curriculum matters the most. You need to make sure that the topics that are currently being highlighted on the screen are there in the courses you are opting for. You also need to make sure that the course takes through certain projects to sort of give you the practical understanding. The next point is cost. Okay, like if you go online and search for product management courses, you'll find certain flagship options available, wherein you'll get courses from reputed colleges, but their price point would be very, very high. Now again, you need to think about one thing. There is no standard at all when it comes to product management certification. So whether you have learned the skills from program priced at a high cost or a program priced at low cost or affordable cost, the value proposition difference is not going to be there. So you can go ahead and look out for the affordable program with high quality curriculum and career advancement benefits like placement assistance, interview preparation, resume and LinkedIn profile reviews, etc. By doing this, you kind of invest less and gain all the values that any PM course has to offer. If I were to recommend you guys one course, then that would be this product management course by IIM Ranchi. If you guys don't know IIM Ranchi, it is one of the tier 1 institutes in India which is marked as an institute of national importance by the government of India. And through this particular course, you are directly going to learn from the faculty of this premier institute itself, right? This will allow you to connect with researchers and IIM Ranchi faculty's fellow batchmates who are basically working in product domain itself, right? And this kind of network building would allow you to establish yourself as a really good product professional. I endorse this particular option and I would like to urge you guys to go ahead and explore it. The link for this particular course is dropped in the comment box below as well as in the description box.
Cool. So this is a very introductory course, right? We'll just sort of understand what product management is, what are the things that are involved in being a product manager, what does a product manager do, right? All of those basic bits, right? And as the course proceeds, we'll get into the of various sections and sub meaning of a product manager, right? The product manager is essentially a professional who is responsible for guiding the success of a product, leading the cross-functional team that is responsible for improving it. They are essentially the bridge between various teams and stakeholders, primarily business, technology, user experience, right? You could call marketing, sales, customer service, all of those bits. I don't know if you guys have heard the there's this cool term which goes around, especially on LinkedIn a lot, where project managers or product managers are called the CEO of the product and all of that. Um, Honestly, you're not the CEO of the product. The CEO is the CEO, right? You are essentially the person responsible for the product, for the success, for the failure, right? It is your head which is on the line. Um, a product manager's job, although from an outside looks very enticing, very interesting, right? It comes with a lot of responsibility and very less authority. All right. So you need to get things done from various teams, various people whom you have no control and no authority over. But if those things are not getting done, then it is again your neck on the line. The product here, as you can see in this graph, sits in the center of all these various functions, right? Finance, customer service, product delivery, strategy, business leadership, right? So, being a product manager, you are exposed to a lot of these functions. In 10 years, I can say I just do product, but I also know a lot of finance, I know a lot of marketing, I know a lot about customer service, I know a lot of design, right? Obviously, tech, right? And I can say that if you talk to me as, let's say, one-on-one on a marketing topic, I can talk to you about it, right? I can talk to you about finance. I can talk to you about SAP integrations. I can talk to you about customer service and what CRMs and how the workflow goes and how the agents are getting trained and all of that bit, right? I can talk to you on a very high level about strategy and business leadership of what the vision of the company should be, of where should we go next, what should we do next. I can talk to you about all of that, right? I can talk to the sales people about what are they pitching, how are they pitching, right? What are the value proposition that they are showing, what is the ROI that they're trying to show to the customer, what should they alter in their pitch, all of that bit. So being in product, it just exposes you to this whole gamut of knowledge, which in my experience, if you sit in, let's say, one of these particular domains, you might not get exposed to so much, because obviously your interaction with a lot of people will be much more lesser, right? Let's say the finance guy will not really talk a lot to the customer service guy, right? They might talk to the sales people a bit, to the marketing, but definitely not a lot to the customer service guy. Or the sales guy will probably not talk a lot to the design guy, right? So instead of a silo, since you are interacting with all of these people on a day-to-day basis, you get exposed to a lot, right? So that is the of being in product. And I'm assuming you guys must have seen something of this sort, and hence you guys are also interested in being a product. So, pros of product management: exposure to multiple disciplines, high impact, skill development, right? We spoke about all of this, career growth. Obviously, when you know a lot of things, you can talk to your people internally about a lot of things, help them with different things, even in their vertical. Your career is bound to grow, right? Challenges for freshers is that is currently, since there are a lot of product managers already in the industry, right? Experience kind of becomes required. I think this is an age old problem, right? But I don't think this is such a big problem that it cannot be solved. High responsibility, right? Freshers come in, they're given a small piece of the product, but even that piece is has a lot of impact. So it's a very highly responsible role. There's a lot of cross-functional coordination which new people in this domain might find a little difficult to kind of work around with. These are some tips that they've given: learn the basics, develop soft skills, build a portfolio, network, right? Gain relevant experience. So this is what, this slide talks about freshers. But even for, let's say, since we are a bunch of lot of I think all of this kind of applies here as well, right? When we have a lot of project managers, and you guys must have seen that, transitioning into product not easy. If it were be what was, then most probably you might not have taken course. Domain experience becomes a requirement, right? Cross-functional coordination becomes a requirement, which thankfully most project managers are also already expert at, right? But a lot of one, like to advise is, if you really want to be product managers, right? And if you're not, are three things, right? Develop your soft skills too, wherein your stakeholder management becomes the key in this role, because all you're really doing as a product manager is it could be your customers, it could be your internal people, it could be your leadership, could be anyone. You're not designing, you're not coding, you're not selling, you're not getting, right? You're not doing, all you're doing is driving the vision to make that product a success. And how you're doing it is primarily by talking and coordinating and ensuring that things are going right as per the plan, right? Yes, you build a product vision, you plan it, you do your Jira stories, you write your user stories, all of that bit, right? From an impact perspective, it's just 10% of your 70% is talking to people, and the rest is actually looking at data, looking at your customers, observing and coming up with great insights to, right? Even if you are not great at the whole documentation piece and all of that, it is fine. You can still work it out, right? As long as you can manage people around you well, and you can really come up with great new ideas, right? Where in jobs which require, let's say, domain experience a lot, right? A lot of roles might, which you, let's say, we don't have right now. The easiest way to do is it follow, right? And build a portfolio could be, you can just build a simple Shopify website, right? Try to sell some t-shirt on it or something of that sort, and show it to somebody in the next interview that this is what I've done and this is what I've learned out of it. Let's say even if that is difficult, right? Build a lot of case studies, publish it on LinkedIn, right? A lot of people now, if you look at it, like I remember I hired a fresher a couple of years back, right? And all he had was a portfolio, but he had written about everything under the sun, right? From Ola case studies to Swiggy, Zomato, this and that, and that just showed that he's actually very interested in role, right? And he's not just coming to being a product manager because one, it is sexy, second, it probably pays a decent amount. Those things are kind of immaterial when you're somebody, and it also becomes a problem when you're hiring because you get a lot of people who don't know the basics of product but really want to be product right? Any questions or any questions in general that you guys have about product and what it? So, what are the different levels of product management, right? Your first is your associate product manager role, right? This is an entry level position for individuals. Sorry, product management. Often graduates and those transitioning from other roles are assigned this responsibilities are. assisting in gathering and documenting product requirements, conducting market research and competitive, supporting the product manager in roadmap development and collaborating with teams on minor feature enhancements, learning the fundamentals of product management through mentorship and hands-on experience. Right. So yes, these are your responsibilities, but in practicality, what really happens is when you are at a, let's say, an APM role, so you are given a very small piece of the products, right? So you will be probably responsible just for developing one feature of the product. So let's say if the product is a website, then probably the APM will be responsible for one page somewhere in that website, right? And he will then work with a product manager to develop that page, understand how that entire fundamentals work, the journey works, and develop his skills. A PM, which is a product manager, is a mid-level position for individuals with some experience. Responsibilities defining and managing the product roadmap, conducting in-depth market research and user analysis, gathering and prioritizing product requirements, working closely with engineering, design, marketing, and sales team to deliver product features, monitoring and analyzing product performance and user feedback, and ensuring that the product aligns with the business goals and customer needs, right? So here, let's say the responsibility is a little more larger. They are responsible for a bigger chunk of the entire product. So let's say inside uh, the entire chat, you could have one product looking at this entire chatbot, right? Where they will define that, okay, I will start the chatbot with these X features. Then 6 months down the line, we'll put in Y features. Then 3 years down the line, we'll have Z features. Right? They'll do a lot of market research, user analysis, talk to users. What is their pain point? What do they want out of a chatbot? Right? They will gather all these requirements, prioritize them in terms of impact, reach, all of these different metrics. There's an entire framework to prioritize requirements, right? And then they'll work with engineering, marketing, sales, design, everybody to deliver these product features, right? Sorry. Once the product is live, they will monitor the performance. They will monitor, analyze the user feedback, and then they will kind of also ensure that this product and the journey of the product aligns with the business goals, obviously, and also the customer needs, right? So a little more responsible for a bigger chunk of the piece is what the product. Then you have your senior PM, which is your senior product manager, which is more of an advanced level position for experienced product managers with a pro record, right? Responsibilities are leading the product strategy and roadmap for one or managing complex and high impact product initiatives, mentoring and guiding junior product managers and APMs, engaging with key stakeholders and executives to align the product vision with the company strategy, right? Driving product growth through data driven decisions and ensuring successful product launches and improvements. So this becomes with a lot more strategic and a lot more higher level stakeholder responsibilities. Uh, you are kind of aligning the CEOs and all of that with the product vision and the company strategy, and then saying, all right, this is what our product will evolve into tomorrow, right? And then you obviously go and give those sets of instructions to your product managers, wherein then they start picking it off for their individual products that they are responsible. Then this comes your lead product manager, which is essentially a leadership position for senior product managers with increased responsibility over multiple products or a significant product area, right? Overseeing the product strategy and execution for a portfolio of products, right? Leading cross-functional teams to ensure cohesive product development and delivery, establishing and promoting best practices, setting and tracking key performance metrics for product success, and working closely with senior leadership to align product initiatives and company goals. So wherein you have, let's say, a portfolio, therein when comes a lead product manager, which is kind of responsible for a section of the company's products, right? So let's say if you have Ola, right? So Ola has your customer app, right? It has the driver side of app. Then it has a bunch of internal tools, right? Spanning from marketing to finance, accounting, payouts, all of this, right? So let's say a lead product manager will be somebody who will look at not everything, but a lot of portion around the driver app, right? Just the driver app will have a lead product manager because it is not just the driver app that they need to manage, but also the various internal tools that an integration that driver tool. Drive. So a couple of products is something that he or she will kind of over. Then you have a principal product manager and your GPM, right? Principal product is expert level person focused on high impact strategic initiatives across the organization, right? Driving strategic product initiatives that have broad implications for the company, identifying and exploring new market opportunities and leading large scale product development efforts and cross functional projects, serving as a thought leader and expert within the product management community, providing deep expertise and mentorship to other product managers. A group product manager is a managerial position overseeing a team of product managers and a suite of products, right? Managing and mentoring a team of product managers, overseeing the product strategy, ensuring alignment, facilitating communications, and reporting to senior leadership, right? These essentially, once you have bigger and bigger products which have more impact, then these levels start coming in as a principal product or a group product, right? Different companies have different terminologies for these, right? And different levels of experience of when you become a principal, when do you become a product, group product manager, right? A lot of companies I've seen have just product manager, senior product manager, and then they directly, the next thing is let's say a director product because the scope of the product is smaller, the impact of the entire product is much smaller, right? The width of the product is smaller, so they don't need a lot of hierarchy and a lot of roles. But a company has multiple all these roles, right? It has an EPM, PM, GM, then it principal PM, then they have something called a DGM, GM product, then a VP product, all of higher. So ATM is a much larger product. Then these are your essential leadership roles, right? Director product, VP product. Director product is a senior leadership responsible for the overall direction and performance of the product management function, setting the strategic direction for the product management organization, leading and developing a team, ensuring alignment of product strategies, managing budget and resource allocation, representing the product management function and executive decisions. And VP product is an executive position, right? They define the vision and strategy. They oversee the development and execution of product roadmaps, ensuring alignment between product strategies and company's overall business strategy. Right? I think VP product, the main focus comes here where the alignment between product management strategy and company overall business strategy becomes their key KPI, right? Driving product innovation, long-term strategic planning, representing product management and executive leadership teams. And then this is your CPO, which is your top position, right? Responsible for the overall product strategy, leading the entire product management organization, setting the over product vision and strategy, driving product innovation and ensuring competitive differentiation, aligning product initiatives, working closely with the CEO and other C-suite executives, and representing the product organization to the board of directors. All right, so this is what I was talking about, defining product vision and strategy, conducting market research, planning and prioritizing, stakeholder. Right? And in one that we spoke about, leading cross-functional team, collaborating with engineering design, all of that, execution and delivery, and analyzing data. Product manager versus project management versus program management, right? So a product manager is responsible for the strategy, roadmap, and feature definition of the product. Responsibilities are vision and strategy, define the vision and strategic direction of the product, market research, conduct market research to understand customer needs and market trends, Product roadmap, create and maintain the product roadmap, ensuring alignment with business goals. Requirement gathering is collect and prioritize product requirements from stakeholders. Stakeholder communication, essentially communicate your product vision and progress to your various stakeholders, including executive, customers, development team, sales, marketing, everyone. Feature prioritization, right? Decide on the prioritization of features and manage the backlog. Then you have your product life cycle management, oversee the entire life cycle of the product from concept to launch and then to decline and then to sort of revamping it completely, right? I wouldn't want to say retirement because the product really never ends. One, it changes its customer feedback is gather and analyze customer feedback to inform product. Here is what they have defined a project manager, right? A project manager responsible for planning, executing, and closing projects, ensuring they are completed on time, within scope, and within responsibilities, project planning, resource management, budget management, risk management, right? Identify, assess, and mitigate the project risk, scheduling, create and maintain project schedules, ensuring timely delivery of milestones, quality assurance, stakeholder communication, and the project manager for planning, executing, and closing, ensuring they are completed on time, within scope, and within budget. This is the somebody who is I remember somebody had asked difference between project and product, right? Versus product manager responsible for the strategy, roadmap, and action. So it's a very different. And then you have your program managers. So your program manager oversees a group of related projects, which is essentially comprises of a program to ensure they are managed and coordinated to achieve strategic. So they do program planning, which is define the program structure, including objective, scope, and success criteria. They align with strategy. They do a lot of resource coordination, allocate and manage resources across different projects, inter-project coordination, risk and issue management, performance monitoring, right? Overall performance and progress of the program, stakeholder management, right? Engage with stakeholders to provide program updates, and then benefit realization, ensure that the program delivers the intended benefits and value of the organization. So, in a GIST, program manager is somebody who project manager plus plus, right? Because they are overseeing a group of related. So, this is a summary slide which kind of summarizes it for you. Focus for a product manager is to focus on the product success, customer satisfaction, and market fit. For a project manager, it is to focus on delivering a specific project on time, within scope and budget. And for a program manager, it is focus on the strategic alignment and coordination of budgets. Scope is the product manager manages a single product line. Project manager manages a single project. Program manager manages a group of related projects. Outcome for each of them is ensure that the product meets the market needs for the product manager, ensure that the project is completed successfully according to the plan for the project manager, and for the program manager, it is ensures that the delivers its intended strategic benefit. Matrix, everybody has their different matrix. Product manager is through product metrics like adoption rates, revenue, customer satisfaction, reviews, and ratings. All of that also matter here. Project manager is through project metrics like on-time delivery, budget adherence, scope completion, and for a program manager, it is through overall program ROI, alignment with strategic goals, and service product management. Right. I think somebody also spoke about this to will this work. Key aspect is service design, right? Defining the service concept, identifying customer needs, and designing the service process to deliver a high quality experience. Market research, analyzing market trends, customer preferences, competitive landscape to inform service development and improvement. Service development, collaborating with various teams, right? Customer experience, performance monitoring, and cross-functional. So, irrespective of if you're building, let's say, a core product or a service or anything, right? Some of the things are very basic, right? You need to identify customer needs. You need to give them a great, right? You need to define what the product or the service concept will be, what the difference. All of this comes under, right? Though it is called product management, but that is what it is. In services, your service is your product, right? And you still need to do all of these things to make sure that your service is successful and it is differentiated customer from the competitors and that the customers love your service. So this is what service product management kind. Here are some examples: healthcare, telehealth services, managing development and improvement of telehealth platforms, ensuring they meet patient needs, comply with and integrate with existing health patient care programs, overseeing chronic disease management programs, ensuring they provide comprehensive support. Then you have your finance, mobile banking, right? Develop enhancing mobile banking apps, investment services, managing robo advisory platforms that provide automated, algo driven financial services, right? Travel and hospitality, right? Your loyalty programs, your travel packages, these are just forms of product management in travel and hospitality, right? Then telecommunications, your ISPs, which is your internet service plans or service providers, right? Developing and managing these different internet service packages, including speed tiers, pricing, additions. And then you definitely have your customer support services, which is enhancing customer support through chatbots, self-service portals. In you have your online courses, which is what we are currently doing. This is also, but somebody at Intellipaat thought about, okay, we'll create this course, this is how we'll differentiate it, this is how we'll price it, this is what the mode of teaching would be, this is the set of this will be the curriculum. All of this is if it, from a first principle objective is all a product. You have your software as a service, which is managing your product like product project management softwares, CRMs, all right, ensuring they offer features like real-time collaboration, task tracking, and integration with other tools. You have CRM systems, enhancing these systems to provide better customer insights, right? Then you have your retail platforms, your e-commerce platforms. Obviously, we all so optimize them, including the website design, payment processing, delivery services, right? Subscription services, overseeing subscription-based models for product like meal kits, beauty box, transportation, ride-sharing services, right? Managing platforms for ride-sharing services, focusing on user experience, driver partner support, safety features, public transportation, enhancing public transportation services through apps and providing real-time updates, ticket purchasing, route planning. One very big example of service product management is the company called Urban Company. They are connecting various service providers with you, right, through a product. A fantastic example of service product management. So, sir, if you look at your travel and hospitality, there are two examples which are given here. One is your loyalty programs, right? Designing and managing hotel and airline loyalty programs, right? So let's say you have your Vistara loyalty or Air India or Emirates loyalty program, right? Somebody must have thought about it. Ki, what is what? How should I design my loyalty program? What are the different tiers? How many points should I give as cashback or as loyalty points? How can the customers redeem these loyalty points? Right? Who should get this? When should they get this? What should be the expiry for all these loyalty points? How can they redeem this? Is there a web platform for this? Can they go on website? They will call, right? All of these different things is somebody must needs to think about, right? What are the different airlines doing, right? Let's say what is Air Asia doing? What is Cathay Pacific doing? What is Indigo doing? Right? They must have set these different benchmarks, understood what all they are doing, and then tried to create their own program, right? Where they can offer these rewards and experience to enhance the customer loyalty, to create a separate niche and differentiation for their loyalty program, right? And when it comes to, let's say, travel packages, it is curating and managing these travel packages that include flights, accommodation, experiences, right? So if you go on Make My Trip, you have a different section for travel packages where they let you see various packages. You can customize it, right? You can book everything in one go. You can change the date, see the different prices, all of this. Somebody had to kind of think about one, the booking journey for the travel packages for sure, but also what goes on behind. How will these five different things that are included in a travel package get booked actually? Who are these vendors? How will all this information go to all these vendors? And how will they kind of ensure that whatever they have sold is actually met? So is what is a CRM, right? It's a system wherein all your customer related data is kind of stored, right? Your a lot of your processes, your customer support processes are managed from there, your sales processes are managed from there, right? And as and as your company keeps growing, these processes keep changing. As and when these processes keep changing, right? The requirements within the CRM keep changing. That okay, now I want to see XYZ more data, or this is someone more status that I want to add in, right? All of these things are then kind of managed by your. So, what is a PM versus a business analyst, right? So, a business analyst focuses on understanding business needs, analyzing processes, and then providing data-driven recommendation to improve the business outcomes, right? So, a lot more focused on the business side of things, right? So, responsibilities are requirement analysis, right? Elicit, document, and manage these requirements from various internal stakeholders, right? Ensure requirements align with the business objectives. Process improvement is analyze the current business process, identify areas for improvement. Data analysis, documentation, right? Create detailed documentation including business requirement documents, functional specifications, user stories, right? Maintain a clear, organized record of business process. Stakeholder communication is facilitate communication between business stakeholders and technical teams. Solution assessment is evaluate proposed solutions to ensure that they meet business needs. Testing, validation, and training and support. Right. That is, if you look at it, prime responsibilities of a. So if you look at here, focus is for a product manager, as we already saw, product success, market fit, customer satisfaction. For a BA, it is business needs, improving process, providing actionable insights. Scope is the entire life cycle of a product from concept to launch. For a PM, for a BA, it is working on specific projects and initiatives to analyze and improve business processes. For a PM, the responsibilities are involve strategic planning, market research, roadmap development, and stakeholder communication. Right. For a BA, it involves requirement analysis, process improvement, data analysis, documentation, all of that bit. Outcome is, as we all know, for a product manager, meets market demands and business goals. For a BA, it is how are the business processes efficient, effective, and aligned. Right. Interaction with teams. BAs primarily interact more internally a lot with business stakeholders, project managers, and technical teams to ensure solutions meet the business skill set required for a product. Analytical ability to analyze market data and user feedback, very important, right? Making data driven decisions. Communication, clear and effective communication with stakeholders, ability to articulate product vision and strategy, writing detailed product requirements and documentation. Third is leadership, leading and motivating cross-functional teams, right? Fostering collaboration and driving team productivity, handling conflicts and making decisive decisions, right? Very important as a product manager. You need to take decisions a little, I think, very fast, right? You cannot keep waiting and get into a analysis paralysis mode, right? Because as a product manager, the kind of data that you will get is come not very black and white, right? You will get a lot of objective data, you will have a lot of subjective data, you will have your own thoughts, you will have your business leadership thoughts, right? Everybody will have thoughts on your product because it kind of impacts everybody's life. Ultimately, the decision is yours what to do next, and you need to be very decisive and take a call because you cannot keep waiting. The moment you start wasting time, your competitors will zoom ahead and it will become a bigger pain problem for you. So it is better to take a decision fast, fail fast, iterate, move forward. And unfortunately, in most organizations, nobody wants to take decisions because nobody wants to be responsible for, let's say, a failed decision. But as a product manager, irrespective if the decision fails or passes, you are the one responsible. So it is better that you still take problem solving, quickly identifying and addressing issues, developing innovative solutions. We all know this, and navigating trade-offs. Market and user research, understanding customer needs, market trends, conducting competitive analysis and usability testing, translating research insights into actionable product features, technical knowledge, right? Understanding the technical aspects of product, communicating effectively with your engineering team, balancing technical constraints with business goals. I think this becomes also very important for a product manager, be it developing a car, be it developing an AC, be it developing an app or a website. You need to understand what goes on in technically, right? Because only then can you make decisions, can you think about innovations and the future, right? Because if you really don't know what are the technical constraints of a product, then you might think of, oh, we'll make these things features, and in the end you will get to know from your engineering team that this will take 3 years. While in your head, because you didn't know the technicalities of it, you thought it's a very simple thing, and this will get done in 3 weeks. But so it is more important, very important for you to understand the text. You don't need to be an expert on it, but you need to understand the technicalities. And strategic thinking, right? Develop a long-term vision for the product, right? Align it with your business objectives and anticipate market changes and plan accordingly, right? So keep an eye on what is the market saying, what are the trends, what are the new companies in your space doing, right? Where you think the market can go, let's say in the next couple of years. Is your product and your product roadmap aligned to it? If not, then please align it, right? So a lot of strategic thinking will go in. Meaning of product life cycle and its so as everything in life, right? This products also go through a life cycle which is very similar to, let's say, a human being's life cycle if you relate it to, right? Then the first is your ideation and concept phase, right? Wherein somebody thinks about the product, what it should be, defines the product vision and strategic objectives, creates the initial products, prototypes, all of that, right? Then there's the development phase, right, where the product is started to get created, right? The engineering team, the design teams, everybody is involved in building that product now, right? You ensure your alignment with the product vision, you monitor the development progress, and you resolve roadblocks, all of that bit, right? Then third one is your launch, right? You coordinate with your different teams to launch it, you get beta testing, you gather feedback, you prepare your product documentation and training materials, and then you oversee the release and monitor the initial performance, right? So if you think of it just like a child's life, parents think about having a child, they have the child is born, it is when it is very young, it is monitored in the hospital for a couple of days, all is good, it is breathing fine, no issues, different tests are run, all is good, right? Now, if you look at it next, the child will grow, right? So you will have a growing customer base, the brand building will be done, distribution will be done, right? When the child is an adult, the growth will escalate, right? Profit, there will be a growing demand, the first competitors, then probably there'll be a maturity phase, right? As in everybody's life, where it kind of peaks for you, your growth stabilizes. From a product perspective, you hit market saturation, and then there will be a decline phase, as in all of us will eventually also have a decline at the end of our life, right? So, as a correlate, just think of life and the product, they absolutely follow the same life cycle, right? So, your growth, maturity, and decline phase. In your growth phase, you will analyze with the feedback and product performance metrics. You will continuously improve and update the product, identify opportunities, and foster user engagement and retention strategies. In your maturity stage, You'll optimize the product for peak performance and profitability, manage product scaling, explore new market segments, and plan for long-term sustainability. And then in the decline, you'll assess the product viability, decide on product discontinuation or revitalization, right? So if you look at it, most successful products, when they hit this maturity stage, they know that the decline will come soon. So they transform, right? There are multiple ways to transform. A lot of companies, what they do is they buy out different companies and integrate that product into the current product so that they can extend the life cycle for it, or they completely revamp the offering looking at the customer trend. So just look at Google search. For quite a few years, Google search has hit maturity, right? It is the market is saturated. Everybody in the world is using Google search. But the whole new chat GPT and perplexity, it started eating into Google search's share, right? So Google now has sort of tried to counter it with by bringing Gemini. So when you go on Google and search now, on the top you will see Gemini answering certain questions in that chat GPT format for you, right? So that is a strategy that they are trying to extend the life cycle of the product, and so that it does not go into. All right, so your introduction is your product launch. A new smartphone model says that Tech X1 is introduced to the market. Marketing focus, heavy marketing and promotion to build awareness, right? It could include advertising, launch events, influencer partnerships, right? Your initial sales will definitely be slow as customers become aware of the product, right? The company definitely is not profitable yet due to the high costs associated with the development and marketing. Then there's a growth stage where the market accepts the product. Consumer begin to accept and buy the new smartphone, right? Tech X1 sales starts to increase. The company will release software updates and accessories to enhance the smartphone appeal, right? The feature sets will expand. Competition will notice the success and release similar models, right? Profitability will start coming in, right? So sales volume increases, leading to higher profitability as economy of scale reduce the production. And then it will be the maturity stage where this smartphone has reached its peak in terms of sales and market penetration. The market has become saturated, right? To maintain sales, the company might introduce minor upgrades, new colors, or bundled offers. There'll be intense competition, right? Competition intensify the marketing efforts, possibly leading to price reductions and steady profits. While sales growth slows down, the product still generates these, and you'll have your decline stage. Newer models will come in, right? They will start to capture the market. Customers' interest will shift from the old phone to the newer technologies. Company might reduce production costs, cut prices, offer discounts to clear the remaining inventory, and eventually the company will decide to phase out the old phone and stop production and focus on the latest and the newer model. Managing the product life cycle, introduction, company ensures a strong launch strategy, builds hype, ensures availability. During the growth phase, they will continuously innovate and develop new marketing strategies to implement this to sustain the growth. Right? In the maturity phase, efforts are made to differentiate the product and find new segments to sustain sales. And then the decline phase, they will use strategies such as cost cutting, finding secondary markets, or product modifications that used to manage the decline. Understanding product management and data analytics, right? Data analytics involves connecting, processing, and analyzing data to extract valuable insights. Important is informed decision making, understanding user behavior, performance management, and I think all of us in our various roles already look at some bit of data, right, in some form of fashion, and kind of do all of these things already, right? So it's not like we don't understand the importance of data, right? So I will not harp too much into exploratory data analysis and product management, right? So this involves using various techniques to understand data related to a product, uncovering patterns, spotting anomalies, testing hypotheses, and checking assumptions. Here's a detailed breakdown of what it entails. So collecting data, rather collecting data from various sources such as user interaction, sales records, customer feedback, etc. Then you clean that data, right? Finding missing values, correcting errors, formatting the data. Then you have a basic stats, which is calculating mean, median, mode, standard deviation. Other statistics summarize that data, understanding the distribution of variables to see data visualization, plotting it into a histogram, bar chart, all of that, pattern recognition, hypothesis. So, if I were to just simplify this slide without all this multiple jargon, is you collect your data, right? You bring it into an understandable, and all you need to do is identify certain patterns and certain, right? We really don't need to know what is a t test or a chi square test. You don't need to be a statistics expert here, right? You just need to go into your Excel, put it probably in a pivot, in a bar graph, right? You already have, let's say, if you're using some tool like Google Analytics, you will see your data there. You can also download it in an Excel. But what you need is an eye to identify certain outliers, observant mind to identify, and a deep thinking brain to identify why certain data points are why. All of these technical data analysis pieces will most probably be either done by the tools that you are already using in your office or by a specific data analytics team that is there. As a product manager, nobody is expecting you to be a statistics champion. What is expected out of you is to look at data and understand patterns and derive insights from it in whatever form or fashion you can. So we'll come to the importance of it is again informed decision making, identifying user needs and behavior, market segmentation, performance metrics, assessing the success or the failure of the product, features of the overall product health as well, risk management, right? Identifying potential issues early through anomaly, hypothesis generation for A/B testing. So if I'm, let's say, if with the website, I'm seeing that with it from 7 to 9, there's a sudden spike in my traffic, right? But that spike is not leading to a spike in my sales as well. Only the number of people who are visiting to my website is increasing, but not the conversion. Then I will kind of generate a hypothesis of why that is happening. And then I will start A/B testing. And then that will validate what I'm thinking or prove me wrong. And then basis that I can develop my. That is all we need to do as product managers. Look at data, understand patterns, understand behaviors, generate a hypothesis, test it out, and if it is validated, then build a product feature around. All right. So our next topic is product vision and strategy. All right. Now we're getting into the details of product management. So vision and mission alignment, aligning your product vision with the company's mission, right? Defining and communicating the product vision, strategic planning, right? Long-term planning, competitive analysis, market positioning, and market research, market and user research, right? So research techniques, research strategy, customer segmentation, persona development. All right, so let's deep dive into this. This entire topic is so the vision. Vision statement outlines what an organization aspires to achieve. Right, it is a forward-looking declaration that provides inspiration and direction for the organization's long-term goals. The vision statement serves as a guide for all strategic decisions and helps them align the efforts of all stakeholders towards a common future. Right, characteristics of a vision statement are: it is one, future-oriented; it is inspirational and motivational; It is clear and concise, and it reflects the core values and the purpose of the organization. Example is to be the world's most customer-centric company where customers can find and discover anything they might want to buy online. That is for Amazon. For Tesla, it is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Right? If you look at Tesla, they're not even talking about cars or anything of that sort. It is a very inspirational vision statement to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Right? Hence, if you look at what Tesla is developing, it's not just the car; it is also the gigafactory, the batteries, technology, all of that bit. Right? Because all of this leads to a sustainable and key differences between a vision and mission. Right? Vision is future oriented, while mission is present focused. Purpose for the vision is to offer inspiration and direction for the future, while a mission defines the current purpose and primary objectives. Scope is vision is broad and aspirational, mission is specific and actionable. Right? That is why, if you look at it, the army has a mission to capture XYZ peak. Right? It is very specific and it has a specific action to it. Right? While the vision, if you look at Tesla, right? Oh, I think I skipped the slide. Is to build sustainable energy. So mission statement defines the organization's purpose and primary objectives. It focuses on the present and explains why the organization exists, what it does, and for whom. Right? So characteristics of a mission statement is present focused, specific, practical, defines the organization's purpose, goals, and approach, and addresses the needs of key stakeholders. So example is given to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. For Google, for Starbucks, it is to inspire and nurture the human spirit. One person, one cup, and one neighborhood at a time. That is their mission. So yeah, we were talking about differences between vision and mission, right? Scope is for the vision is broad and aspirational, mission is specific and actionable. Time frame is vision looks at it from a long-term goal perspective, while mission addresses the current ops and the short-term objectives. Importance is alignment, right? Vision and mission statements help align the organization's strategies and actions with its core values and long-term goals. Communication, right? They effectively communicate the organization's purpose and direction to employees, customers, and other stakeholders. Motivation, they inspire and motivate employees by providing a sense of purpose and direction. And decision making, they serve as a framework for making strategic and operational decisions, right? So if it kind of aligns with your mission and vision, then probably the decision is right. If it does not, then it is probably not. Aligning product vision with company mission, right? This is where your product management kind of comes into play. So aligning product vision with the company mission means ensuring that the goals, features, and direction of a product are in harmony with the company's core purpose and objectives. This involves creating a product vision that reflects and supports the company's mission, values, and strategic priorities. Steps to align product vision with company mission, right? Ensure that everyone involved in product development fully understand the company's mission, values, and strategic goals, right? The mission statement should clearly communicate the purpose of the company and its primary objectives. Define the product vision, right? Create a product vision that is aspirational and outline the long-term goals and future directions of the product. Ensure that the product vision reflects the core values and the purpose. Set clear goals, right? Smart goals, all of us know. Smart, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. These goals should support the company's overall strategy, right? If you remember in the start, I said very important that your product goals should align with the company's goals. If the company's goals is to increase sales, your product goal should be to increase sales. If the company's goal is to improve customer experience, your product goal should be the same, right? Align strategies and techniques. Develop strategies and techniques for the product that are consistent with the company's mission. Ensure that every feature, update, and marketing effort for the product supports the company's purpose. Engage stakeholders, right? Communicate the aligned vision and mission to all stakeholders. Ensure that everybody understands how the product contributes to the company's vision and strategic goals. And obviously, regularly review and adapt. Continuously review and adapt the product vision to ensure that it remains aligned, right? And use any feedback and performance metrics to make the necessary adjustments. So the importance is consistency and focus, right? It ensures that all efforts are consistent, focused on achieving the same overarching goals. Employee motivation and engagement. When employees understand how their work on a product contributes to the company's mission, they're more likely to be motivated. This is very important when you're sort of explaining what your product does or what you want the product to do to your development and your design teams, right? Because they are the ones who will be building it, right? So you need to explain it to them in a very clear and concise way. Customer satisfaction. Products that reflect the company's mission are more likely to meet customer expectations, right? Strategic coherence. Align product vision with the company's mission. Ensure strategic coherence, making it easier to prioritize initiatives and allocate resources. And long-term successes. Products that support and enhance the company's mission are more likely to contribute to long-term success and sustainable. So here are some examples, right? For Apple, the company mission is to bring the best user experience to its customer through innovative hardware, software, and services. The product vision focuses on creating products that are beautifully designed, easy to use, and seamlessly integrated across the Apple ecosystem. Every product from the iPhone to the MacBook and the Apple Watch reflects this mission by prioritizing user experience design and innovation. Right? We can all see that in Apple's products. The best user experience, innovative hardware, software, and the service. Tesla is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Right? The product vision is to create electric vehicles and renewable energy solutions that are desirable, high performance, and accessible. So Tesla's electric cars like the Model S, Model 3, their solar energy products all aim to reduce dependency on fossil fuels and promote sustainable energy. Right? Again, complete alignment. Google organize world's information. Right? So if you look at all its products, is to provide tools and platforms that help people find information quickly and efficiently. Google Search, Map, Google Drive, all of it, right? Provides an easy access to vast amounts of information. Again, Amazon, most customer centric company, right? Amazon support, we all know. Prime Delivery, Alexa, AWS, all enhance the customer experience here. Patagonia, we are in the business to save our home planet, right? That is Patagonia's mission. So, vision is to create a high quality, sustainable outdoor and gear that reduces environmental impact. So they use recycled materials, ethical sourcing, environmental activism is reflected in their product, directly supporting their mission. IKEA again to create a better everyday life for many people. So again, if you look at the product vision is to offer wide range, well-designed, functional home furnishing that price very low, right? So that is how they're helping every to create a better everyday life for so many people. Microsoft is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more, right? So that is why it's different solutions increase productivity, creativity, and collaboration. Products like Microsoft Office, Windows, Azure, all of this. Nike is to bring inspiration and innovation to every so the product vision is to create product that enhance athletic performance and promote an active lifestyle. So they focus on athletic wear, cutting edge sneaker technology, and motivational campaigns that align with this entire mission. So defining product vision. So a product vision document is a comprehensive guide that outlines the future direction, goals, and purpose of a product. It serves as a roadmap for the development teams and stakeholders, providing clarity and alignment of the product's objectives. These are the key components, right? Let's just go first to the high level components. So one is product overview, second is vision statement, third is target market and audience, fourth is the value proposition, fifth is the product goals and objectives, sixth is key features and requirements, seventh is comparative analysis, Market analysis, stakeholders and their roles, roadmap and timeline, metrics and KPIs, risk and mitigation strategies, budget and resources, and then you have your additional documents. Right, so these are your 14 key components of a product vision document. Now let's go into the details of each one of them. Product overview is a concise summary of the product, its purpose, and the core functionality. Then you have a vision statement, right? An aspirational statement that describes the long-term goals and the desired future state, right? A mission statement that outlines the primary purpose of the product and how it aims to achieve the vision that you've kind of stated. Then you have your target market and audience, you have your market segments, your specific segments or customer groups that the product is intended for, and then you have your user persona, which is your detailed description of ideal users, including demographies, needs, pain points, all of that bit. Value proposition is your USP, your customer benefits, what makes the product unique, right? Why should customers choose it over competitors, or also in general, right? What the benefits that they get out of it. Your long term and your short term objectives. So long term goals are your overarching goals that product aims to achieve in the long run, and your short term objectives, which are your specific measurable objectives that support key features and requirements, right? You have your core feature, which is a high level list of the essential features and functionalities. Then you have your requirements, which is a detailed non functional requirements that the product must meet. Competitive analysis, right? Your list of competitors in the market, analysis of the product strength and weakness relative to the competitors, and how it will differentiate itself. Then you have your market analysis. What are the current trends in the market, right? Estimates of the market size and growth potential. Then you have your SWOT analysis related to the product and the market. And let's say you can also do a SWOT analysis on your stakeholders and roles. You have your identification of all the stakeholders in the product development, including internal team, external partners, all of this, right? And clearly define each stakeholder's roles and responsibilities. Roadmap is a visual representation of the major milestones, features, and phases of the development process. And the timeline indicates the expected dates for each milestone and the feature release. Metrics and again the KPIs and metrics that will be used to measure the success of the product. How and when these metrics will be measured and reported is your measurement. Risk and mitigation strategies, identification of potential risk and challenges that could impact the product development, right? Your potential risk, and then your strategies and actions to mitigate or manage these risks. Budget and resources, budget estimates, right? Estimated budget for the product development, including costs, and resource allocation is information on the resources, who will work, what are tools needed, all of that bit. And then your appendices, which is any additional documents, research, or data that supports the vision and the plan. So by doing all of this, you kind of create your product vision. So here is an example. Support AI is the product name, right? They've given a brief description. Is an advanced AI powered customer support tool designed to streamline customer interactions, improve response times, and enhance customer satisfaction through intelligent automation. So vision statement is to revolutionize customer support with AI driven solutions that enhance user satisfaction and operational efficiency. The mission is to provide businesses with intelligent automated support tools that reduce response times and improve service quality. They have defined the target market and audience. Market segment is SMEs, large corporations, e-commerce businesses, tech startups. User personas, right? The users who will kind of be using it is your customer support managers seeking to reduce workload and improve efficiency, IT admin focused on integrating the tool, and end users, which is customers interacting with support for quick results. Value proposition is what are the USPs? AI driven response that handle common queries, seamless integration, 24/7 availability and support. Customer benefits is reduced response time, significant cost savings, and improved customer satisfaction and retention. Long term goal is to become the leading AI customer support tool in the global market within 5 years. Short term objective is to launch the beta version by Q2, onboard 50 pilots, customers by Q3, and achieve a customer satisfaction score of 90% in the first year. Right? Key features and requirements. Core features they have mentioned here: automated responses to common queries, sentiment analysis to gauge customer emotion, and multi-channel support, email, media. Requirements are that it needs to have a high accuracy in AI generated responses, it needs to have a user friendly interface for both support agents and customers, and it should be scalable to handle increasing volumes of queries. Then they did a competitive analysis of competitors, so ABC Corp, Support Bot, DEF, Company. They've listed these as competitors. What is the competitive advantages? Superior AI technology with higher accuracy, lower pricing compared to competitors, comprehensive support and customization. Market analysis. So the listing of the trends, market trends, that there's an increased adoption of AI in customer support. There's a growing demand for 24/7 customer service solutions. Market size and growth is estimated size of the market is 10 billion with a 15% growth rate. They did a SWOT, right? Strength is advanced AI technology. Weakness is early stage product with limited penetration. Opportunity is high demand for AI solutions. Threat is intense competition and rapid advancements in technology. They've listed out their key stakeholders: development team, marketing team, investors, customers, right? Define the roles and responsibilities for each. For the development team is to build features, marketing is to conduct market research, develop promotional strategies, investor is to fund development, offer business insights, and customers to provide feedback and suggestions. Then they have a product roadmap and timeline. Phase 1 beta release by phase Q2, phase 2 is feature enhancements by Q3, and then full launch and marketing blitz by Q4. Timelines is Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. These are the things that we will matrix and KPIs. Success matrix they are defined as user adoption rate, customer satisfaction score, and retention rate. Measurement plan is monthly reporting on adoption and satisfaction, quarterly customer surveys, and real-time usage analytics. Risk and mitigation strategies. Potential risks are AI accuracy leading issues leading to customer dissatisfaction, delayed launch due to development setbacks. What are the mitigation plans? Rigorous testing and QA process, right? And you keep buffer time in the project schedule to handle any delays. Budgets and resources. Budget is 1 million for development, 500,000 for marketing, 200,000 for operations and support. Resources: 10 developers, 5 marketeers, 2 project managers. Any additional information is the detailed market research data, user feedback report from beta testing, and technical documentation for integration. So this is a product.
Market and user research. So the first one, what we already spoke about, right? Opportunity identification. So market sizing, estimate the total addressable market by looking at, let's say, global travel and tourism statistics. This is what they're talking for the hotel booking app that we were looking at, right? So we'll look at the entire market size, right? Then we look at growth trends, analyze trends like increasing use of mobile devices for booking, preference for personalized travel experiences, and the rise of last minute booking trends. Competitive landscape, assess competitors such as booking.com, Airbnb, others, identify their market share, strengths, and weaknesses, and then do a SWOT analysis, right? Identify your software strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, right? Consumer analysis, segmentation, segment the market into business travelers, vacationers, budget travel, all of these different ones, and then identify gaps like lack of personalized recommendations, limited options for eco-friendly accommodations or booking process or something of that sort, right? And then you look at customer pain points, understand issues such as hidden fees, inaccurate descriptions, poor service, right? Then there's something called as environmental scanning. So pest analysis, Porter's five forces. These are just ways to sort of map the current market and environment. So political pest is political, economic, social, and technological, right? Political is regulations, government regulations. Is the government pro this or against this? All of that. The markets specifically, right? Economics is economic downtowns, or what is the current market economics? Are we looking at a recession in the next few years, or is there going to be a dip in travel or something of that sort? Social is growing preference for experiential travel. Yeah, we all know this. And then technological is advancements in AI and ML, right? And how we can leverage them in multiple ways. Porter's five forces are threats of new entrants. Sorry, five forces, right? Threat of new entrants, bargaining power of supplier, bargaining power of buyer, threat of substitute, and industry rivalry. Right? So threat of new entrants is low due to high entry barrier, let's say. Bargaining powers of suppliers is medium. Hotels can list on multiple platforms. Bargaining power of buyers is very high because they can easily switch platforms. Threat of substitutes is medium. Direct hotel bookings, I think it is, you can just call it low as well. Barely I've seen people book directly, right? And then industry rivalry is high because there are many established players. So this one thing that I wanted to kind of add here is when we are doing market analysis, right? And let's say the business is for India specifically is what I'm talking about, right? The first thing or the easiest thing that we can do, and this is a hack that I kind of just discovered once, was list down all your competitors. All right, big, small, ugly, whoever it is, right? As long as it's a private limited, or let's say a limited company, a public limited company, go to the MCA website, pull out their financials for whatever the last 3 4 years, and then see that data, right? So let's say if I want to build something like a urban company today, the first thing I will do, obviously after this market analysis, sizing, all of that bit, is go to MCA, pull out urban companies data, and see how they are faring, right? If I see that there's no growth in sales, profits, all of these bit, then it also gives me an indication that this is not a very easy market to crack, right? So then the thought process becomes, what is the problem with urban company? Why are they not being able to make profit? Why are they not being able to increase their sales, right? Is there something that they are doing wrong, or is it just the market is such, right? And then my idea gets a lot more smoother. This is something I see a lot of people not doing, right? And whoever I meet, whenever somebody wants to discuss an idea, I just go and tell them, please do this first, right? And especially when you're building something from scratch, when you're building something already on top of something, try and speak with the product managers or people in the competitor space, right? To get some idea data about how, let's say, that feature or that section that you want to build also on your app is faring, right? This data becomes very important for you to further down streamline your processes. Cool. So political factors, regulations, legislations, right? Government regulations regarding food safety, hygiene standards, labor laws, right? We need to figure them out. Tax policies, especially food delivery related. GST is a very big one, right? When do you apply GST? When do you not apply GST? Who pays GST? All of that bit. Employment laws, right? Gig economy workers. What are the rights that they have? What are some responsibilities as a employer that you kind of have? Figuring all that out. And then you have your trade policies of importing food ingredients. But if you're just a delivery service, I don't think trade policies really matter to us right now, right? But if, let's say, if we are a manufacturing unit and we are importing something from China, from some other country, then we definitely need to look at this. Then you have economic factors like growth, inflation rates, disposable income, and employment rates. Right? This just gives us an idea of, is it a growing market? Does the consumer have the propensity to pay and the willingness to pay? Right? Where is the market going from a economic standpoint tomorrow? Right? Is there any challenges that we foresee? Because it's as simple. Food delivery apps will keep growing as long as your disposable income in the country keeps growing. Right? There's a direct correlation for it. Social factors, lifestyle changes, right? Health consciousness, urbanization, demography. So these things have come into play a lot now, right? Especially when you talk about food delivery and food services, you see a lot of chatter around healthy food, right? You see a lot of chatter on lifestyle changes. Oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. So where do you kind of fit in this entire segment, right? And how does these things affect what the idea or the product that you're kind of wanting to build? And then you have your technology factors: mobile technology, payment systems, logistics, delivery, right? Data analytics. So if you just look at what Zepto did, I think it just played very well on the whole technology angle, right? It cracked its supply chain using technology so that they can deliver within 10 minutes, and then Zepto is what Zepto is today, right? So these are the five Porter's five force analysis, right? For the same one. Threat of new entrants is moderate here because low capital requirements, because you just need to build an app, right, and connect to people. So building a marketplace is usually less capital as compared to setting up a restaurant per se, right? Technology and app develop a user friendly app, right, can be a significant barrier. Technology is becoming more accessible. I don't think this is a barrier now. This is the one of the simplest things that can be done, right? Brand loyalty is, yes, this is a big one. Established players are already there. How do you make your name in this? And then economies of scale. Larger companies benefit from economies of scale, right, which can be challenging for a new entrant. Bargaining power of suppliers, low to moderate. The industry relies on a wide range of restaurants, making it difficult for any single supplier to exert significant power, right? Because you will tie up with 1,000 restaurants. It's okay, one or two can act a little funky, and it's fine. Many food items are commoditized, right? Reducing their bargaining power and dependency, right? Popular high quality restaurants can have some bargaining power, but the vast majority do not. Bargaining power of buyers is very high. We already understand this because multiple apps are there, right, which we can switch from. It is a very price sensitive market. I can see on Zomato, I can see on Swiggy, see which one is cheaper. Multiple restaurants, there are online reviews and ratings which can tell me which one is good, bad, ugly. So bargaining power of buyers is very high here. Threat of substitute products or services. So substitute threat high, I would say it is medium, right? Traditional dining out at restaurants remains a strong substitute, but it is, the frequency is much much lesser than delivery service frequency. Home cooking, yes, it's a decent threat, right? Cooking at home is a cost effective and healthier method. Pickup services, nobody does that, I think. And you have your industry rivalry, competition is very high, numerous competitors, there are price wars, right? Companies keep innovating and differentiating their offerings through partnerships, subscriptions, coupons, all of that bit, right? And they spend a lot obviously on marketing and advertising. So in market and user research, how do we do targeting, right? So our first is segment evaluation, second is target market selection, and third is our positioning, right? So segment evaluation consists of attractiveness, right? Evaluate segments like budget travelers for their size, growth potential, profitability, fit, right? Assess how well each segment aligns with your solution's strengths, right? And then competitive positioning, determine potential for differentiation. I think we discussed all of these things in our previous discussion, right? So I hope you guys can relate to what we had already discussed and what is written on this slide. Target market selection, right? Prioritization, prioritize segments like, let's say, vacationers seeking personalized travel due to their high growth potential and alignment. And then we create personas, travelers who value sustainable travel options and personalized recommendations. Positioning is, how do we differentiate it? What is our USP? So differentiate by offering unique features like AI-driven recommendations, eco-friendly hotels, seamless mobile journeys, and USP, right? USP is book the perfect stay, personalized just for you, discover eco-friendly hotels, and hidden gems with our advanced AI recommendations. So this product, if you look at it, it is targeting vacationers seeking personalized travel, right? Their persona of the traveler is somebody who values sustainable travel options and personalized recommendations. Hence, their differentiation and USP is this, right? After that is creating a value proposition, right? So that involves essentially value proposition development, validation, and communication. So, what are the core benefits, right? Highlight benefits like, let's say, easy discovery, seamless booking, eco friendly choices, and then the emotional and functional benefits. Appeal to the desire for hassle free travel, satisfaction of making eco friendly conscious choices, right? This is very important. It's not in some products, you can just harp on the functional benefits, right? But what I've learned is, even in a product which you think is just a functional product, the emotional angle, if you bring in, then it actually sort of builds a customer trust and loyalty much better. right? So the emotional sort of exploring the emotional angle is very important. And then there's the value proposition canvas. Map out how your software addresses customer jobs. So jobs are essentially what are the different jobs that a customer has to do to book. So booking hotels, booking flights, let's say booking transfers, all of these. Then what are the pains, right? Complex booking processes, hidden fees, and what are they gaining out of it? Personalized recommendations, eco-friendly options. Validation, right? Customer feedback. Conduct surveys and focus groups with target users to gather feedback on the value prop, and then run pilots with small users to validate these features, right? And this will give you more confidence if the idea is really working or not. If it is not working, then you need to pivot. If it is working, then you build a full-fledged product around this. And then the communication is messaging, storytelling, and brand positioning. So we need to develop a clear messaging, right? Let's say the messaging here is find the perfect hotel effortlessly, personalized, recommended, and eco-friendly choices at your fingertips. Storytelling, use stories of users who found unique and memorable stays, right? Brand positioning, position your software as the go-to platform for personalized, eco-friendly hotel bookings. After this comes your implementation and monitoring, that is your go-to-market strategy, right? A go-to-market strategy is essentially a plan that outlines how a company will launch a product and ensure its success in the market. It involves defining the target market, identifying the value proposition, and creating a plan for reaching and engaging customers. So it again consists of multiple things. First is your segmentation and targeting, right? Second is your value proposition, right? Third is the marketing and promotional strategies, right? Fourth is your sales strategy, your distribution strategy, your pricing strategy, your customer retention strategy, and then your metrics, your risk management, right? All of these things combined kind of make your go-to-market strategy. So, how can I exactly predict position of my product? They are harping on is are two things essentially, right? AI driven personalized recommendations and eco-friendly hotels. So that is what their positioning is. That it is personalized for you, and second, you will discover eco-friendly hotels and hidden gems. So basis because they figured that in the market these two things are missing, right? So they build these features, and now they are positioning it such key for people who want personalized recommendations and let's say eco-friendly hotels. We are building a product for you, and that is where they have positioned themselves in the market. So if you do let's say a matrix of the market, one will be let's say a generic product for all customers, which will be your let's say booking.com or a cleartrip.com, right? On let's say one axis will be your experiential travelers who are looking for very let's say niche eco-friendly options, and in that quadrant is somewhere where we will lie. The positioning will be created by the product team along with all the different teams together, right? So you have your segmentation where you can define demographies, right? Basis age groups, disposable income, all of that. You have your geographies, right, which is very straightforward, and then you have your behavior, tech savvy individuals who value all of these things, right? Then your targeting is primary targeting. So they are talking about the food delivery service, right? The targeting is primarily the urban professional and students in metro areas, right? And secondary is families who prefer the convenience of home delivery and local restaurants. They are defining the value proposition as convenience, customization, and transparency, right? For the customer, for the restaurants, it is obvious increase reach, efficient ops, support for the delivery partners, it's flexibility, earnings, and support, right? Then you have your marketing and promotional strategies. So they want to do a pre-launch, which is teaser campaigns, beta testing, right, and partnerships. We also spoke about partnerships a little bit. But Dilipji said that for the pet food, he will want to partner with Swiggy, Zomato. Right. So partnership is also a great way of getting large distribution instantly. Then they have the launch event where, let's say, like Apple has their launch event every year, Google has their launch event. So they want to do a launch event. Then they obviously do social media marketing, influencer marketing, and referral programs. Then post launch, they'll keep churning out content, email marketing, promotion discounts, and SEO and SEM, right? Beta testing is before you are rolling it out to what is beta testing? Beta testing is essentially you have defined a small audience, right? And you are providing them that service. So before launching it to the world, you are sort of testing it. Now, beta testing can happen in multiple ways. Let's say when the Tata New app was launched, they did like a 1-2 year of beta testing internally with only Tata employees, because they have 7 lakh employees, right? So there are multiple ways. So let's say one of my companies, when we did that, built a product, we identified 4 or 5 of, let's say, these mobile stores that we had good relationships with, right? And we set them to start using our products, and we monitored the product usage, issues, all of that over a period of 3 months. We identified issues, fixed them, identified more features to be added, did that, and then we finally did a launch to everyone. Then we'll have a sales strategy. So let's say direct sales with restaurants, right? Enterprise solutions, providing corporate clients with solutions for office meal delivery. Customer acquisition is app store optimization, right? So ensure high visibility in app store through optimized descriptions, keywords. So if somebody goes on the app store and searches for food delivery, your app should sort of come up there, right? Customer support, obviously we have to offer excellent customer support. Distribution strategy, right? Mobile app platforms is launched both on iOS and Android, right? Make it obviously user friendly. The web app is responsive design and cross promotion. So promote the web app through the mobile app and vice versa to drive traffic to both platforms, right? So for in a distribution strategy, if you have an app, right, and a website, what I've normally seen is people drive traffic to the website initially and then make people download the app, because downloading an app is a little more cumbersome journey, because there are multiple steps. You'll see an ad, you'll click, you'll go to the Play Store, right? There'll be an install button, you'll install it, then open, login, all of that. While on a website, when you see ad, you directly click on it and you would directly land on the required page, right? And you can start doing what you want to do. So if I remember correctly, when urban companies started off, right, what they did is they ran ads primarily on desktop, right? Diverted traffic to their website, took the orders there, and once they took the orders, they asked people to download the app to track the service, get the service partner details, and all of that. That is was their initial distribution strategy. If you guys are interested and have the time, please study about the distribution strategy that Microsoft Teams used, right? So Slack was the world's favorite, right, tool for communication and office communication and all of that. Then Microsoft launched Teams. Since everybody in the world uses Microsoft, automatically everybody had Teams, right? So since they owned the entire distribution channel, Teams then just took an accelerated path and Slack was left behind. Let me Google if I can Google and yeah, look at this graph. Slack was there for the longest time. Teams came in later, and since they owned the entire distribution of everybody had Microsoft, it just took off, right? And Slack is a better product if you ask me as compared to Microsoft Teams. But just because of distribution, this Teams just worked better, right? Pricing strategy, right? There are various pricing strategies. We'll just talk about competitive pricing here, but there's reference pricing, there is penetration pricing, right? There is value-based pricing, which is a separate module in itself, right? So they're talking only about competitive pricing, right? They are delivery fees, which set competitive delivery fees and offer occasional free delivery, and then they have a subscription model with benefits like free deliveries, exclusive discounts, and priority customer support. Promotions, obviously, all of us know, offer discounted rates for first time users, limited time offers, loyalty programs, right? Engagement, personalization, use AI to provide personalized recommendation and special offers, right? If you guys remember, Swiggy has this one coupon code called Missed You. When you order from the same restaurant after a few days or weeks, you automatically get a coupon called Missed You, right? That is nothing but a combination of promotions plus personalization, right? Feedback loop is regularly solicit and act on customer feedback, obvious. Loyalty programs, I think we have already covered. Then you have your metrics, you have your CAC, CLV, churn rate, NPS. CAC is nothing but the cost of acquiring new customers, right? How much are you spending on marketing to acquire one customer, right? That becomes your CAC. Customer lifetime value is the total value a customer brings over the entire relationship. So let's say with Swiggy or Zomato, they normally see that one user will order for 5 years, 3 times a week, average order value 200. So the hence the customer lifetime value will become whatever 60 into 200 into 4 probably, right? That becomes their customer lifetime value. Then there's a churn rate, which is track the rate at which customers stop using the service. right? So if I have 100 users today, right, and then next month 30 fell off, then I have a churn of 30%, right? Net promoter score is assess customer satisfaction and likelihood to recommend quick eats. All of us know that a lot of apps ask this question, right? Are you satisfied? How likely are you to recommend our app to somebody else, right? Then you have your operational metrics, your financial metrics. Like operational metrics are average delivery time, accuracy rate, app performance. Financial metrics are revenue growth, profit margin, market share, right? And then is your risk management, competition, differentiation, customer loyalty, right? Differentiation is continuously innovate and offer unique features. So you can see the innovation war between Zomato and Swiggy today, right? One brings in a new feature, within 2 weeks the other brings in. Then somebody else will bring in a new feature, both of them will bring something new, right? So there's a innovation war as well going on here, right? Customer loyalty is obviously build a strong brand and loyal customer base to withstand competitive pressures. It's not like Swiggy and Zomato were the only delivery partners. There was multiple of these apps which came in probably around 2017-18 was a surge of all of this, right? And most of them died. Operational risk, right? Technology, delivery logistics, right? Ensure a robust technology infrastructure. We've all seen apps going down once a few more users come in. Delivery logistics, we all again are very aware of what more many issues come in, right? Especially peak times, the delivery times just go beyond 1 hour, 1.5 hour, 2 hours. Sometimes they don't turn up, right? So you have to manage all these risks as well. And then you have your regulatory risk, let's say compliance. Stay informed with regulatory changes and ensure full compliance with food safety, labor laws, data protection. So that kind of ends our GTM strategy. So after this, the GTM comes your communication. Communication has different forms. Obviously, internal communication, wherein you hold a kickoff meeting internally, right, to introduce and discuss the product vision with people, right? You give regular updates about it, and then you conduct monthly workshops to delve deeper into specific aspects, let's say with marketing, or let's say with USP, with pricing, right? Because what you have initially done is you put in your thoughts, and now you need to kind of get everybody on board with, right? Then obviously there's an external communication, so a press release, if needed, right? A blog post, and obviously you social media where you share key highlights of the vision of the product, build anticipation. These are all nothing but ways to create hype about your product, right? Stakeholder management is investor meetings and partner collaboration, right? If you have your hotel partners or any partners in the chain, in the supply chain, you need to regularly communicate with them. And obviously finalize your continuous feedback, customer surveys, and internal feedback. So this is a pretty simple one that obviously once we have created the product vision, we need to ensure that it is communicated and understood by everybody, and everybody is on the same page as we are. Now we have two topics, right? One is strategic planning, and the second is business model. So we did product vision, we did GTM strategy, right? And two topics, strategic planning, which is very similar to, let's say, an overall planning, and a business model. Why do you think as product managers all of this is required? Why is it there in the curriculum? Why do product managers need to know all this? As product managers, we are responsible for the product success, right? A product success is not just building a product and saying, okay, I've built it out. There's the sales angle, there's a marketing angle, there's a pricing angle, there's a PR angle, right? All of these things indirectly and directly impact your product, right? There's a strategic angle of what should be the positioning, what is the customer competitor doing, right? What market space, what is the macroeconomics of this market. All of these things have a direct impact on the product success. And for this sole reason, you need to be an expert on strategy, on business models, on go to market strategy, so that you, whenever you hear and talk to people about these things, you can take some key takeaways from that conversation and implement in your product. So as to definitely ensure product success, right? So this is not because just for the sake of it, right? It has a direct and very important implications on the products that you will build. All right. So strategic planning, right? This is the process which an organization defines its strategy, direction, and decision making on allocating resources to pursue the strategy. Right, involves setting goals, determining actions, mobilizing resources. So this is more of a long-term planning right? Unlike a go-to-market strategy, which is, let's say, solving a immediate need. Strategic planning comes from ties up with your product vision strategy, wherein you think on a long term what is the strategy, right? That now we will do this, next we will do this, 5 years later we'll do this, right? So you need to have your strategy in place, obviously, so that you can define and allocate budget and resources, right, correctly. Second, for a lot of startups, it is required so that they can show it to their investors, get the required amount of funding, right? And third is so that the internal team kind of understands where are we going, what will eventually happen with this product, right? What is the team thinking? That is the some major points of why strategic planning kind of is required. So again, you have your vision statement, right? You have your core values, SWOT analysis, strategic goals, right? This one is important, right? Long-term broad goals derived from the vision. So example here is given: increase market share in the online booking industry by 20% over the next 5 years, right? Objectives: expand into three new international markets by end of year two. It's specific measurable steps. And then you have your action plans, launch a marketing campaign, right? In Q1, let's say do a PR release in Q2, something of that sort. Obviously, your KPIs and metrics. And final, which is the end goal, is the resource allocation, right? How much money, how many people, right? What timelines are we looking at to building this product? That is the end goal of this strategic planning document or plan that is getting created, right? Now, what I'll do is I'll just club this. I will skip this example for now, and I'll go directly to business model because both of them are kind of tied up together, right? So the key components of a business model are again value prop, right? What is the unique value that a custom company offers to its customer, right? What are the different groups of people, that is your customer segments? What are the channels, right? So the means by which a company delivers its value proposition to segments. So marketing channels, sales channels, distribution channels, all of this. Then what are the types of relationship? Do we have 24/7 customer support? Do we have personalized relationships? What are the different revenue streams, right? So booking fees, commissions, premium membership, subscriptions. These are your different types of revenue streams. Licensing and advertising are also there. Then you have your key resources. List the most important assets to make the model work. So let's say if it's ops heavy, then your supply chain becomes your key resource. Let's say if it's a tech first company, then you obviously your AI, your proprietary technology becomes key. If it's partnership related, like let's say in this example, then hotel partnerships are your key resources. Right? What are the key activities? Highlight the most important actions a company must take to operate successfully. So obviously platform development, marketing, sales, customer support, building the supply, hiring, let's say delivery managers for delivery boys for the food delivery app, right? Those are key activities. Key partnerships, again, we know this, right? Network of suppliers and partners that help the business operate. Partnerships can reduce risk, acquire resources, allow the business to focus on core activities. So most of the easiest example is integration. So payment gateway integrations. Well, these are your key partners. Without that, you how will you function? Right? You can't build your own payment gateway. Then obviously is the cost structure. What are the major costs? What are the fixed costs? What are the variable costs? Right? What are your unit economics? All of these are components of a business model. Types of business model: product based models where you're selling physical or digital products, retail stores, e-commerce platforms. Service based where you're selling a service, right? Let's say SaaS products, something like a Salesforce or consulting firms, McKinsey, BCG, they're selling their service. Platform based, right? These are your marketplaces essentially: eBay, Urban Company, Amazon. Then you have your freemium models: Spotify, YouTube is also a freemium model, right? Where you can use it free and then you can obviously subscribe for the YouTube premium one. Subscription models again are a pricing strategy. And then you have your advertising models, like let's say Google. Google does not take money from you, but it shows you ads, right? So these are your advertising models. Importance is clarity, focus, strategic planning, agent making the strategic decisions, outlining the key activities and resources. And then you have a competitive advantage, you have financial viability, right? How much is going in, how much will come out, per unit cost is how much, what are my fixed costs, when will I break even, right? When will I start making profit, all of these. And then obviously adaptivity is it allows business to pivot and adapt their strategies based on changes and new opportunities in the market, right? So the whole point here is, if there's one key takeaway from the strategic planning slide that we saw, right? It kind of gives you a very long term vision, right? Broken down along with it into smaller actionable items, right? And my key takeaway from a strategic plan has always been, what is that one key metric that I need to follow? I think we discussed North Star metric yesterday, if I'm not wrong, right? I always try to find that North Star metric from the strategic plan, right? The business model then tells me obviously what is expected out of my product, right? Should it be a freemium model? Should I show ad? How do I take money? Where do I convert the customers? Should I take data upfront? Should I take data later? Right? Basis that business model is something that I change the UI UX of my product as well, right?
Okay. So understanding product feature prioritization. All right. I think this is one of the most key things that we probably learn in this entire course. And as a product manager, also, this is one of the most important things that we need to do. All right. Because whenever you're building a product, there are hundreds of features and items and things that you can do in a product, right? But given the resources of time, of money, of development of people, all of these, right? It is logically not possible that you can incorporate everything, right? Because if you start doing that, then this product development will be essentially a never-ending story, right? So how do you decide what goes in and what stays out, right? If you look at any product or project, it is always developed in phases, right? Phase one, two, three, four, five. So in phase one, there's a set of things that you do. In phase two, there's another set of things that you do. In phase three, there's another set of things that you do. How do you decide what goes in phase one, what goes in phase two, what goes in phase three, right? Most of it is using a lot of common sense and logical thinking. You can derive those things, right? There are certain frameworks and models that have been built over the years as well, right? To kind of decide what is your phase one items, what is your phase two items. You can call it phase one, you can call it priority one, right? So essentially, in order of priority, how do you decide in the list of hundreds of things that you need to do? What is the priority? Cool. So that is essentially what we will be covering. All right. So feature prioritization is, as I explained, it's a very critical aspect of product management, right? It helps you decide which features to develop first, which features to develop later, right? And this is primarily based on a couple of things: potential impact and alignment with business goals, right? Customer experience comes in, the number of users kind of impacted with a particular feature. So there are multiple frameworks around this. So you have your first framework, which is the simplest framework, right? Is called Moscow. So the Moscow method is a very simple one, which says must have, should have, could have, won't have, right? So your must haves are features that are essential for the product to work. Without them, the product cannot function. All right. Should have is important features but not critical, right? They should be included, but let's say they can be deprioritized if necessary. If you think that that you won't hit the relevant timelines if we include these features, then you have your could have features that are nice but not necessary. They can be considered if time and resources allow. And then you have your won't have features that are not relevant for the current iteration but might be considered for in the future. So let's take a simple example, right? Let's say you want to build a food delivery app, right? Let's only take the customer side of things, right? So food delivery app, what are, let's list down a few features first. Let's say the customer app, right? Let's list down certain features that should be part of a food delivery app. So let me start writing a login with mobile number. Second would be, let's say, capturing name and address. Location capturing, okay. Payment functionality. Listing of restaurants, okay. Offers and coupons. Types of foods, okay. So basically filters. Menu of restaurants, okay. Ratings and reviews. Tracking of delivery, okay. Message call to restaurant. Support, okay. Order from menu. Schedule order, okay. So I can, okay, schedule when I want the orders to be delivered. Okay. Previous history of orders. Okay. Push notifications. Subscriptions. Okay. Multi-language support, advertising. Okay, options for contactless delivery. Recommendation of food. Recommendation logic chatbot could be anything. Pick up food from restaurant functionality. Okay, I think this is good enough. Copy all of this in an Excel sheet. And against that, each of these line items, can you keep writing if do you think if it's a must have, should have, could have, or won't have for now? Right? And just the context is that we are building this food delivery app from scratch, right? This will be our first version. So based on this context, right? We are just launching this. What is a must have, what is a should have, what is a could have, what is a won't have. See, there is no right wrong here. All right. This was an exercise just to show you how chaotic prioritization can get. Right. And ultimately, what is right for you and what is right for me might not be the same. But one key thing, a couple of key things is we saw this list, right? And with that very minute context that I had given you, we jumped into defining the priority must have, should have, could have, all of that bit. Correct? That is, we directly started. If this were Maya, these were definitely things I would do. This is, let's say, some people came from a personal experience perspective as well, that these are certain issues that I kind of face. So, this needs to be solved, so hence, I think we should make this a M, right? Yes. If you go back to the previous lessons that we had kind of learned, right, about product strategy, vision, and if you start from there, right, and then you come here, then your prioritization will be much more robust and it will have a lot more logical backing to it. So, for example, what is the point of building another food delivery app? Why are we building it? What is the product vision for this? Did we think of what are the competitors out there in the market? What are they offering right now? What are the key gaps? What are the issues? How do I differentiate my product? Right? Once you start with that logical thought process, and then you kind of say, okay, you know what? Let's say in the market, there are abundant food delivery apps which have tied up with lakhs of restaurants, but I find this gap in the market where if I want quick food or food in under 15 minutes, I do not see a lot of options. The point is, before assigning priorities to your features list, you need to go back to your strategy and see where it comes to, right? What is your product vision? What is your strategy? What is the differentiator? Why are we building this product? What will it solve? Who are we building it for? Who is my target audience? What are their issues and problems in life and aspirations? Right? So please do not take each of these topics in silos, right? Because all of this is connected. That is why, when I was earlier starting off this topic, or before just speaking about it, in product management, your logical thinking, your PM mindset is the most valuable thing, right? Knowing tools is probably less than 5% of the job, right? Because you might, let's say, in analytics, you might know Google Analytics, but in some company that you're interviewing, use mixed panel. Does not matter. Nobody will judge you on that. What they will judge you on is your PM mindset skills, is your logical thinking. All right. So now that we've kind of discussed this, now can we do a much better prioritization? And when you think of it right from the start, do a top-down approach that this is my vision, this is the problem, these are the competitors, these are the features that they offer. Probably these are the features that I would want to differentiate with, and then you can add certain features here, mark them as must have because these are your differentiators with certain basic features. Let's say login, location capturing, payment functions. These are very obviously must haves, right? And then you decide the priorities of the other ones. All right, let's move forward. So these are certain examples that they have given, right? So Moscow is used in agile and scrum environments to scope work for sprints or releases. For an e-commerce mobile app, probably user registration and login. This is definitely a must-have. They said product search, the ability to users to search for products is a core functionality. And I think a lot of people said that search is a must-have. It's definitely in a higher priority. But it again all depends on, let's say, one basic question is how many products are there on your website? If you just have, let's say, 10, 15, 20 products, then building a search functionality does not make sense at all, right? Because it's just like one scroll on the page and you can list all your products. If your number of products, let's say, goes more than 50, 100, then definitely a search is much required. But if it's a smaller number and you can just list it in a single page easily, then definitely a search is not a must have, right? So each of these features you have to think very deeply about, right? And just not at a very high level that okay, search, every app has search, so we should have, we should definitely have search. Doesn't work that way. Should have examples are product reviews and ratings, right? It adds value to helps users to make informed decisions, right? But it's not critical for the app to function. Wish list again is a people are able to save products for later, but the app can again function without it. Could have is social sharing, multiple payment options, right? So you initially have your basic set of credit card, debit card, UPI, but let's say Apple Pay or others, BNPL payments are something that can come in much later, and then won't have is augmented reality product visualization, right? While very innovative, it is not necessary at all. It can be considered for a much future development. Then in your prioritization framework, this is the most popular framework that I have seen in the industry called RICE. RICE. RICE stands for Reach, Impact, Confidence, and Effort. It is a data-driven framework designed to objectively prioritize features based on scoring models. So reach is how many users or customers will the feature impact, right? Measured by the number of users, transactions, sessions affected. Impact is how much impact will this feature have on the user experience or goal. So impact is typically rated on a scale, right? Let's say 0 to 3 scale, 0.25 for minimal impact, 3 for massive impact. So and your impact can also be it has to be decided as a product team, as a company, what is the impact that you're going for. Some teams will have, let's say, sales as an impact. Some teams will have, let's say, customer rating as an impact, right? So what is the North Star metric that your product team or let's say your company as a whole is following that will define the impact here, right? Let's say if the company's vision is right now that we don't care about, let's say, customer rating, we just want to increase sales, then a feature which does not increase sales too much, but has a very high impact on customer rating, ideally will have a lower impact, right? Because the business goal is not customer rating, but sales, right? Then you have your confidence level, which is how confident are you in the accuracy of your reach and impact estimates. So these estimates that you've carved out of reach of impact, how confident is it? Are you that this will happen? This is a percentage value, 80%, 90%, 70% confident, right? And this confidence level again sort of comes back to how did you decide your reach and your impact. Let's say if this was absolutely an objective data driven insight, then then your confidence is much higher. But if your reach and impact is, let's say, more subjective than objective, then your confidence level should be a little lower. And the final is your effort, how much work is required to implement the feature, which is measured in person hours, days, weeks. This is essentially your most companies use the engineering effort required to develop that functionality, right? So the formula for the rice score is reach into impact into confidence divided by effort. So here's a use case, right? So all right, so this is the formula for the rice score. So let's say these three features. So we have prioritizing features for a task management app, right? The three features under consideration are task reminder, project templates, and advanced reporting. So these are the three features. They have figured out the reach for each of these features. They have figured out the impact of these features. They put in a confidence score. They asked their engineering team to put in the efforts, and then they calculated a rice score, right? Higher the rice score, the better, the more it will be more prioritized, right? So task reminders with the highest rice score would be prioritized over others. It's simple as that. In your rice score, it just boils down to the score. The higher the score, the higher in priority this particular feature goes. This is the formula. So reach into impact into confidence divided by effort.
So reach is here is 800 into 3 into 0.9 divided by 2. Okay. So yeah, this is what is rice. And the next one is this is the last product featureization or prioritization model, Cano, and one more, which is value versus complexity. This is also very similar to our Moscow model, right? If you look at this, it says basic needs, performance needs, excitement needs, indifferent features, and reverse features, right? I've always kind of aligned Kano model in my head with the HR model of hierarchy of needs for a human. I don't know, guys, if you guys have seen that, where you have your basic needs initially, then you have some more, and then you have your at the top is what is called self actualization, right? So where it falls, right? So basic needs, all of us again understand, expect, and in their absence will lead to dissatisfaction, security, stability. So again, most of your basic ones: login with mobile number, OTP, able to enter my address, right? Add to cart, pay online, basic functionality, right? Performance is system should not lag, it should not get hanged, right? So system performance should be decent enough, right? More of these features you provide, the more satisfied your customer. Faster loading times, better performance. Excitement needs is delighters. Features that your users don't expect but love when they are present. So innovative or surprising features, right? Let's say tomorrow, all of a sudden, Zomato starts giving you a discount on every fifth offer, on every fifth order, right? That will be a delight for all of us, right? Then you have reverse features that can actually lead to dissatisfaction if present. Let's say too many notifications, too many banner pop-ups, right? One my pet peeve is on a lot of apps, when a lot of websites when I go, I at least get two or three pop-ups first. One is that GDPR, then I have some coupon getting thrown in my face, then I have sign up pop-up getting thrown in my face. That is leading to more dissatisfaction than happiness, right? So it's a reverse feature. So all of these GDPR notification on all these websites, I will definitely put them under a reverse feature set. So let's say this is a use case where they are doing it for a streaming video platform. So they have a basic video playback, right? Which the category is the must be the basic need, right? Essential feature. Without it, the app is unusable. Then they have HD streaming, which is obviously performance related. So the more you provide, the happier the users are, because the better the quality of that video will be. Download for offline viewing, right? That is an exciting feature, unexpected but highly appreciated. Then you have custom themes for UI. User don't care whether the feature is present or not, right? And auto playing next video. This is a reverse feature. Some users dislike it on autoplay. It can lead to dissatisfaction. Auto playing next video can be an issue, right? On a lot of apps, especially if it's a song app, then auto playing the next song is more of a delight feature. And then you have your value versus complexity metric. Essentially your impact effort matrix. Again, these are features which essentially you plot on a graph, right? One axis you have your impact, on one axis you have your effort, and then you can chart where your feature lies. So this framework plot feature on a matrix that compares the potential business or user value against the complexity or the effort required. This matrix divides feature into four quadrants: quick wins, which is high value, low effort. This should be prioritized first. They're your big bets, which is high value, high effort. These are important but require significant investment. Low hanging fruit is your low value, low effort. These can be added if time permits. And then you have your money pits, which is low value, high effort. This should be typically avoided. So if I just draw an axis, impact versus effort, and these are my four quadrants, right? I'll just show you this graph, value versus complexity. Let me just Google it. It'll probably be there, right? So this is your business value, right? This is your efforts, low effort, low business value, right? High business value, low effort, definitely should do, right? High value and high effort. These are your essentially big bets, strategic initiatives that we spoke about. And then high effort, low value is something that we should completely avoid, right? So this is your value complexity matrix. This is also something that used in the early stages of product development, or let's say at a strategic level more so, wherein you do not want to go too much into an objective calculation. right? But you have some data, you know where your business is headed, what features will add certain value, right? And you want to have a much higher level of discussions with, let's say, higher ups. So this is something that is most used there, wherein you show them that, let's say you have a discussion with your CPO, VP, or CEO, right? Getting into rice will be too much of nitty gritties. This sort of simplifies things at let's say a CXO level, where you say these features have high business values. You have your justifications and your calculations with it, right? And you obviously have your implementation or your effort along with it. And then you say that this is what we will focus on right now. This is that something that we will work towards in the next phases, because these are our strategic bets. This is something that we have kept it on the back burner, but we can pick up whenever we have some time and some resources free. This is something that we'll completely avoid. Okay. So we did product feature prioritization, right? This is a much more basic concept of the types of product features. All right. What are the types of features? We just quickly go through this, and after this, we'll jump again into a case study of feature prioritization, because I want to really spend a lot of time on ensuring that we all understand how to prioritize features much more better, because that will be one of the biggest sort of questions you'll be asked whenever you're interviewing for any product role, right? A lot of your conversation will be, and the judgment also will be around what is your thinking around how do you prioritize certain features, how do you work around them, and all of that bit. So types of product features: one is core features, then there are secondary features, we have differentiating features, UI UX features, technical and backend features, and innovative features, right? I think the names itself are kind of self explanatory for most of them, right? I'll just get into each one of them. So core features are essentially functionalities without which product wouldn't serve its purpose, right? So these are the must-have features that we already saw, right? That fulfill the basic promise to the users. Example, ability to send and receive messages in a messaging app, placing an order in a food delivery app, right? Then you have your secondary features. These are your should-have features, right? Features that complement the core functionality but are not critical for the product's fundamental use. They improve user experience, offer additional convenience. So emoji reactions, right, in a messaging app, scheduling delivery times in a food delivery app. Then you have your differentiating features, which set the product apart from your competitors. These can create a USP or a unique selling proposition, and often become the reason why users choose one product over others. So Instagram's stories features allow users to share disappearing content. Spotify's personalized playlist like Discover Weekly based on user listening habits, right? Spotify, if you guys know, is the music app, and their entire recommendation and personalized playlist is the core reason why most people use Spotify over other music apps, right? Though personally, I'm more of a YouTube guy, because I just like to listen to the repeats more than the new ones. Then you have your UX UI features. These features focus on the user interface and experience. While they may not add new functionality, they improve how users interact with the product, making it more intuitive and visually appealing, right? So let's say a drag and drop functionality is a design tool, dark mode in a mobile app that reduces eye strain. These features essentially improve the UX or the user experience while using the app or this website or any software, or let's say any product per se. Then you have a technical and backend. These are hidden from the user, right? But are crucial for the product's performance, security, safety, reliability, all that. So encryption to ensure data privacy, load balancing algorithms that improves the app speed and scalability, ensures that the app doesn't crash when a lot of users come in. All these technical features are also very important. Then you have your innovative, cutting edge functionalities, right, that push the boundaries of what the product can do, offering solving problems in ways that were previously unavailable. So AI powered image recognition in Google Photos, augmented reality shopping in IKEA's app, right? If you go on Lens card, then the try on feature wherein you put in your face and you can see how the different glasses look on you, or let's say a couple of these makeup apps have how the lipstick looks on your face, right? These are your innovative features per se. Okay. So understanding features through value, these are customer focused features. These features directly address the needs, problems, or desire of the user, right? The value they offer is clearly and directly linked to improving the user life or making it easier. So a one-click checkout feature in e-commerce reduces the friction in purchasing. Business focused features, you have features that align with the product's business goals, that is increasing revenue, customer retention, or brand differentiation. So let's say a subscription reminder feature, or if you see, which is a dark feature. So there are certain something called dark UX. All right. So what is dark UX? Is a functionality which is not really in the benefit of the customer, but it is there mostly to solve a business problem. So let's say if when you're buying insurance online, a lot of times you see certain add-ons already tick marked, right? Let's say if when you're buying a motor insurance, you will see a personal liability insurance already checked and added to your list, right? Ideally, that is dark UX. They are not asking you if you want it; they're already adding it in your bucket, hoping that 99% people think that this is mandatory or this is not optional or something of that sort. Don't uncheck that box and buy it. It solves a business goal problem of increasing revenue, increasing profitability, all of that, right? So certain features are these kind of features. That is a business focused feature, if you can call it that way, right? Identifying these valuable features. So you have your user research, competitor analysis, data driven decisions. So understanding pain points, desires through surveys, interviews, right? Usability tests help uncover which features would provide the most value. By studying what feature competitors offers, you can identify where your product can innovate or differentiate itself or even catch up to your competition. And then there are data driven decisions where feature usage metrics, abandonment rates and user feedback provide critical insights into which features are most valuable and where improvements can be made. So you look at a lot of your data, your conversion rates, your, let's say, your funnel analysis, that okay, from step 1 to step 2 there's a dropout of 50%, from step 2 to step 3 there's again a dropout of 70%, right? And then you start delving in deeper as to why this is happening. You look at different user cohorts, you look at different times of the day, different regions, based on different themes. You start looking at this cuts and pieces, you look at this data, right, and see if there's a problem. So probably you can just see that if more than 1000 users come on a particular day, right, your drop offs increase, right? That is primarily because your system is not scalable enough. So then you go and solve that problem, right? If you see that this age range of, let's say, 35 to 45, I'm seeing more drop off in this user demography, right? So you can go and talk to this age group, this set, right? You do your user surveys and identify why that is happening and then go and solve for it, right? Let's say if you're on the page, your main call to action or the intended use is to add to cart, right? But you see that a lot of people are just moving their mouse around and not doing add to cart because probably your add to cart is not on the right side where it usually is, but you've put your add to cart somewhere here, right? So this is, people are not just going here. You can see their movement of the cursor going from this like this, but nobody is going here. So can definitely do a hypothesis wherein you change the position of your add to cart button from here to here and see if that increases your add to cart rate. Feature prioritization we already kind of studied, right? Not all features can or should be developed at once. Prioritizing features is crucial. So it is essentially done on customer value, business impact, feasibility, right? So how much does the feature help users? Does the feature align with the company's goals, such as revenue, engagement, or any other metric that can is with the focus of the business or, let's say, the group or the product group that you're part of, right? And feasibility is the feature realistically to be built with the current resources, timelines, and technology, right? A feature that offers high value but is too complex or expensive should be ideally deprioritized. And then is your final feature life cycle, where we've already studied this: ideation, design, development, launch, and optimization. Clear? Okay. Now, this is feature documentation. All right. This is talked about a lot in product of how you are documenting your features, your user stories, your specifications, right? It is very important to kind of document things in a much better and clear way so that people who are actually developing it, designing it, have a very clear idea of what they need to do and why they need to do and what needs to happen once they have done this, right? Because you have done your ideation, you understand what needs to be built. Everything from start to end is clear in your head because you are the guy, right? You're the product person. It is your baby. You have conceptualized, oh, this is the feature I will build, this is what will happen, this is what needs to happen. Right from start to end, it's all in your head. But you alone can obviously never bring it to life. So you need your other team members to bring it to actual life, because as a product manager, you do not design, you do not code, you do not market, you do nothing, right? You are essentially paid to think, correct? So your way of communicating your entire thought process is the feature documentation, right? It can be in the form of user stories, technical specifications, wireframes, right? So that everybody else has as clear an understanding as you have. So for user stories in the industry, you will most probably see Jira being used, right? In Jira, you can write your user stories, right? Which will then be assigned to a developer who will work on it, create tasks, all of that bit. Let me see if I can find a nice example of a Jira story and how to do this, how to write user stories in Jira. Yeah. So this is what essentially a Jira board looks like, right? Once you get access, there's a create issue button somewhere here behind this user story headline. You click on that, this pop-up will open up. You will choose your project, your issue type is story. All this will essentially be created by your project management team or your Scrum team, right? And then these are your different components. You have a summary, you have descriptions, you can attach your different files for it, right? The way that a story is usually written is documented here, right? As a persona, I want to do this so that XYZ happens, right? So let's say if you are writing a story or trying to explain a search functionality that you want to build a search functionality on a customer app, you will write, as a customer, I want to be able to search for food items so that I can go and order the item that I want to that I have searched for, let's say, right? So as a persona is who are we building this for, right? We are not a just job title, we are after the persona of the person, right? Wants to is describing their intent, right? Not the features they use, what are they actually trying to achieve? And so that is the immediate desire to do something that fits in the pitch. What is the overall benefit that they are trying to achieve? So for example, user story might look like, as Max, I want to invite my friends so that we can enjoy the service together. As Sasha, I want to organize my work so I can feel more in control. As a manager, I want to be able to understand my colleagues' progress so I can better report our success and failures. This is the normal structure of a user story, right? It's no rocket science, it's very simple. And then you start writing your details of the each of these stories, right? As in, what are the details now? So in search, that I should be able to search with, let's say, restaurant names. You want to be able to search with food item names, right? Or area names as well. Whatever different things that you should be able to search as, you start writing in the details, right? Then you can also have in the details some wireframes, that this is how it should probably look like, so you attach those wireframes in your story, right? Then you have something at the end of the user story called an acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria essentially defines that once this feature is developed, what is the criteria by which you will decide if this is an acceptable feature or not, right? So it will obviously have your basic features that I should be able to enter the name and it gives me the correct relevant results, right? That is, let's say, one acceptance. If I enter biryani, it should show me the biryani items, right? Second acceptance criteria can also be that if I start typing the first three words, it should show me certain recommendations. So if I do BIR, it should show me some names, biryani, Hyderabadi biryani, or something of that sort. The third acceptance can be a performance related acceptance, right? That the search result should not take more than 100 milliseconds, right? So let's say these are my acceptance criteria, and then I submit it. So once this feature is developed, when even the QA is testing, they will look at this acceptance criteria and see if it fits the acceptance criteria. Even when you are then testing it, you also remember, okay, these were the acceptance criteria that I gave, and if it meets these acceptance criteria or not, right? So that is how user stories are essentially written. So look at the details. Company name is XYZ, logo size, logo width, positioning of the logo, color of the logo is something that this person has added as a description. Right. So this was an example for the what how to use Jira. Okay.
All right. So designing product features and specifications, right? So capturing features and specifications from the voice of customer, VOC. Is VOC, I think all of us must have heard in our organizations at some point of the other, right? It essentially refers to gathering insights, feedbacks directly from the customer to understand their pain points, their aspirations, their expectations, all of this, right? And using these insights, product managers can kind of create features that resonates with the users, that either solves their problems that they've spoken about or solve some aspirations that they have kind of portrayed in this voice of customer period, right? So in simple terms, you talk to the customer directly and you kind of take their feedback. Now in a lot of cases, talking to customers directly might not be possible, right? So there's a good proxy for it is, let's say, your reviews, your Play Store reviews, your Google reviews, your mouthshut.com reviews, anywhere where the customer has left a direct review, right? You can just go through those reviews, scrape them, read through them, and understand what is the customer trying to say, right? Apart from that, obviously you can do talk to your customers, do surveys, focus groups to also understand the voice of customers. So methods are customer interviews, surveys, focus groups, right? Customer feedback in app or online. So collect user feedback directly within the app or through feedback forms on your website. Social media listening, monitor discussions on social platforms like Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Insta, all of that bit, right? And your finally your customer support tickets. Analyze recurring issues and feedback received by customer support teams. Customers often report problems or missing features through these channels. So these are your multiple ways of collecting the voice of customer. Then a lot of companies do a NPS survey as well, right, to gauge customer satisfaction on a so the biggest question is on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely are you to recommend a product to a friend? 5, 4. Mostly, I found such direct questions very useless, to be very honest, right? Because it, as a product manager, does not give me anything. If let's say my NPS is 70 or 80, does not matter to me. If it is 30, 40, I know people are not liking it, but I still don't know why. So NPS has in real life in practicality has never really helped me as a product manager. Product reviews rating, definitely Google Play, App Store, we already spoke about. And then you have your final user analytics, which is your Google Analytics mix panel to identify how customers interact with existing features and their pain points. Okay. So once VOC is collected, the product manager needs to analyze it to extract valuable insights about the customer and translate them into actionable product features and specifications, which is what our essentially job is. So how do we do that? Is one, you identify pattern and trends. So grouping of similar feedbacks, right, to identify common pain points, feature requests, or area of improvement. So this is a good example. 50% of users mention difficulty finding products using the current search function. So this is a clear indicator that there is something wrong with the search function, because 50% of users said that they cannot find the right product. So now then you start delving deeper into the search function as to what is happening, what are the users trying to do, what are the results that they see, were they essentially intending to look for, and what did were they shown. And basis this, you then figure out the problem and propose a solution to it as well. Categorization of feedback is usability issues, feature requests, or it is a bug. So you can organize it into different baskets, that let's say these are bugs in our existing system, these are, let's say, performance issues, because a lot of your customer feedback will say the app is slow, the website does not load, right? So all of these can be bucketed under performance issues. And then you have your standard feature requests, which is, I want a feature where I should be able to do this, where I should be able to do that, right? So let's say if your website does not have a wish list, then you might hear some customer saying, I wish there was something where I could save all the items that I want to buy later. So these are feature requests around a wish list that are coming in, right? So categorization of feedback. Then prioritize user problems. Not all customer requests are equal. right? Identify the most impactful problems and then use prioritization frameworks to decide which features should be tackled first, right? Example, a recurring pain point about poor onboarding can be prioritized over minor UI preferences. So again, all these features, issues, performance issues, you will have to start prioritizing based on reach, impact, or you could do more scope, right? As simple as that, and then start dealing with them from the first priority onwards. Segment user feedback by persona. Different segments can have different needs. So you have your power users, you have enterprise versus SMBs, and their needs can vary. So power users request more advanced reporting, while new users want simplified onboarding. Right? This is a classic case in a B2B software company, right? Where your already established users now request more advanced features, while the newer ones are still dealing with the basics of onboarding, starting up the system. So how do you prioritize? Which one do you look at first, right? That is something that we need to solve. So we'll figure how to do all of this. You have your survey data, right? Tools like Google Form or Survey Monkey can provide the insights from the responses. And then we have qualitative analysis, interviews and focus groups, something we already understand. After analyzing VOC, product manager translate needs into actionable features. This process involves breaking down insights into specific product functionalities, right? So identify the core problem or need. This is a very important step. Sometimes, not sometimes, majority of the times, what you will see is people will come up to you, or even in your feedbacks, you will see people trying to kind of give solutions, right? So let's say most people will say, I wish there was a button here that when I click on this, XYZ happens. Now, as a product manager, you cannot take that on face value, because if you start doing that, then there'll be like, 1,000 feature list that you'll have to deal with, right? Because most people, what they do, they think that, they understand the software, they understand all of this, they understand the product as well. And if once you follow their solution, it'll be the best, right? This is a evergreen problem in product. So instead of looking at what they are saying on face, taking what they're saying on face value, we need to go one step behind that face, right? And identify the actual core problem of why is this person saying whatever he's saying, right? What is the pain point, or what is the end goal that they are trying to reach? And then if you try and do that, you will see that at least 100 of your feature requests that, let's say, these different 100 people have spoken about, stem from the same core problem that all of these people are facing, but all of them are kind of telling you that problem in multiple different ways. Let's say some are telling you in a solution format, some are telling you in an end goal format, right? Because everybody kind of gives feedback also very differently, right? Not everybody knows that you are a product manager and it is your job to design the product feature and think about the solutioning, and all they need to tell you is the problem. Most people don't know this, and they will, even if they know this, they cannot do that, because there's an inherent quality in all of us to, if we see a problem, right, we will try to solve it, or at least give a suggestion for the solution of it. Very few of us actually state the core problem to anybody else, right? And in my career, this is the biggest problem, as one of the biggest problems as a product manager, that I keep facing even today, right? Be it, let's say, internal feedback from different team members, from CXOs that I keep getting, be it my customer feedback that I keep looking at. There's no clarity in what the actual problem is. Nobody wants to define it in very simple, clear terms. And I think this is one of the biggest reasons that product managers are really required, right? Because if you look at a product management role, the product management role does not code, does not market, does not sell, does not design, does not do anything, right? If you really ask me, they're only paid to think. So why does a company need a group of people just to think and just to analyze? And it's not like we are data analysts, that we are even great at doing data analysis. right? Our data analysis skills are also, let's say, average as compared to an actual data analyst. And I've often thought about this issue in my career, right? Like, why does product management exist? And it one of the things that I kind of always keep boiling down on is this problem, that if I wasn't there, then let's say my business team would come and give a solution directly to my engineering team, and they would directly implement it, and that would solve no problem in the world, because that communication is completely broken. They are giving a solution, they are not understanding the problem, they are building that exact solution per se, and the customer is still suffering. So this is what you are actually solving for in your company. That is why they pay you, to identify that actual problem behind the problems and behind the chaos that is being created in the company. All right. So yeah, define the user story. So we saw we need to write simple descriptions of the feature, right, from the user's perspective, defining what customers want to achieve with the product. So as a team leader, I want to receive notifications for upcoming task deadlines so I don't miss them. Then you have create feature requirements. Then based on the user stories, you define the specific features needed to solve that identified problem and the requirements of the functionality. So notifications, that the system will automatically send a reminder notification to the task owner and assign it 2 days before the task is due. Users can set customized reminders for 1 day, 2 day, 1 week before due date. On the dashboard, task will be sorted by due date, with task due sooner highlighted at the top of the list. So sort by the earliest task due. So these are some details of that feature that you will also have to define, which is detailed specification. Further break it down. So you can skip this. Yeah, okay, we'll just look at this piece. Just look at the below piece, the performance metrics and the acceptance criteria. So the accept performance metrics is notification should delivery should occur within 1 second of the trigger time, right? Reminders must reach 95% of the users without failure. So this is what you as a product manager are defining, that this is the level of performance I need, right? 1 second is also a very long time. Normally in engineering, in software engineering, we talk in micro milliseconds, right? 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds. And acceptance criteria, as I think we already spoke a little, notifications are successfully sent to all users for tasks due in 2 days. Users can customize the timing of notifications. So these are my acceptance criteria. If these functionalities are not there, then the story is not done. Then engineering team still needs to work more on this story, right? Once these acceptance criteria are met, then we are good to make this feature live. That is what this acceptance criteria essentially means. All right, you have your edge cases as well in when you're defining your specifications. So edge cases is scenario: what happens if the user's email address is incorrect or invalid, right? What happens if the task due date is changed after a reminder has been already sent? So essentially, what can go wrong? You need to think about that and incorporate that in your stories as well, and obviously give a solution. So for the email address, the solution given here is show an error message in the notification settings if the system cannot send an email due to invalid address. If the task due is changed after a reminder is already sent, then the system will cancel the original reminder and send a new one based on the updated due date, right? There can be much more edge cases to this as well, right? If you sit and when we think of each feature, we will be able to figure out the different edge cases, but we'll keep that for a later date. Dependency is the feature dependent on the existing notification service. It requires integrate. Dependency is something we can leave for now. Evaluating features for customer fit. So now that we've kind of done with VOC, right? We've done all our research and understanding. We analyze product usage to evaluate how well the features are meeting these customer needs, right? So we obviously track our KPIs, metrics such as multiple metrics. Some examples are user engagement, adoption rate, satisfaction scores, right? Customer support feedback. So review support tickets and feedback to identify any recurring issues. And then it is again the iteration process, iterate and improve based on feedback, identify areas for improvement, and then you implement these changes. And then this continuous feedback loop kind of comes in, right? Where you launch something, you analyze it, you iterate, you again launch, and then this loop keeps running, right? That is how normally agile product management is kind of done. Product mix, yes. This is the second big item that we'll be covering, product mix. So product mix refers to the complete range of products that a company offers. It represents the total variety of products that a business sells and can be classified in terms of width, length, depth, and consistency. So this is a classic example of a product mix for Marico, right? You have your product categories, which is your product width, right? Hair oil, hair care, edible oil, deodorants, personal wash, fabric cream. Then these are your product lines: Parachute, Nihar, Livon, Safola, all of that. And within your Parachute, you have coconut oil, advanced, jasmine, therapy, stars, which is your product width and variants. So this is called a product mix, where there's width, there's a product line, there's depth as well. Okay. Just some quick references. Width refers to the number of different product lines a company offers. So Apple's product mix includes product lines like iPhone, MacBook, iPad, wearables. So this is the width, different product lines or different types of products, right? Length refers to the number of products or items within a company's product line. So within the iPhone line, it has multiple phones: SE, 14, 15, 16 now, right? So this is your length. Then your depth refers to the number of variations for each product. So each iPhone model has different storage options, color variations, right? That is the depth. And consistency is how closely related the various product lines are in terms of production, distribution, and usage. So Apple's products are much more highly consistent because they all operate on the same software and designed for a similar customer base. So consistency is pretty high, right? So these are the key dimensions. So they've again given an example for Nike. Nike has multiple product lines: footwear, apparel, equipment. Within footwear product line, Nike has sneakers, running shoes, basketball shoes. Depth is it offers various colors and sizes for each model, right? And Nike products are related to sports and active lifestyle, maintaining some bit of consistency, let's say, across product lines. But their manufacturing, I think, will be much different. But yes, the distribution and the customer base will still be same for Nike, right? Across all these three product lines that they have kind of stated here. So, what is a product line? A product line is refers to a group of related products that are marketed under single brand and are designed to serve a specific segment or meet a specific particular need. All products within a product line typically have similar functionality, are marketed to the same customer, or share distribution channels. Okay, let's see some examples. I think that will clarify this for us. So, what are the key characters? Related products. Products in a line typically share similar features or design for the same purpose. So, Coca Cola offers product line that are beverages, include Coke, Diet Coke, Coke Zero, flavored Cokes, targeting the same customers, right? Microsoft Office has a product line that includes Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all designed for business users and working people like us, and sold under a common brand name. So products within a product line are usually marketed with the same brand identity. Here they have given the L'Oreal example. It has a skincare product line that includes all these different things. All are sold under the L'Oreal Paris brand name. And if you look at it, they are also targeted to the same customer, right? Example, I think we'll just skip this for now. Why are product mix and product lines important? Right, for business it is market coverage, risk management, and brand extension, right? So a diverse product mix allows companies to target different segments, expand their presence. By having multiple product lines, it reduces the dependency on the success or failure of just one product, right? And obviously it helps you diversify your risk as well. And brand extension is they can leverage their brand reputation across product lines to launch newer products, right? So same case when we spoke about, let's say, Tata Motors, they have these three different product lines, right? All of them help them cover more of that automobile market, right? So they increases their market coverage. In 1 year, if their passenger vehicles are not doing great, let's say their commercial vehicles might see an uptick, so it reduces their risk of a bad result in a particular year, right? And obviously, they are using the same Tata brand across all of these product lines. For customers, it is more choices and specializations because product lines offer specialized products that cater to specific needs or preferences, making it easier for customers to find the right product. Okay. Example given is PNG, includes beauty, healthcare, cleaning products. each product line, Tide, laundry detergent, head and shoulders, serve distinct needs, but collectively broadens the P&G's market reach. Okay. Product line extension refers to addition of new products to an existing product line, right? These new products are typically variations of existing ones, but offer different feature styles, target segment. This is used to leverage the brand equity and customer loyalty, right? So types of product line extensions, new variants, new features, targeting new segments. Examples: Coca-Cola extending the product line by offering Diet Coke, Coke Zero, Coke Cherry, right? These variants target customers who want low calorie options or different flavors while maintaining the core Coca-Cola identity. Right? Apple iPhone line again extends the iPhone line with new models, which differ in terms of features, price points, performance level, but cater to different customer needs within the same product line. Right? Especially they bought an iPhone SE just for, let's say, the Indian market, so that they can have a lower priced model as well. Product modifications refer to changes or improvement made to existing products. These modifications can be driven by advancement, customer feedback, market competition. Right? It does mainly aim to keep products relevant. So if you look at or Oreo has these many versions. You have your strawberry Oreo, mini Oreo, vanilla Oreo, all of that. These are just to, in my head, mostly just to keep the product relevant, right? So types of product modifications are mentioned. Quality modifications improve the product's durability, performance, right? So car manufacturer upgrading the engine of an existing model to improve its performance. Functional modifications are enhancing or adding new functionalities to the product to improve its usefulness or convenience. So smartphone manufacturer adding a new camera or increasing battery life in the next iteration of the existing phone model. So if I were to say, iPhone follows functional modifications for every new launch, right? They also follow style and aesthetics, so they change the appearance, design, or packaging, right? Bigger screen, bezel-free screen, all of these are style and aesthetic modifications for the iPhone, right? And then you have feature upgrades, adding newer advanced features. So Microsoft releasing updates for Windows OS to include new security features. So I'll just reiterate very quickly. Line extensions are new variants, new features, right? Modifications are of these four types: quality modifications, functional modifications, style or aesthetic, and feature upgrades. Benefits again: market segmentation, brand loyalty, increased market share, and competitive advantage. So, product modifications improve satisfaction, stay current, cost effective, compliance, safety. But if you really ask me, I think product modifications are primarily done by most companies to stay current, right? It is just to stay in the news that these product modifications are being done. Product line extensions, I can understand or agree to a certain extent that increase market share, or they try to give a competitive advantage, right? But it's, I think, more gimmicks than anything else, if you really ask me. So I think we've kind of covered enough of product line extensions and modifications, right? I will now directly jump to the BCG product matrix. So the BCG Matrix, also known as the Boston Consulting Group Matrix, it's a strategic tool used in product portfolio management to evaluate the potential of a company's products or business units based on market growth and market share. All right, developed by the BCG Consulting Company, this matrix helps companies allocate resources by identifying which products or business units are worth investing in, which should be maintained, and which need to be divested. Right, so you can do this with your products. You can do this if you're, let's say, Reliance. You can do this with your multiple companies as well, right? You can do this with your different business units within a company as well. So you can use this framework in multiple ways, right? So these are your four essentially quadrants: star, cash cow, question mark, and dog. So if you see this line, this is the market growth line. So high market growth, high market share, this is the star product, right? Because it's growing also fast, it is also dominant in that industry. If it is growing fast but it has low share, then it is a question mark, right? Because we don't know where this will actually end up. Low growth but high share, this is the cash cow, right? So the industry as such is not, let's say, not growing, but that industry we have completely monopolized in a sense, right? So that is my cash cow. And there's, let's say, low growth and low market share as well, right? So this would be the dog. And then basis this, the company or the group company per se can now decide which product, which company should I put in more investments, put in more resources, all of that bit, right? So let's just take this example of Reliance, right? Basis this chart, what do you think is Reliance cash cow? So Reliance Industries per se, right? What would be the star here? So Geo and retail, yes, can come in the star one because high growth and high market share as well for both Geo and retail. What is question mark here? Reliance Jewels, right? And low growth, low market share, stars, the media outlet, right? Cool. So this is the explanation of it. Stars is characteristics is high market share and high growth, right? Strategy, stars are using the leading products in a rapidly growing industry, requiring significant investment to sustain growth, right? Companies should focus on investing in nurturing stars to eventually become cash cow as the market growth slows down. Cash cow is high market share in a low growth market. Cash cow generates stable and significant cash flow, often with minimal investments in the market growth is low. Use the profit from cash flow to fund stars and invest in question marks. Question mark or the problem children. Low market share in a high growth market are often new products or business units that require substantial investment to increase their market share. Objective is evaluate whether it's worth investing to grow these into stars or divest if they lack potential. In dogs, we also all know low market share in a low growth market. They have limited growth potential, are not profitable. Right? Companies typically aim to divest dogs or reposition them as they drain resources without providing any return. Right? So how it helps is we resource allocation. Right? We already read about this. Which one to give investment, where to put more people. Right? Strategic planning. So provides insight for developing growth strategies, right? And then balancing the portfolio, ensure the balanced mix of product types for both short-term profitability and long-term growth. Okay, cool.
So today's topic essentially is value creation communication. All right, this is the agenda for it: value creation, value communication strategies, co-creation, value delivery, different types of model, and basic understanding of Porter's value chain analysis. All right, working on it. So value creation, understanding customer needs, right? Understanding customer needs about identifying what customers truly require, desire, or expect, and then developing products or solution to fulfill those needs, right? So in product terms, we also call this right? So this is your discovery phase, wherein essentially we are trying to figure out what the product should be, what does the customer truly want, what is their aspiration, right? And what sort of product features or product in itself should we kind of create so that it brings some tangible benefits and value. So understanding customer needs is identifying them, prioritizing needs based on value, defining the value proposition, designing solutions, and continuous learning and iterations. All right. Identifying customer needs. First step is value creation is identifying what customers actually want or need. This can involve conducting market research, gathering customer feedback, analyzing pain points, and observing customer behavior. Technique like survey, interviews, focus groups, and empathy are often used to gain insights into customer preferences and challenges and motivations. Right. So I will just take a very basic example. Right. This is our survey. Right. And the issues, there were multiple issues, right? Customer support issues, the operational issues, practical lack of practical knowledge, right? Let's say late hour training, all of these multiple issues, desires, job placement, higher income, role switch, higher income, right? If I were to actually identify what is the key, let's say, key need or of the customer here, which is you guys,
right? I would just, as long as I can ensure and sort of build a product which provides every customer an increment in their earnings, I think my product is a success. Is you A lot of you identified the, let's say, training quality issues or operational challenges, support issues as a big need of the customer and tried solving for that, right? Uh, those are I think I would rate much lower in priority from a customer perspective, right? So this is identification of customer needs. Now this is prioritizing based needs based on value, which is exactly what I did. I know there are, let's say, 4 5 needs. I prioritize the first one based on the value because I know this will deliver the most value to my customers, right? So this is what this statement says. Not all needs are equal. Some are must haves, while others are maybe nice to haves or potential differentiators. Product managers prioritize needs that deliver the most value, balancing customer desire with feasibility. Okay? Defining the value proposition. Right. Once the needs are understood, product managers work to articulate a clear value proposition. This is a statement that describes how the product or service solves a problem or improves the customer. Sorry, designing solutions around needs. In this step, product managers collaborate with design, engineering, other teams to create solutions tailored to these identified needs. Right, this might involve developing new features, improving existing, or reimagining the entire product. Prototyping and usability testing are often used to validate that the solution addresses customer needs effectively before a full scale launch. And then there is your continuous learning and iterations. Customer needs evolve, so it is essential to maintain an ongoing feedback loop to adapt the product as new needs emerge or priorities shift. Right? Agile methodology supports this iterative approach, allowing product teams to release improvements regularly and ensure that the product continues to deliver value over time. Right? So let's say in my first launch, I solved for higher income. Right? My second priority, let's say, is content quality or delivery. Right? So then I will again go figure out how to solve that. My next launch will be to solve that. My third then will be okay, support, right? My fourth will be something else. And this will be a never ending cycle. So because the customer issues, needs, the market itself will keep changing over time and my product has to keep evolving over time. Examples. A fitness app company wants to improve user engagement. Through surveys and interviews, they discover that their users are struggling to stay motivated to work out alone and often unsure how to vary their exercise routines. So the approach they take is they conduct user research to identify pain points, analyze survey responses, and conducting interviews. They find that many want accountability and personalized exercise plans to stay on track. Right? I think very similar to what we also did. Prioritizing based on value. So in the fitness app case, the team identifies several potential improvements, social features for accountability, personalized workout plan, gamified rewards. They realize that personalized workout plans addresses a primary user pain point and might provide the most direct value. And they use the Kano model, right, which is basic needs, performance needs, excitement needs, right, must have, more is better, delight factors. And basic needs is reliable workout training, performance needs is personalized workout plan, and excitement is your gamified rewards. And they decide to prioritize personalized plans and schedule social features and gamification for later releases, ensuring the solution will have a immediate impact. Right? This is assuming that their reliable workout tracking kind of already exists. Defining the value prop for the fitness app, the value proposition might be stay motivated with a fitness app that provides personalized workout plans tailored to your goals, helping you build consistency, accountability, and variety in your fitness routine. Right, the value proposition is crafted based on the top needs identified, accountability, guidance, and workout variety.
Let's move on.
designing solutions around it. So the example is the fitness app team decides to add new features that offer customized workout plans based on user preferences and fitness levels, right? The features also include a progress tracker that helps them visualize their achievements over time. So the approach is they collaborate with UX designers, develop a prototype of their personalized workout planner. They conduct usability tests, right? So that users can easily navigate the feature, customize their plans, track progress, and feedback from these tests is now used to refine the entire before it actually goes full scale, right? So what the takeaway from this is they've thought of this feature, right? They worked with their internal teams and they developed a prototype, which they again showed it to, let's say, a set of users, got their feedback, and let's say probably tweaked a little bit here and there, went full scale. And continuous learning and iteration is after launching the personalized workout plans, the team monitors user feedback and analytics data. They notice that users are enjoying their personalized plans, but some are struggling with completing workouts due to lack of motivation, right? So the team decides to implement the social feature now that allows users to connect with friends, share progress, hoping this will enhance accountability and motivation. They also regularly update the app with new workout options based on user feedback to keep the content fresh. And this started with that personalized workout feature, rolled it out, did a prototype, saw the results, then rolled it out. Once they rolled it out, they looked at their feedback analytics data. They noticed that some people are struggling with completing their workouts due to motivation, right? Then they implemented the social feature in, right? And now they will continue keep this iteration and learning process continuously. This for now, value communication strategies. Okay. So value communication strategies are methods and tactics used to convey a product's value to customers effectively. Involves clearly communicating how the product meets customer needs, standouts from competitors, and provides benefit that justify its cost. Okay. So one is obviously crafting a clear value proposition. So well-defined value proposition serves as the foundation for value communication. A concise statement that explains what makes the product valuable and unique. This statement should highlight the specific customer needs the product addresses, the key benefits it provides, and what differentiates it from the competitors. So this example that they're giving is if a product is an eco-friendly cleaning solution, the value proposition could be eco-friendly cleaning product that is safe for your family and effective on touch stains without harming the environment. Right. Again, my I think issue is this is if they are already calling it eco-friendly cleaning product, then the rest of the statement is not really required without harming the environment, right? Because it is duplicating the same thing again and again. Understanding and segmenting the this multiple times, where effective communication requires deep understanding of the audience segment, tailoring the message resonate with each segment's specific needs and preferences, right? Segmentation allows for targeted messaging that speaks directly to the pain points and desires of the specific customer groups, whether based on demography, behavioral factors, or buying motives. Uh, the earlier fitness app small discussion that we had, I think a lot of people said that we will have a value proposition which is targeted to a certain segment. For let's say weight loss will be different, muscle will be different, right? Probably age group wise can be different. So this is the example that they have given for an all natural skincare brand. Segments could include environmentally cautious customers, people with sensitive skin, and health focused individuals. So each group would receive tailored messaging that aligns with their specific values and concerns. And the third one is you're choosing the right communication channel, right? Different customers engage on different platforms, so selecting the right channel is crucial. So this is primarily based on defining which channel will you communicate on, right? So if your TG is on social media, you should be communicating effectively on those platforms, right? If your TG, let's say, is newspaper,
reads a lot of newspapers, you should probably use that channel. If it watches a lot of TV, you should use that channel, right? Business professionals, that's it mentioned in the example, LinkedIn probably is better. So then just choosing the right channel based on who your TG is and where probably are they spending most of their storytelling to highlight benefit solutions. So this involves sharing real world scenarios, customers testimonial, brands of show how the product solves the problems or enhance life. Storytelling also helps humanize the brand, making it easier for customers to connect emotionally. So a fitness tracker brand might share the story of a customer who used the product to achieve their health goals, showing how it transformed their daily habits and helped them lead a healthier lifestyle. Focusing on benefits over features. I think we also spoke already on this, wherein customers are more interested in knowing how a product will improve their lives rather than the technical specifications, right? Language should probably focus on outcomes such as increased efficiency, convenience, saving, instead of simply listing product features. So rather than just mentioning long battery life, the product can be positioned as enabling you to stay connected throughout the day without worrying about recharging, right? So if you see a lot of these ads, right, they don't talk about the product benefits. So let's say I remember there was once an interview from Piyush Pandey, right, who's one of the advertising geniuses I was hearing, and he was talking about sort of writing an ad copy for a pressure cooker brand, right? And when he understood what the pressure cooker brand is trying to do, right? So their essential thing was that they've made it a little better, which helps save time. So it helps cook faster. And that is what the company people told him that, this is our pressure cooker, it'll help you cook faster, save time. He said, this is not what we can communicate to what we should communicate to the user, that it helps save time. What you actually need to tell the customer is, let's say that housewife who, and this is way back in early 90s probably, so hence the housewife, right, who's doing the cooking, right, and is in the kitchen for a very long time. She's the one who's probably going to make the decision of buying this X cooker versus Y cooker. So we need to tell her and communicate to her that she will get to spend more time with her family or relax or do whatever, right, because of buying this cooker and not the X cooker. Not just the basic feature ki okay, this will help you save time, this is faster, all of that. What is the true benefit, right? So little more into that sense, and that is what your communication sort of building trust and credibility. I think all of us understand this, that our communication have all these things, right? Trust building tactics, reviews, testimonials, case studies, all of this bit, right? Very obvious and very must have. And consistency. So for the value message to resonate, it needs to be consistent across all customer touch points. From ads, social media, website content, in-store experience, everything has to be consistent. Like whenever you look at Apple, their in-store experience, the banner ads they run, the video ads that they run, right? There is a certain class, and they talk about innovations and improving lives and stuff like that. And that is consistent across all different advertisements and messaging that they kind of do. So, premium luggage brand that emphasizes durability and elegance should reflect these values across every channel, from its website design, packaging to the customer service, right? So, essentially, what this entire thing is saying, that if you're saying in your communication that we are a premium luxury brand, also behave like one. When the customer experiences you, goes to your store or talks to your customer service guys, He should actually feel that this is a very premium luxurious brand that I'm talking to. So a great example is American Express, right? If you have their card, their entire proposition is for premium customers. If you talk to their customer service people, no questions asked, they will exactly on point do what is required. You will not get an answer ki, okay, I have written down your request, we will get back to you in 4 days, or let me transfer you to this person, let me do this. None of that sort. That person will have all the authority to solve all your problems, right? So it just makes you feel a little more special. And adapting the message over time is as the customer needs and dynamics change, the communication strategy needs adjustment. So gathering feedback, monitoring trends keeps the message relevant. Just like your product feature set, the messaging will also have to keep evolving. So a productivity app might initially emphasize time saving, but later pivot to emphasize work-life balance as more users seek solutions to manage remote work. Cool. So co-creation with customers, right? This essentially says that you involve customers in your product development and messaging process, right? This approach allows companies to understand and integrate customers' insights directly, resulting in products that resonate more effectively. All right. So you directly align with customer needs and preferences by involving customers early. Companies get a much clearer understanding of their needs, preferences, expectations. This first-hand knowledge leads to more relevant product features and benefits. All right. Creates a sense of ownership and loyalty. So when customers feel involved in creating a product, they're more likely to feel invested in it, and in turn, your share positive word of mouth or act as brand ambassadors for it. Right? This trust amplifies the perceived value amongst the new potential customers. All right. Third benefit is gathering feedback for clear customer centric messaging. So, customer feedback during this co creation stage helps companies understand the language, terms, and phrasing that customers naturally use to describe the product value. And this insights allows for much more clearer, more customer focused communication. So, if you look at this example, skincare brand testing prototypes with customers learns that users describe the product as calming, refreshing, right? Guiding the brand messaging to reflect these attributes instead of some technical jargon that they might have kind of used. The fourth benefit is increasing trust through transparencies. When customers are aware of their involvement, right, they perceive the brand as transparent, generally interested in delivering values. This builds trust and credibility. This is very obvious, right? And staying responsive to evolving customer needs. So co-creation is a continuous feedback loop that allows brands to stay attuned to changing customer needs and preferences, making it easier to update messaging and keeping it relevant. Right. The final one is reducing assumptions and increasing product market fit. Right. By involving customers directly, company minimizes the risk of misjudging what customers value the most. A product that genuinely meets customer needs is easier to communicate as it delivers real demonstrable. Okay. Porter's value chain. So Porter's value chain essentially is a strategic framework developed by Michael Porter, right? It helps businesses understand the specific activities within their operations that create value for customers and ultimately contribute to competitive advantage. The model breaks down a company's process into primary and support activities, highlighting how each activity adds value, right? So if you look at this chart, right, these are your support activities, these are your primary activities, right? And then ultimately is your value or margin which is getting created. So your primary activities are inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service. While your support activities are procurement, technology, human resources, firm infrastructure. So just imagine in a company you have your verticals and horizontals, right? This is pretty similar to that. So if you look at your primary activities, there are core activities involved in creating and developing the product, which include inbound logistics, activities related to receiving, storing, managing inputs like raw materials, components, and inventory. Effective inbound logistics can reduce costs and ensure a smooth production process, right? You have operations,
activity that transform inputs into final products such as manufacturing operation, assembly operation, packaging operations, right? All of this. So streamlining them can increase productivity and reduce production costs. Then you have your outbound logistics, which is distributing the finished products to your customers. This can include warehousing, order fulfillment, and delivery, right? So reducing in delivery times will enhance customer satisfaction. Marketing and sales, I think all of us understand. Activities aimed at promoting and selling the product, such as advertising, pricing strategy, sales tactics. Strong marketing and sales can increase brand visibility and drive demand. And finally, is your post-sales activities that support customers, installation, training, maintenance. So effective service can build customer loyalty and lead to repeat business. Then these are your support activities. Firm infrastructure is your organizational structure, management, finance, legal, other admin functions that keep the business running. You have your HRM, which is recruiting, training, retaining employees, technology development, product design, process automation, technology management, right? And finally, your procurement, which is acquiring resources, materials, and services needed for the production. Effective procurement ensures that inputs of high quality and cost effective support value creation in operations and logistics. So, what this model essentially does, it emphasizes that each activity in the value chain has potential to add value and impact a company's cost structure. By optimizing and coordinating these activities, businesses can either reduce cost or differentiate their product service. Cost advantage by identifying and reducing inefficiencies across the value chain. That is, let's say, negotiating better contracts in the procurement or automating processes in operations can lower their overall costs. And differentiation advantages, companies can enhance value chain activities to create unique offerings. So let's say providing superior customer service using cutting edge technology or creating a distinct brand. So this is primarily used to identify key areas of improvement, enhance value for customers, and benchmark against customers. So you can analyze each activity, spot areas to improve. You can focus on activities that directly impact customer satisfaction, such as service and product quality, and strengthen the value proposition there. And you can compare your value chain activities with competitors to identify gaps and opportunities for competitive advantage. So, this is an example, right? In a retail company, inbound logistics is streamlining supplier relationships to get high quality products quickly and at a low cost. Operations will use technology to improve inventory management and reduce stockouts, right? Or even pile ups, right? Outbound logistics will be partnering with logistics firms for fast delivery and implementing order tracking. Marketing and sales will leverage data to personalize all the marketing campaigns, and service will be to offer a robust return policy and excellent customer service.
Measuring the effectiveness, and second is improving the whole value delivery chain, right? So I think I will not spend too much time in measuring value, right? We all understand that you cannot improve it if you cannot measure, right? Basic aspect. And we also, I think, by now kind of understand a lot of the matrix uh, used for measuring. So here are some of the metrics, right, for value delivery. CSAT, I think CSAT and NPS is something almost every company kind of does it, right? CSAT measures the degree of satisfaction. NPS gauges customer loyalty by asking how likely customers are to recommend the company to others. Then you have your retention rate, lifetime value, the different product or services metrics, right? Under customer support, you can have your customer effort score or your first contact resolution percentage. So multiple essentially ways of just measuring different metrics rather to measure the ways. We also already kind of know this: feedbacks, customer reviews, ratings, social listening tools, focus groups, right? Then you can also analyze kind of operational data, delivery and fulfillment times, response times, quality metrics, usage analytics, right? Measure competitive positioning. So market share, customer acquisition rate, price comparison, perceived value versus competitors, right? I think this one also measuring perceived value, right, versus competitor, I think is a bit of a tricky one, because how do you actually measure perceived value of, let's say, a product or service versus a competitor? It's calculating financial impact, revenue growth, profit margins. All of us understand CAC and CLV, right? So CLV is also very interesting here. So CLV is your customer lifetime value, correct? So the calculation which goes in very simple terms, if you can say it, let's say I am Swiggy, all right. I know that on an average one customer orders, let's say, 10,000 worth of food per month. My margin on that is, after discounts, everything is probably somewhere about without discount, let's say right now is 2,000 rupees, right? 2,000 rupees per month is something that I will earn from the customer. And I know that the customer will, if a customer comes in, they normally stick with us for 5 7 years, right? So I will then multiply it by 60, and then I'll figure out, okay, this is my customer lifetime value. Now this customer lifetime value is very important to kind of understand for most of the companies, because that defines a lot of things for them. So that will define how much money can they spend on marketing to acquire newer customers, right? So that is your CAC, which is your customer acquisition cost. So let's say Swiggy knows that over a 5 year period, a customer, they will earn, let's say, 5 lakh rupees from a customer, just hypothetically, right? So they know they can spend a lot on marketing, right? They know they can do a lot of couponing and discounting, because they have a decent enough margin to play around with. So if you are earning 5 lakh rupees, you can spend probably 50,000 rupees also to acquire and keep that customer engaged and keep giving him some discounts here and there, right? And that is how this whole business kind of pans out. So that is why if you look at most of these platform companies, when they come in, they put in a lot of money on marketing and discounts, right? Because they know once you get stuck, then they will churn and make their money out of you, right? So that is not a concern for them. Their major concern is the getting a customer and ensuring that he stays at least initially till the point they know that if, let's say, X threshold is crossed, now this customer is us and he will keep sticking with us. So figuring out the CLV is, hence the CAC versus CLV ratio is very important for a lot of these companies. Then you have your repeat percentage. So high repeat reflects strong value, right? That is why the customer is sort of doing the whole repeat purchase. And then obviously you do your set benchmarks, and there's a continuous improvement cycle. So this is an example of process for measuring the value delivery effectiveness. Step one is collecting baseline data on CSAT, NPS, on different metrics, right? Gather qualitative insights from customer feedback and social listening. Monitor repeat purchase and customer retention rates monthly, weekly, you can do it whatever. Do a quarterly review of these metrics, compare them both internally, benchmarks, and with competitor data, and then based on finding, adjust strategies, right? Now it is on the, now we've kind of measured everything, and how do we kind of improve the process, right? So improving the process involves enhancing the ways in which a company provides value to its customers, ensuring that product services are delivered more effectively, essentially, and in a way that it meets customer needs better, right? Don't look at the, this one is wrong, I'm sorry, this header needs to change, but the crux is obviously understand needs and expectations, right? Once we've measured, we will know where it is, where things are breaking, right? What is going right, what is not going right, and then obviously optimize the operational efficiency, identify and eliminate bottlenecks, right, that slow down the entire process. So these are some examples that give, implement lean process or automation in areas where we can reduce cost, improve speed, invest in quality control, right? Ensure that consistent product or service quality is getting delivered, enhance the customer communication and transparency. So keeping customers informed about each stage of the delivery process. So this is more, let's say, on a logistics piece. We keep getting continuous updates, right? It has left the warehouse, it is in transit, it has reached local hub, it is out for delivery, all of this bit, right? So this continuous updates is sort of also helps build customer trust and alleviates a lot of customer anxiety. Leverage technology for process improvement, so using data analytics and CRM tools to identify patterns and optimize interactions, and empower frontline employees, right? Train employees to provide excellent customer service and empower them to resolve issues. I think a lot of companies kind of just fail here, right? One great example that I've personally seen is, let's say, Amex, right? You talk to their call center, and the guy or the girl that you'll speak with, they will have absolute authority to kind of resolve any issues for you, right? You will not get to hear that, okay, sir, kindly mail us, or let me talk to my senior and I'll get back to you, or all that sort. They will kind of just help you resolve the issue to the maximum possible limit. And even Amazon kind of provides and empowers their customer support people a lot to resolve issues, right? Because that is an important touch point when it comes to customer satisfaction, building trust, and also gaining trust, right? Monitor and improve after sales support. Again, Indian companies kind of lack a lot here, right? Continuously measure and refine. So keep tracking, and the continuous improvement cycle keeps kicking in. So that is it. So let's say this is for an e-commerce business. Improving the value delivery process might involve using data analytics to predict demand and optimize inventory management, partnering with reliable logistics providers to ensure delivery, and offering personalized post purchase support, right? Easy returns, all of that bit. Then quickly let's move on to our newer topic. So strategic approaches. All right. Uh, this is a more of a management topic, right? What kind of strategies should be used? What are the different strategies? All of that bit. Uh, a lot of us already have some or the other experience in kind of working with strategies, defining certain strategies. So this will be an interesting topic with a lot of discussions that we can keep having. So, what is strategy, right? Except for the corporate jargon that is continuously thrown around in every company. Strategy is essentially a deliberate plan of action designed to achieve long-term goals, right? By obviously aligning resources, capabilities, and looking at opportunities while addressing challenges to create sustainable value, right? It involves understanding the environment, setting priority, and making choices that drive competitive advantage. So, common misconceptions about strategy. Strategy is not the same as a plan, right? Strategy is about making fundamental choices and trade offs, while plans are much more detailed. Strategy is static, it is not. Strategy keeps evolving, right? Strategy is only for leaders. No, it is effective strategies involve inputs and alignment across all levels of the org. Unfortunately, this does not really happen in a lot of orgs, right? Where strategy is mostly just top down driven, right? Somebody at the top creates a strategy, and half of us have to now follow that without any alignment, without any inputs from us, right? Without even understanding if that strategy at a, let's say, a ground level will actually work or not. And then strategy equals goals. Goals are what you aim to achieve. Strategy is the how. More strategy means better results. No, of well focused strategy is much more effective than multiple unfocused ones, right? So Porter's generic strategy, right? So developed by Market Porter, these strategies describe how businesses can achieve competitive advantage in their industry. Multiple of them. One is cost leadership, right? Achieve the lowest production or service costs in the industry. So you have your efficient production process, you play at economies of scale, right? And then you cost control in material, labor, or operations. That is why you can offer the lowest price, right? And the result is offer products and services at a lower price than competitors, attracting price sensitive customers, right? So examples given are Walmart and Ryanair. Geo, the whole of Reliance Geo is also, let's say, a cost leadership strategy, I would say, right? Differentiation, offer unique products or services that customers perceive as valuable, superior quality, strong branding, right? Unique features, all of that. So charge a premium price due to perceived value and customer loyalty. Examples are Apple and Tesla. I think all of us kind of will agree to this, right? And the third one is the focus strategy. So target a specific niche market or audience, right? Achieve cost leadership in a niche market. Example, Aldi is a low cost grocery store in, I think, Germany or Europe somewhere. So cost focus. Then you have a sub strategy of cost focus or differentiation focus, right? So cost focus is Aldi. Differentiation focus is, let's say, Ferrari, right? It only looks at luxury sports cars. Result is you dominate a specialized segment with tailored offering. So businesses can choose one strategy to kind of avoid being stuck in the middle, where they fail to achieve cost leadership or differentiation effectively, right? Because if you look at most companies, they want both. They want to offer the best product at the cheapest cost. Usually and practically most of the time, that is really not possible, right? So these are the three different types of strategies. Developing competitive strategies. So developing strategies involves creating approaches that enable a business to achieve sustainable advantage in the marketplace, right? Process helps differentiate the customer company, meet customer needs, and outperform competitors. So the steps defined here are: understand the market and competition. So market analysis, competition analysis, right? Define clear visions and goals. So establish long-term objectives and ensure goals are smart. Specific. SMART is an acronym which stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Right. So essentially, a very well-defined goal set. So an example could be that we want to increase market share by 33% in India in the next 6 months. Defining clear visions and goals, and then choose a competitive positioning. So decide how the company will compete in the market. Will we compete on cost leadership? Will we compete on differentiation? Or will we compete on the focus and niche strategy? Right. Identify key resources and capabilities. So assess resources such as technology, talent, financial capacity, and leverage unique capabilities. Develop an execution plan. And finally is monitor and adapt, right? Continuous improvement cycle that will keep making some minor changes here and there in the entire process. So examples are Amazon, which is following, let's say, the cost leadership, lowest prices, efficient logistics, right? Nike is the differentiation, strong branding, innovation, emotional appeal to the customers. And then Rolls Royce, let's say, the focus one, where it only targets the high-end niche market. And key takeaways: developing competitive strategies is making deliberate choices. Core competency analysis. So it is essentially analyzing what are the core competencies of your company or your product, right? Unique skills, technologies, or processes, resources that one provide significant value to customers, and second differentiate the organizations from competitors, right? And the third biggest point is are challenging to replicate or substitute. This is essentially what we call creating a moat, right? What is your moat, or what is your key, what is that one thing that kind of nobody else can do, right? That is the core competency here. So example, Apple is user centered design and innovation. Honda is their expertise in engine and powertrain technology, right? What else is a good example of a core competency? Let's say for Netflix, right? It can be the quality of the content that they have, right? Because they spend a massive amount on just creating your content. But this is your instead of competitive, you will get competitive advantage because of your core competency, right? So steps to identify this is: one, identify key strengths, analyze internal capabilities such as talent, technology, process, and IP, right? What does the company do exceptionally well? Evaluate against core competency criteria. So to qualify the core competency, anything has to, one, deliver value, right? Contribute to customer satisfaction, loyalty, all of that bit. Second is be unique, offer differentiation from customers. And third is be inimitable, right? So be challenging or very difficult for customer competitors to copy. Link to competitive advantage, right? Determine how the competencies enable the company to perform better than competitors. Identify products or services that benefit directly from these trends. And then the fourth point is align with strategic goals. Ensure that core competencies align with the company's mission and long-term objectives. Use these competencies to explore new opportunities or markets. Benefits of analysis are focuses resources on areas of strength, drives innovation, helps prioritize strategic initiatives, and fourth is enhances decision making regarding outsourcing or partnerships. For example, Amazon core competencies are logistics and supply chain management, customer data analytics, and technology innovation. So the application is it essentially efficiently delivers products globally at competitive prices while offering personalized customer experiences. Okay, so this is one part of, I think, developing the entire strategy. First, understanding what is your company's core competency. So these are some more examples. Reliance Industries expertise in petrochemicals and refining, integrated supply chain across oil to chemicals and retail, and diversification into telecom with cutting edge digital infrastructure, economies of scale, and efficient cost management. You have Tata Group. What are their core competencies? Strong brand reputation and trustworthiness, right? They have a diversified portfolio, leadership in innovation through TCS, Tata Motors, and a global presence with strong foothold in multiple industries. Infosys core competencies: expertise in IT consulting and outsourcing, strong focus on innovation and digital transformation, efficient delivery model like global delivery model, and exceptional talent development and employee retention practices. Though the last one is a little debatable, but sure. Mahindra and Mahindra, they have listed leadership in SUVs and tractors, expertise in rural market penetration and customer understanding, diverse presence, strong innovation. And finally, I think HDFC, which is advanced digital banking platform, innovative financial products, strong customer relationship management, superior risk management and operational efficiency, and wide distribution network. Right. I think the main two are the last two parts for HDFC, where they have a superior risk management and operational efficiency, right? And all this wide distribution network that they've set up across urban and rural areas. Flipkart, expertise in e-commerce logistics and last mile delivery, strong understanding of Indian customer, innovative payment solutions, right? They came up with the whole cash on delivery bit as well, and efficient inventory management and supply chain. Maruti Suzuki, leadership in passenger vehicles, expertise in low cost manufacturing and fuel efficient vehicles, right? I think that is the main one. And strong brand loyalty and affordability is definitely one of them. HUL is wide product portfolio, strong marketing and distribution network, right? Innovation in product formulations, obviously, and economies of scale. I think for HUL again, it is the whole distribution that they have, and obviously the product innovation that they keep doing. Wipro is very similar to Infosys, right? Bajaj Auto, I think, again, is very similar to Maruti Suzuki, but let's say more on the two-wheeler and three-wheeler side of things. SWOT analysis. I think all of us, or a lot of us, must know this already, right? SWOT analysis essentially is a tool to evaluate organizational internal and external environment. It kind of identifies key factors that influence success and informs decision making. So essentially is nothing but a graph wherein you plot your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Okay. So what are the strengths of your org, let's say? So examples could be strong brand reputation, skilled workflows, proprietary technology, right? How can you figure this out? Is you ask questions like, what does the company do well? What unique resources that we have, right? Weaknesses internal, limitations or challenges that hinder performance or growth. So limited financial resources, inefficient processes, let's say weak online presence could be an example, right? So essentially, what can the company improve? What are we lacking, right? Or let's say, what are the negative reviews about? So that could come into your weaknesses. Opportunities are external factors or strength that the organization can leverage for growth. So examples could be emerging market, technology advancements, shift in customer preferences. So this is more about sort of identifying what trends can we take advantage of. Are there is there an existing gap in the market that we can sort of fill, right? And then finally you have your threat, which is external risk or challenges that could harm the organization's position. So intense competition, macroeconomic issues, regulatory changes, right? So, what obstacles do we face? What are competitors doing that could impact us, right? So, any external threat that you have comes under your threats. How to conduct a SWOT analysis, gather stakeholders, right? Brainstorm all these factors, prioritize the most important, impactful factors, and then obviously you develop strategies that use these insights to align strengths with opportunities and mitigate weaknesses and threats. So benefits, it give you a little more clarity. It helps in decision making, right, especially on the strategic planning and prioritization bits, right? And then it sort of aligns the entire orgs so that we can focus much better. So here's an example of a Netflix SWOT analysis. So strength is strong brand, vast content library, global reach. Weakness is high operating cost, reliance on subscription. Opportunities is expanding into new markets, leveraging AI for recommendations. And threats is intense competitions, content piracy, right? So this is how they've kind of. So this is an example of Netflix versus Amazon, right? Strengths, they have listed: market leader in streaming, high quality content, advanced personalization, available in 190 countries with multilingual support. For Amazon Prime Video, it is part of the Amazon ecosystem, financial backing from Amazon, diverse content library, bundled benefits, right? Weakness is heavy reliance on subscription revenue, while the weakness for Prime Video is relatively smaller original content, right? High production costs can be seen as a secondary service to Amazon's e-commerce. Saturation in key markets, UI is less intuitive, right? Opportunities expand into untapped markets, leverage Amazon's massive ecosystem to offer exclusive cross-category promotions. For Netflix, again, it is experiment with new revenue models, invest in localized regional content. For Amazon, it is expand, focus on live sports and events, partner with third-party services to enhance content offerings. And threats is intense competition from others, rising production costs, piracy, and account sharing, right? Here is your intense competition again, regulatory changes related to content and e-commerce, dependency on bundling with Prime may dilute its standalone value proposition. Strategic business units and the relevance, SBUs, right? So SBU is essentially a distinct division or segment within a larger organization that operates as an independent entity with its own mission, objectives, and competitive strategies. So each SBU focuses on a specific market or product line and is responsible for its profitability and strategic planning. So, example, if you just want to understand what is an SBU, so Procter and Gamble, right? Separate SBUs for beauty, grooming, healthcare, right? For let's say Apple, each iPhone, Mac services, accessories, each of them will have their own business units, right? All of us know that every company has multiple business units. So that is what this entire topic is, right? Characteristics of SBU as distinct market focus, right? Targets a specific customer segment or market, has its own resources, which essentially is independent in nature. Separate profitability evaluation is based on its performance and contribution, and autonomy in decision making. So operate semi independently, right? So let's say operationally,
they have a lot more independence in decision making, but strategically they still have to, let's say, align with the overall company per se, right? Relevance of SBUs in strategic management is focused strategic development, right? Each SBU can develop tailored strategy to address its unique market conditions, performance accountability, resource allocation, market adaptability, and competitive advantage. End goal is like by focusing on these different specific markets and products, SBUs essentially create opportunities for specialization, innovation, and enhancing competitive positioning, right? Because then they are focused on that particular segment and they can innovate much better there. So SBU and corporate strategy, BCG Matrix and SBU. So a common tool used is the BCG Matrix, right? If you remember, we have already studied the BCG Matrix where we have your star, you have your cash cow, you have your question mark, and your dogs, right? So companies essentially position their SBUs in one of these four, right? And then this essentially helps them prioritize investments and strategic actions, right? Challenges are obviously coordination issues, right? Resource competition because each SBU is kind of competing internally, and risk of siloing, right? There can be a limit to the synergies and the alignment that at a overall company level. Key takeaways is SBUs enable large organizations to manage complexity by focusing on specific products or product lines, allowing for targeted strategies, efficient resource allocation, and better accountability. Right. So, strategic planning, implementation, and control essentially these are the three key stages of strategic management that guide organizations in achieving their goals. Together, they form a cyclical process to plan, execute, and evaluate. So this is your plan. The first one is your planning stage, where the process of defining an organization's long-term objectives and the best course of action to achieve them. So the steps in strategic planning is vision and mission, environmental analysis. So let's say your SWOT analysis, right? Setting objectives, establishing goals, and strategic formulation, which is developing action plans, allocating resources, all of that. So, example given here is a tech company plans to increase market share by 20% over 3 years through product innovation and strategic partnerships. Right. So, this is, let's say, their vision and mission probably. Then comes the implementation part, right, where you put the strategic plan into action. So, key elements are resource allocation, organizational structure, so aligning teams, roles, and processes to support the execution, right? Communication, so that all levels of the organization are aware of it. Then you have your operational plans, which is break down the strategy into actionable tasks and timelines. And leadership and accountability, assign leadership to oversee initiatives and ensure progress. Example given is a retail company expands into e-commerce by launching new website, training staff, investing in digital marketing campaigns. Control, right? This is the process of monitoring, evaluating, and then tweaking the strategies to ensure that they achieve the desired outcomes. So performance management, right? Use KPIs, regular reviews. Then you have your feedback mechanisms, get the insights from employees, customers, and then obviously you have your course corrective measures, right? So the interconnection of these three stages is planning sets the direction, implementation drives action, and then control essentially ensures alignment. Okay. This is, I think, for everything in product management or management per se, this is, let's say, the high level framework where you plan, right? You execute, and then you kind of keep measuring and realigning the entire setup basis the feedback that you keep gathering, right? So topic is essentially disruptive innovation and product strategy, right? Disruptive innovation is something, disruption in the tech world is something we keep hearing often, right? So disruptive innovation is actually a concept introduced by Clayton Christensen that describes a process where a simpler, cheaper, or more accessible product or service initially enters a market targeting a niche or underserved market segment, and over time it improves and eventually displaces established competitors in the mainstream market. Right? It is distinct from sustaining innovation, which focuses on improving existing products. Right? So it is something where you completely bring a new solution. You start off with a smaller segment or a niche segment in that market, and then you grow it and completely displace the existing companies, processes in that market, right? I am assuming all of us kind of already understand to a certain extent what this is, right? So characteristics of disruptive innovation is begins in a niche market, focuses on accessibility and affordability, right? Gradual improvements later on, right? And displaces incumbents over time. Okay. Examples: PCs. PCs initially targeted hobbyists and small businesses, right, due to their limited computer power compared to mainframes. Over time, as performance improved, they disrupted the mainframe and mini computer markets. Then digital photography, right? All of us know the great example of how Kodak died. Digital camera started as low resolution and expensive, but gradually improved to disrupt the film photography industry. Online education platforms like Coursera and Khan Academy begin by providing free and low cost education, challenging traditional universities and institutions. Though they haven't completely removed the existing incumbents, right? But to a large extent, they have created a whole new, bigger market for education with the solution that they came up with. So, why is it important? Essentially, it encourages market expansion, introduces solutions to provide previously untapped or underserved markets, drives competition and progress, and opens new opportunities. So, here are some examples: ride sharing, Uber and Lyft. Why disruptive? I think all of us know ride sharing platforms provide convenient app based solution, cheaper, more reliable than taxis. Initially attracted price sensitive users and those frustrated by taxi availability. There's another story behind Uber, and if I'm correct, when they started, right, they started off as a limousine service, right, a ultra premium luxury taxi service, right, targeting, let's say, only the top 1.1%, and gradually they made it mass market. So they didn't start off something like an Ola in India where it just started with a big bang and everybody could use book cabs, because Ola is essentially a copycat, right, of Uber. So when Uber, who originally disrupted the market, they started off as a very niche market with a completely innovative solution and then kind of expanded the market. Bitcoin AI definitely falls. Robotic surgery definitely falls. UPI, I don't even remember the last time I used a card or cash. Streaming services, Netflix, Spotify, right? Netflix began as a mail order DVD rental, but then transitioned to streaming, offering on demand affordable entertainment. Spotify disrupted the music CDs, physical CDs, by offering subscription based music library. Then you have airlines where Ryanair and Southwest, right? They started by eliminating non-essential services like meals, assigned seating, all of that, and they targeted price-sensitive travelers, eventually capturing a significant market share. Smartphones, all of us know what iPhone did with the whole phone business, right? E-commerce platforms, Amazon and Alibaba. Amazon primarily in the B2C space, Alibaba primarily into the B2B e-commerce space, right? Digital payment solutions, PayPal, Venmo, Square, UPI as well. EVs is Tesla is a great example. In MOCs, Coursera, edX, Khan, and cloud computing, AWS, Microsoft Azure. So I don't know if you guys know this. AWS essentially started off as an internal tool for Amazon, right? And they quickly figured that this is something that that a larger segment of the market can really use, and from there they kind of started building and selling AWS to other companies. So from an internal tool, it became into a company of its own. Then the 3D printing. 3D printing, though, honestly, I don't think it has really disrupted any market or had a very major impact. There has been a lot of hype around this for a very long time, but I honestly think right now it's almost a dead market. So disruptive innovation versus sustaining innovation, right? There's a clear distinct difference wherein in disruptive the focus is on serving new or underserved markets, while in sustaining innovation there's improving products for existing customers, right? Market impact creates new markets or redefines industries, right? Sustaining innovation is strengthens existing markets performance. Initially lower for disruptive innovation, performance builds on existing product capabilities. Examples we already know. So, not every technology is disruptive. Many innovations are sustaining, improving existing products without transforming markets. Right? Disruption is a process, not an event. It takes years for a disruptive innovation to fully impact an industry. And obviously, incumbents can respond while many fail. Some innovate successfully to counter disruption, right? So this line, which says not every technology is disruptive, right? Can you give me some examples of, let's say, non-disruptive innovation? Okay, let's move next. All right, so there are some models in theory about disruptive innovation. First, in the Clayton's disruptive innovation theory. So it was origin in this book called The Innovator's Dilemma. Key ideas disruptive innovations initially target underserved or non-consuming customer segments with simpler, more affordable solutions. Over time, they improve to meet the needs of mainstream customers. Example is Netflix started as a mail order DVD service for niche customers dissatisfied with Blockbuster, and eventually now they've disrupted the entire entertainment industry with streaming. Right, significance theory is foundational for understanding how small entrants challenge established players by creating new market dynamics. Then you have your jobs to be done theory. So jobs to be done theory, the key idea is customer hire product or services to perform specific jobs or solve particular problems in their lives. So Uber solves the job of convenient and affordable transportation, particularly in markets underserved by traditional taxis. Right. The significance here is it helps innovators focus on the core needs of customers, often uncovering opportunities for discovering or disruption by addressing unmet or overlooked jobs. So this is also a very popular framework in product, wherein a lot of product managers try to analyze customer behavior in terms of what are the different jobs to be done, and they break down the entire journey in jobs to be done, and then for each job they start figuring out what is the current situation, what is the current solution, what could be made better, and how can I make it better, and they kind of think in that framework, right? It is essentially not just saying ki, I want to buy a t-shirt, right? That is obviously what the customer wants, but then if you try to break it down in jobs to be done, you will see there are multiple jobs to be done, right? So let's say just buying a t-shirt online, the first job to be done is searching for a t-shirt, right? Discovery and search and discovery. Second is looking at the details, right? Type of cloth, sizing, price point, quality, multiple things, right? Figuring out the details. Now I can further break down this details bit into multiple jobs. And third piece is the payments, or rather the delivery address, adding my personal details, delivery address, name, mobile number, all of that. Fourth job is entering the payment details. Fifth job here is the whole, what do you call it, delivery piece, the logistics piece, right? So just this one journey, I can break it down into multiple jobs, and I can further deep down into each job and see what is the current situation, solution, and how do I make it better. And then the final is your technology adoption life cycle. So the key idea here is innovation spread through distinct adopter groups, right? Innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. The challenge for disruptive innovations lies in crossing the chasm between early adopters and early majority. So Tesla's initial success with tech enthusiasts, that is innovators, eventually transitioned into a broader market adoption. So the significance is guides companies in managing the adoption curve and scaling disruptive technologies. So there is, this is a very normal market strategy used especially by high end tech companies, wherein whenever they are launching a new product, right, they first try to identify who are the, let's say, the innovators or early adopters in that space, right? And they kind of target them, focus on them, do a pilot with them, right? Get certain feedback, see how it is going, and then slowly open up the market for the rest of, the market segment. So let's say in Zepto's case, or let's say in India, right, the entire startup space, if you look at it, is primarily based in Bangalore. Why? So a lot of these innovators, people who are interested in newer technology, who are willing to try newer technology, are present there, right? So a lot of these new startups start off in Bangalore, do a small pilot there, figure out customer reaction, behaviors, what needs to be changed, right? And then they slowly increase their audience, right? Then they'll come to probably people like me, who are part of, let's say, early majority, and slowly they'll go to, then they'll reach probably somebody like my mom, who's probably a laggard, right, in terms of adopting newer technology. So the significance here also is depending on what stage you are at and what type of persona you're targeting, your feature sets and your priorities will kind of matter, right? So let's say if you're targeting my mom, right, and you want to develop a tech solution for her, right, you first need to identify that she is a laggard in adopting new technology, right, and what are the challenges that come with it, and then kind of build a solution around it. So a simple WhatsApp, yes, it worked thankfully fine, and she can use WhatsApp the way it is. But if WhatsApp really wanted to do that and really wanted to ensure that everybody can use it, they would probably start building some more features wherein older people or children, right, can use WhatsApp a little more conveniently. They would have probably brought in the whole voice feature a little more earlier, right, which came, I think, in my head quite late, especially given that India is one of the is the largest market for WhatsApp, right? So these are some kind of models here. Okay. So there are two more theories under innovation. Blue ocean strategy. I don't know if a lot of you must have heard about this. It's a very popular strategy, this blue ocean strategy. So what it says is there are essentially two types of oceans. One is a red ocean, one is a blue ocean. The red ocean is where there's a lot of competition, right? There's a defined space that you can play in, right? While there's a completely new blue ocean that you can create, right, by offering a completely new value proposition that opens an uncontested market. There's no competitor there. That market also kind of does not even exist today, and you as an innovator are coming in with a product or a service that essentially creates a new market completely. All right, so that is the blue ocean strategy. And then finally, we have the S curve theory, right, where it says that innovation performance follows an S curve. So you will see a slow growth initially, right? So let's say slow growth, then that growth will pick up, and then it will plateau, right? So it will something go like this. If you can see my cursor, this is something how it will kind of grow. What it does is, so example is given, personal computers followed the S curve, started with limited capabilities and then improved rapidly to disrupt mainframes and mini computers, right? Let's say the ICE engine, right, the engine that we kind of even have today, it started off with very less power, right? Over time power increased, right, and then the horse carriages slowly got wept out once we had much more power than what horses can could deliver, right? So it essentially helps predict when disruptive technologies will outperform established ones, aiding in strategic timing for investments and product development. So you don't want to be right at, let's say, if you're an investor, you don't want to be at the very beginning of a new technology because the risk is also very high, right? You ideally want to go be somewhere when that S curve, that exponential growth is kind of taking place. You want to be somewhere here because your risk is much lesser now because you can see growth, right? And at the time it'll your return on investment will be much faster. So it kind of just helps you decide when to invest and which space to be in when. Like let's say right now everybody wants to be in let's say the whole agentic AI LLM, right? Chat GPT business because that exponential growth curve has started. Chat GPT has been kind of trying to build an LLM for the past, I don't know, 7, 8, 10 years, right? That is was the very initial period of it, and not a lot of companies were interested. Only very few of them invested some money in it. But now that it kind of picked up, now everybody wants to get into this, and soon you'll see that it'll start replacing a lot of the existing technology. My view is in the next 5 years probably we will not see people using excels and word documents and all of that because all the basic stuff that you can do on a word doc on an excel will very easily be done in ChatGPT. These are two more theories. Cool. All right, let's move on. So this is another framework called the Ansoff product market expansion grid. So this is nothing but a framework to identify sort of growth opportunities for business, right? It outlines four primary strategies based on whether a company is introducing new or existing products into new or existing markets. Okay. So there's a permutation combination of new product, existing product, and new market, existing market. All right. So this the chart looks something like this: new market, existing product, new product. So when you are doing, let's say, an existing product in an existing market, then the strategy that we need to follow is the market penetration strategy, right? When we are doing a existing market and a new product, then we follow the product development strategy according to Ansoff, right? And when we do, let's say, a new market but existing products, then we need to do market development. And new markets, new products is essentially a complete diversification. So in each of these strategies, there are certain steps that we can follow, right? That is what is outlined here. So if you look at it in the market penetration strategy, right, wherein you have an existing product and an existing market, the focus is on increasing market share within the current market using existing products. Strategies enhance marketing efforts, attract competitors' customers, increase product usage using existing customers, right? So example is Coca-Cola running promotional campaigns to increase sales in regions where it already dominates. Basically, it's either you acquire your competitors' customers or you increase the usage of your existing customers. So that is how you penetrate market in a existing market, existing product situation. When there's a new product, existing market, then essentially you're developing and introduce new products to the existing customer base. Then the strategy that we can follow is innovate or enhance current product offerings or launch complementary products. So Apple introducing new versions of the iPhone. It's an existing market, but it's a new product. So they follow the product development where they say kind of with every version they innovate a little, they enhance the offerings, all of that bit. And the third one is market development. So if you have an existing product and a new market, then your strategy is to enter international markets, target different demographies or industries. So Netflix expanding its streaming services into emerging markets like India, right? That is market development strategy. And diversification is new product, new market, right? So enter new markets with completely new products. This is the riskiest strategy due to lack of familiarity with both the product and the market. So related diversification is, let's say, new products are somewhat related to existing offering. Tesla moving into battery storage, or let's say one of these FMCG companies launching a new vertical of food or something of that sort. Unrelated diversification is entering completely different industries. So Amazon acquiring Whole Foods to enter the grocery sector. Google venturing into hardware with its Pixel smartphones. Right? I think that is also unrelated diversification. Key benefits of once we do this essentially is strategic clarity. It provides a clear structure for thinking about growth opportunities. Risk assessment highlights the relative risk of each strategy, with market penetration being the least risky and diversification being the most. Helps business align their growth strategy with the resources, market conditions, and goal. So application is market research, identifying new customer needs or geographic opportunities, product road mapping, planning product enhancements or launches based on the strategic goals, and portfolio management, obviously balancing risk and investment across various growth strategies. Cool. So this is it. So it refers to the challenge of balancing the existing business while trying to innovate, right? Organizations often face a lot of resistance as well, right? From internal stakeholders, processes, other partners, right? So any change is difficult for everyone, right? And once a business is set, people tend to kind of just want to follow the same process, the same old methods, and keep churning money. So, example, if you look at this, resistance to change will come from employees, managers, and leadership, right? They will want to resist disrupting a profitable and established system. Fear of losing market dominance, revenue streams, or operational stability. Then you have a resource allocation dilemma as well. Uh, Finite resources, right? Where do you want to invest? Should we just keep investing on the current existing products, right? Or should we want to sort of invest some more money in innovation? Because innovation usually takes a decent amount of investment as well, not just in terms of money, but let's say even employee cost, right? And that is a valuable resource for every company. So that is also a challenge. Then you have risk aversion, which is topmost. If you have established businesses, they are very risk averse, right? They want predictable returns. They want to show it to their shareholders, all of that bit, right? So again, doing something disruptive is a little tough there. Then you have cultural and structural barriers, which to a certain extent is still okay, right? Where traditional hierarchical structures do not kind of support this innovation thinking, right? And then finally, you have your customer base expectations. Existing customers often demand continuous improvements in their offerings, right? So, like with Swiggy, as a customer, my expectation is that it gets better at delivery, gets better at, let's say, the restaurants that it has, it gets better at pricing, all of that bit, right? Now, with Swiggy, I do not have a other sort of an expectation where I want them to completely build a new business. That is not my expectation with Swiggy, right? So, if you look at all these multiple things in entirety, right, these are a lot of and very valid challenges that all these companies face while trying to be disruptive. That is why, if, I'm sure in all our organizations there are a lot of talk about innovation and doing something new and all of that, but often we see very little of it actually happening, right? Because a new exciting idea might is just that, but once it starts getting more serious about it, okay, which team should we put on it, how much money should we put on it, right? What will happen to the existing one, will that break? Then suddenly all companies start realizing that it is not so easy, right? So these are the challenges. Let's move. Strategies for managing the status quo. So build a dual innovation strategy, so rather also called an ambidextrous organization. So separate teams or units handle sustaining and disruptive innovation. So example is given, IBM created autonomous units to explore cloud computing and AI without disrupting its core business, right? Educate and align stakeholders, provide training on the importance, all of that bit, share success stories, encourage experimentation, right? Adopt a culture of innovation where small, low risk experiments are encouraged. So, example is a very nice example where Google allows employees to dedicate 20% of their time to innovative projects, right? Leverage agile and lean methods. So, use agile principles to iterate rapidly, apply lean startup techniques to test and validate disruptive concepts, monitor and respond to market signals. So use market research and competitive intelligence to identify emerging threats and opportunities. Act early to either counteract potential disruptors or embrace the disruptive. Okay. Then you have reallocate resources strategically, where dedicate a certain percentage, right, of budgets, and then adopt a long vision. Look beyond short-term profitability to focus on long-term sustainability, right? This, all these are, if you think of it in theory, very nice. Read, no, right? But in real life, how does it really happen? We know there are some very innovative companies, let's say Amazon, Tesla, right? Facebook also, Meta rather, to a certain extent, right? Right. This slide, which talks about all these different things, I think the biggest aspect, the culture, right? The culture and access to resources. If you have these two things, then yes, you can sort of do some innovation, and some innovation can come out of it, right? Apart from that, I don't think there is anything else that works, right? You can try using a dual strategy, this strategy, all of that bit. But if these two things are not there, access to a lot of resources, the willingness to essentially risk it as well. That is, I think, the only way to actually and truly innovate. Because it's not like you will think of one idea and okay, it'll work, right? Out of 100 ideas, probably one work. So you'll need to have one, the money to spend on 100 different ideas, right? And secondly, the heart also to see 99 of them fail. So here are some case studies, right? One is Kodak. It failed to embrace digital photography despite inventing it, fearing it would cannibalize its film business, right? So they looked at their current business. They said, "Oh, this thing will cannibalize our existing business. Let's not really do anything much about it. Then you have Microsoft, which successfully transitioned to cloud computing with Azure while maintaining its current enterprise software business, right? So there was a separate innovation team which kind of helps from within without destabilizing the core business. And then you have Tesla, which focused on disrupting the automotive industry while maintaining a clear strategy for scaling EV through high-end and mass market vehicles. A clear long-term vision, right, can align disruptive innovation with market ready. Key takeaways is balance is essential. Managing status quo doesn't mean abandoning it, but kind of creating systems to explore disruptive opportunities, right, while sustaining your current business. Leadership buy-in, right, definitely required. And then ecosystem perspective. Consider how the status quo and disruption coexist within a ecosystem. Evaluating impact of disruptive innovations. Now this one's a little interesting. Let's see. Okay. Evaluating the impact involves analyzing a new technology, product, or business model how it affects existing markets, competitors, customers, organization itself, right? So the key dimensions are one, market impact. I think that is very well given, right? Can it create new markets or expand the existing market, right? How will customer preferences shift due to this innovation, and how quickly the target market adopts to the disruptive product. Then you have competitive impact. How will it impact the existing competitors, right? What are the barriers to entry for newer players, right? And the redefinition of value, which is essentially how this innovation changes what customers value in a product, right? So currently they might be, let's say, valuing price, but tomorrow you come up with a completely new version of it or something absolutely different, which does solves the same problem. And then in that, probably it is price higher, but the customer is now not looking at the price of it, but actually, let's say, the value that they are kind of generating from it, right? Then you have economic impact, which is revenue shifts within the industry, right? Potential revenue growth or loss, cost implications, evaluate cost efficiencies, and then profit margin, analyze how the profit margins impact, analyze the impact of on profit margins for existing incumbents and disruptors. Then you have technology impact, advancement of technology, determine if innovation introduces new technological standards or renders existing ones obsolete, right? Scalability, how easily the disruptive technology can scale, right? How easy is it to scale? Then you have your organizational impact, business model evolution, right? How the innovation necessitates changes to existing business models. Then you have your cultural shifts, consider the internal cultural adaptations needed to embrace or counter this disruption. And then you have operational adjustments, whether the new innovation will require new processes, skills, or systems. And finally, you have societal and regulatory impact, right? How the innovation impacts societal norms, lifestyle. And finally, is the regulatory considerations, how governments or industry bodies respond to innovation with new policies or regulation. So these are the dimensions to evaluate a new technology or let's say a disruptive innovation. I think you can use this to kind of evaluate any idea that you have, right? Disruptive or even non-disruptive. If you just look at all these different dimensions, this can be a good framework to just evaluate any idea, which is new product development process. Right? Overview of the new product development process. Right? Very simple, just basic thinking. Whenever you kind of want to develop a new product, what will you do? These are the steps, right? You generate an idea, you screen these ideas, right? And then you finally say, okay, this idea looks probably, or this one and two idea look okay. Let me move further. So next is concept development and testing, right? After that is market strategy and the whole analysis. After that is the actual product development where it will, let's say, get built. then you test it again in the market, then you do a final launch, right? I think with any product, business, service, anything, right? This is what the process that is normally and usually followed. So if you once we start going into the details of each of them, right? So idea generation, I think, is very easy to understand. Generate a pool of ideas, right? Now sources can be customer feedback, market research, competitors, let's say just internal brainstorming, right? External trends as well. So you just kind of generate a lot of new ideas. So techniques are you do brainstorming sessions, right? You do focus groups, or you can also look at, let's say, what is happening out in the outside world, right? Look at what the new latest trends are, what is the competitors doing, and then kind of generate ideas from there. Then here's your idea screening process, right? Evaluate these ideas, right, to identify the most feasible and promising ones. So some factors to sort of look at the screening pieces, that current alignment with the goals, right? Market potential, technical feasibility, and cost implications, right? So let's say, as Srinivasan ji said, right, they were in the water purifier and water heater business, right? At that company, right, starts to think of, I don't know, probably water bottles, even though that idea can be a very good idea of, let's say, selling water bottles, but it does not align with their company goal. So it doesn't make sense. So ideas can be great, but when we are working for a company, it has to alignment with the business goals. This is something that I often see, right, wherein a lot of have a lot of ideas, and this will come to you as well when when you work as a product manager, that you will get a lot of random ideas from everywhere, from sales, marketing, this, that, finance, tech. Everyone will throw a lot of ideas at you because you are essentially the idea guy at the company, right? Every whatever idea in your head will actually, let's say, go into build. So they will come and throw a lot of ideas, and it is your prime responsibility. Ideas, though, maybe they need to kind of align with the company, the business, the product, all of them, and then kind of saying no to them. Sounds a little easy and simple, but unfortunately, in practical life, it is, I think, one of the most difficult, uh, right? Because a lot of time, a lot of crazy ideas will come right from, right, and then you will soon realize that this does not really make. And saying no to, let's say, the CEO or the MD or whoever, the founder of the company, becomes a little tricky. So soft skill management that you will have to kind of, okay. So third is your concept development and testing, wherein you refine the idea to into a clear concept and test it with potential customers. So define the product target market, benefits, features, and then kind of conduct surveys and focus groups to gather feedback. Fourth is business analysis, right? Assess the commercial viability of the product, right? Market size, growth, competition, right? How much revenue will you make? What is the profitability? When will you get? Let's say, if you're looking at what is, and then you go into product development, where you transform the concept into a physical or a digital product service, right? So you do a prototype creation, you do a technical feasibility testing, and then there's a whole collaboration between the design, manufacturing, if it's a physical product, right, to actually build. Once you're built, you will just do a small, let's say, a small launch, soft launch initially, to test it in a, let's say, a real world setting and to gather feedback, right? So test markets, you launch it in specific locations, you do a beta test, right, where you define, let's say, a small group of users and you roll out to them. And then you can also have your pilot program. So let's say a small scale release to validate. After that comes commercializing. So this is your full blown launch, right? You've kind of done your market testing, reports look good. Now you open it up to the entire world. where now you will have to develop your marketing and sales strategies, set up distribution channels, launch, promote, and then finally is the review of what is the product's performance, right? So okay, you track, let's say, sales, profitability, or different KPIs basis the product, right? Customer feedback, the market share, competitor response, what is happening, right? So you just kind of do a post-launch review. So benefits is risk mitigation, reduces the chances of failure by systematically evaluating ideas, right? Customer centricity is ensures the product meets market needs and expectations. Efficiency is obviously there, right? It streamlines the development efforts and optimizes allocation of resources. And finally is innovation. It encourages creativity, which is fine, right? Let's say you screen the ideas, you do a concept testing where you talk to people, gather their feedback, right? Even after doing this, the new product can fail. So this is the example of the NPD process, right? Where they wanting to launch a smart fitness tracker, right? So scenario is a wearable tech company plans to develop and launch a smart fitness tracker, targeting health conscious individuals who want to track physical activity, heart rate, sleep patterns. And we'll see, let's say, in actual what are the steps, right? Idea generation, source of ideas, customer feedback. Existing customers request a more comfortable, stylish tracker with longer battery life. Market trends is increasing customer interest in health and wellness. Competitor research is observation of gaps in competitor products such as limited functionality or poor integration with mobile apps. Okay. Technology advances, new sensor technology that allows for more health monitoring. So these are their sources of for their different ideas. Now, feasibility check is evaluate the technical feasibility of integrating advanced sensors and optimizing battery life. Check market feasibility through surveys and focus groups and assess the financial viability. Now, basis this, right, they have selected is a smart fitness tracker with real-time heart rate monitoring, sleep analysis, step counting, and customizable watch faces. So that is what their selected idea is. Now they've developed three concepts. Concept one, two, three. First is a fitness tracker with focus on heart rate monitoring and fitness goal tracking. Second is a sleep tracking device with advanced algo. And third is a general purpose fitness tracker with lightweight design and extended battery. Customer testing. So prototype developed for concept 3 tested with a sample group to gauge usability and appeal. Feedback is a positive response to the design and lightweight feel. Need for improved UI on the mobile app. Okay. Then they did their business analysis, cost and pricing, development cost, projected unit cost, selling price, revenue forecast, profitability, right? Gross profit margin, break even. So they're saying they'll achieve break even at 50,000 units, which is, and they're projecting sales of 100,000 units in the first year. So probably 6 months they should break even. Okay. Now they come into the final, the product development stage, where is design and prototyping. So they did a product design, finalize the design based on customer feedback, work with engineering team to integrate health sensors, display technology, and waterproofing. Develop multiple prototypes for testing user experience, variability, and durability. Iterative improvements to address feedbacks. Then they go into market testing where they did a pilot launch, so limited release in select markets, collect feedback on user experience, app integration, and overall satisfaction, and then fine tuning the marketing messaging, right? So market testing metrics is sales data from the initial launch, 500 units sold in 2 months, customer feedback and review 90% positive. And now they come to the final step where they said, okay, now things are looking good, 90% for positive feedback. So then they'll do the final prep of ensure production capacity meets demand, secure retail partnerships, finalize online sales channels, launch advertising campaign across social media, influencers, and fitness blogs. Then they did a launch event, host a online launch event with live demonstrations, and then post-launch evaluation is track product success, sales numbers, customer reviews, app engagement, right? So they could see some early signs wherein 10,000 units were sold within the first month with high app engagement. And then the continuous feedback loop is collect ongoing feedback from users and it do iterative updates to the product app and firmware. Okay. Identifying customer needs and market research, right? I think this is something that breaks or makes 90% of the product. If we've kind of figured this out, then a lot of things need to go wrong for the product to fail, right? And this is also, I think, the toughest uh, point here, right? So understanding customer need helps in developing products, prioritizing feature, ensuring satisfaction, right? All of that is fine. Key questions to address: what are the customer's pain point or unmet needs? How do customers currently address their needs? And what are the desired outcomes? Or a lot of times, what also happens is when customers are saying something, right, that is not the actual problem. The actual problem lies somewhere else, right? So let's say if I am it's Amazon, okay, and I start hearing that a lot of my customers are facing delayed, right? That the product is not reaching them. What can be the problem here? Okay, so again, this is a very hypothetical situation, right? It could simply also be that a lot of times the customer I have is entering an incorrect address. So when the customer is, let's say, entering the address, they have to pin the address somewhere, right? And because of the UX issue or the UI UX issue on the app, the pin is getting mapped incorrectly, because of which the delivery partner is unable to figure out where the address is, and the address is sort of always, the delivery always gets delayed. Related issue, it's an app issue, right? It's a user journey issue, because the way we are asking the customer to map the address and enter the address is not working out, and that needs a design issue. So it's not a bug or some code that has gone. So that could be the problem. And since we figured multiple ones, so that I was essentially wanted to emphasize is identifying the actual pain point or the issue. It says a lot of times data and people will say something else, but the real issue will lie somewhere else. And that is what our job as a product manager is, to be able to kind of identify it. And the way to identify is to question everything, right? You start off at one place and then you look at multiple facets. So here there are technical facets, there is a user experience facet, there is definitely an operational delivery partner, all of that facet. Then there could be, let's say, also a regulatory facet here, right? Wherein, let's say, there is some lockdown or some issue in a particular area, because of which this entire supply chain is getting mismanaged, right? Or some, let's say, political issue in some area because of which something is happening. So when you look at all these multiple assets, and then you essentially start rejecting each one by one by looking at some more data and talking to some more people. Okay, this my code is fine, does not look like a bug. Let's say user experience is fine. There's nothing that has been changed, let's say, in the past 1 year. So why suddenly this will happen? That cannot be attributed to this. Operationally, okay, what has happened on operationally? What has changed recently, right? Or what is happening on ground? Could be I just moved to a new partner, right? I changed my delivery partners in some area. That could be a problem. And you essentially just do this, and that is how you will be able to get very close to, let's say, most of the times, to the real pain point or the real problem of. Yeah. So, good market research purpose and role. I think all of us already understand this is to gather data around customer demography, preferences, competitors, industry trends, right? Potential barriers to entry. That is what you do in market research. Types of market research: primary, where you directly collect data, let's say a survey or a focus group. That is your primary research. And then there is secondary research, industry reports, competitor analysis, market studies, right? Basically, Googling about all of this is also secondary. Third is methods to identify customer needs, right? You have two, three methods listed here. One is a qualitative method, second is a quantitative method, and third is co-creation with customers. So, qualitative measure method is where you use in-depth understanding of customer motivation behavior. So essentially, I think it is more about talking to these users and kind of interacting with them directly, where the quality of the data is much, right. So interviews, focus groups, ethnographic research, right, essentially observing customers in a real world setting. And then you have your quantitative methods, where it is surveys or questionnaires that can ask customers to fill up, and looking at, let's say, data analytics. So let's say Google Analytics, that is your quantitative. Co-creation is very simple. I think we already did a bit of it earlier, involving customers in the ideation phase to start co-creating solutions, right? Example given is engaging frequent flyers in brainstorming for a new airline lawyer. Tools is Google Form for your survey, analytics platform, Google Analytics, Mixpanel, social listening tools, so brands, bots, social sprout, give you data about customer sentiments online. And then you have your competitor analysis, SEMrush, similar web, for understanding market positioning. Steps to identify customer needs: define the objectives, right? Segment the market, select research methods, collect data, analyze and synthesize findings, prioritize needs. So this framework works, I think, more suitable when you're for a new development process, right? uh, Phase. But a lot of us, most of the time, will not be building a new product. We'll be essentially working on an existing product, right? So the three or four methods, facets that I had kind of explained, that would be much more used rather than your new product development. But still, but this is what we are anyway. We're starting. We are starting new product development. So this is the steps. So product planning and feature definition, product vision. Product planning is the process of defining the goals, milestones, right? So key components of product planning is one, product roadmap. We'll cover the detail, right? So this is a visual document outlining the timeline for product development and delivery. It includes milestones, key features, dependencies, all of that. You have your prioritization features, frameworks, right? We've already kind of understood this, Moscow, right? Then you have resource allocation, and finally is your risk. So you can use tools like AHA, product plan. Then use your feature definition. Feature definition is the process of detailing specific functionalities and right that the product will include to deliver. Steps to define features are identify user needs, right? Use customer feedback, market research analytics, create user stories, write features in a user centric format. As a user, I want prioritize features, we already know, collaborate with teams, and then document specifications. This provide clear functional and technical details. Basically, when you're defining your features, right, your first instinct should be to know who am I defining, right? Who is going to read this? Is the, let's say, a developer going to read this? Is the CEO going to read this, right? And you can add and subtract certain details or go into more details and change how you essentially write certain things. Because let's say if I'm writing a user story, right, which is going for development, then I know it is essentially for my developer or my coder to look at that story, understand what to code, and then to code it, right? So it has to be in a language that he can connect, right? It has to be very blunt without having any ambiguous words, right? So that he exactly can understand, he or she can exactly what needs. Balancing the feature set is avoid feature creep, right, and include a mix of basic performance and innovative features to satisfy a broad users, right? This is something when you're doing your planning, right, you can also phase it out, saying in phase one we'll just do, let's say, an MVP which will be very basic. Then in the phase two we'll add some XYZ new performance and innovative related features, right? Does not need that, in every phase all these three types of, let's say, even features. There's a case study with this, but I don't think we right now have the time to do the case study. Okay, so a quick overview on the product vision document. So a product vision document is formalized or a representation of the product's long-term purpose and strategy. All right. So this is the template where you have an introduction, which is a high-level overview of the product context, brief description of why the product developed, right? Second is your vision statement, so a concise aspirational statement that encapsulates the product's purpose and future impact. I think is self-explanatory definition of the primary users, segmentation based on demography, behavior, all of that. So essentially, who will be using the product or who is using this product. Then comes the problem statement, explanation of the core problem or opportunity that the product address. Then you have your unique value proposition, description of what makes the right. Again, very self-explanatory goals and so short-term, long-term objectives, measurable outcomes to evaluate success. So whatever example is adoption rates, revenue growth, all these things. Then is the market landscape. So brief analysis of competitors, industry trends, and the potential market. Right, that this is where we are playing, and these are the different competitors. This is what their product is, right? This is what as much as data as you can should kindly. And then you have your key features. So let's say a high level description of the core features. Strategic fit is how the product aligns with the company's mission, goals, and portfolio. And final is the roadmap overview of visual textual online outline of mate. So this is these 10 things essentially are what product vision document. So if you look at it and if you try to sort of build some resemblance to it, it also feels more like, right, without a lot of the finance bit here. But let's say a very high level business plan would, in my head, kind of consist of all these. What are we doing? Who are we building it for? What is the problem? What is the solution? Who are the competitors? What will this do? Right? What are if I look at from a very high level, this is what essentially any business plan will also have in document. If you look at this first line, right, just the last sentence. So this document serves as a foundation for stakeholders and teams to align efforts throughout the product life cycle. Now we are in that product life cycle stage where the product development is happening, all of that is happening. So if I go back to, let's say, this slide, right? I have started this phase. So all of this done. This is done, this is done, this is done, this is done, this is done. Now I'm here, right? And now let's say even post this, product development will still keep going, right? Product will, let's say, keep evolving. So for that, a firm understanding of what is the product's vision, right? Because now a lot more people will just work on products. So I, as a product manager, right, once let's say the business is defined, okay, this is what we are doing, all of that bit, and once I start up, then I honestly do not care about the financial metrics and all of that bit. Now only where will this product go? What will happen in the next 2 years with the product? The business, what will the business happen is the business team. Obviously, I will keep engaging with them. I have an understanding of it, but just from let's say a very specialization perspective, I will only say, okay, this is my product vision, and this is what I'm building. So any decisions that I'll take tomorrow to add or subtract from the product or change the product need to be aligned to my product vision. And where can I find it? I'll find it in this document. So that is the main purpose of this document.
In this interview questions video, we have organized the content into 10 different topics with 2 questions per topic. This approach ensures we cover a wide range of areas that you might encounter during your product management interview. So now let's look at the topics that we're going to cover during this video. We'll be starting with product strategy and vision, followed by market research and customer insights. Next, we'll have product development lifecycle, go-to-market strategy or GTM strategy, stakeholder management, product metrics and KPIs or key performance indexes, problem solving and critical thinking, user experience and design, leadership and team management. Finally, we'll be wrapping this content up with business understanding. So let's jump into the first topic we're going to cover in this particular video, that is product strategy and vision. The first question that we have on my list is, how do you define and communicate a product vision to ensure alignment across various teams? As a product manager, it's crucial to clearly define your product's vision. That is, putting your ideas into words that are able to communicate its purpose and its vision to the rest of the team. And an even more important aspect is that the rest of your team is on the same page with your idea. Now, the interviewer wants to check how you are able to do this. So you can break your answer down into smaller points so that you're able to cover all these aspects. Start with the process, followed by the collaboration part, communication part, vision and execution, and wrap it up with the feedback. How? Let's look. Start with the process by clearly defining the steps you take to create and communicate the product vision. This will showcase your systematic approach to product management. Next, talk about collaboration. Highlight how you involve various stakeholders like the designing team, engineering team, marketing team, sales team, etc. in the process. Now, this will show your ability to foster teamwork and collaboration across various departments. Once you have defined the idea in the process stage, it obviously comes down to how you're going to involve the rest of the teams with you in the process so that all of you can work towards a common goal. Next comes the very important aspect, the communication. Naturally, you will have both technical and non-technical teams working under you. So as a product manager, it is up to you as to how you are able to define the same message to both the different teams. This is where communication comes into play, because strong communication skills will help you to tailor your message according to your audience. Moving on, we have vision and execution. Now, it's very common that once you start executing the product's development lifecycle, you might lose track of the initial vision of the product. Now, highlight to the interviewer that you can use certain strategies like product roadmaps or performance metrics that will ensure that there is an alignment between the vision and the execution of the product. Next, we have feedbacks. Now, this is again very crucial. If you are aware of agile methodology, you can highlight how you create certain feedback loops that will allow your teams to voice their concerns or suggestions, ensuring that the vision is always relevant and you're adaptive to changing circumstances. This is to highlight to the interviewer that you are open to suggestions, but you are capable enough to only accept the suggestions that will lead to the product being developed in such a way that it caters to the business's goals and the overall product's vision. With this question, you can demonstrate to the interviewer that you are open to suggestions, but you are capable enough to take only the suggestions which will lead to the product being developed in such a way that it aligns with the business's goals, but it also caters to the market needs at the same time. Now let's look at the sample answer, which caters to all the processes that I've mentioned before. To define and communicate a product vision effectively, I start by gathering insights from customer needs, market research, and company goals. This helps create a clear and compelling vision that answers the why behind the product, ensuring it's aligned with both customer value and business objectives. Collaboration. I involve key stakeholders early, including engineering, design, marketing, and sales team, to ensure their input is reflected and they feel a sense of ownership. Communication. When communicating the vision, I focus on using simple, consistent messaging tailored for both technical and non-technical teams, ensuring that everyone understands and supports the decision. Vision and execution. To maintain alignment, I link the vision to day-to-day execution by incorporating it into the product roadmap, so teams can see how their work contributes to the larger goal. Feedback. Regular check-ins and updates keep the vision top of mind, while feedback loops provide opportunities to adapt the vision based on new insights or challenges. Let's move on to the next question. Can you walk me through how you prioritize features on a product roadmap? With this question, the interviewer is checking your commitment to understanding the customer's needs and using those insights to make informed decisions. In today's fast-paced world, priorities can shift quickly, and the interviewer is assessing whether you can adapt to these changing circumstances while keeping the product vision intact. Additionally, the interviewer might also be interested in checking your knowledge of different frameworks and tools. Now, if you were to create a sample answer that incorporates all four of these features, here's how it would look like. I gather inputs from cross-functional stakeholders, including engineering, design, and sales team, to incorporate diverse perspectives and insights into the prioritization process. As for prioritizing features on a product roadmap, I start by defining clear criteria such as customer impact, business value, implementation effort, and urgency, ensuring decisions are made based on consistent metrics. Vision. Additionally, I analyze customer feedback and data to identify critical pain points that needs addressing. Once features are prioritized, I create a visual roadmap to communicate timelines and dependencies clearly to the team. Frameworks and tools. Utilizing frameworks like RISE, that is Reach, Impact, Confidence, Effort, or MOSCO, must have, should have, could have, won't have, I evaluate and rank the features based on their potential value and feasibility. Moving on to the next topic, market research and customer insights. How do you conduct market research to identify customer needs? We talked about market research a lot, but there are certain frameworks that can help you conduct the right kind of market analysis. Frameworks that can provide you with an outline with what you are looking for. With this question, the interviewer is trying to figure out if you have the knowledge about such frameworks which will help you to figure out what you need to look for. This question highlights how well you prioritize user feedback in product development. In short, the interviewer is trying to understand how you find the data and how well you can use this data. There are certain frameworks that will help you to accomplish this, starting with the jobs to be done, which focuses on understanding the specific tasks or jobs that customers are trying to accomplish in their lives. Next, you have the design thinking framework, which is a human-centered approach to innovation that empathizes empathy and understanding of the user's needs. So now let's look at how you can utilize the jobs to be done framework. Start with identifying the job or the need of the customer. You can start by conducting qualitative research such as interviews or focus groups to understand the core job customers are trying to accomplish. Next, you can define these job statements that can capture the functional, emotional, and social dimensions of the job. For example, if my problem is that I want to eat healthier meals, but I have limited time during the week, I can define the job statement as I want to cook healthy meals quickly because I have limited time during the week. Next, you can segment them by jobs. That is, identify different customer segments based on the jobs they accomplish. Next, you can analyze the competitors. That is, assess how existing products or services address these jobs and identify gaps where customer needs are not being met so that your product can fill in these gaps. Next, you have the design thinking framework, where it starts with empathizing with the users. That is, engaging with the customers through interviews, observations, and immersion to understand their experiences, feelings, and pain points. Next, you can define your problem statement. This statement should articulate the user's needs and the context in which they arise. Next, you can ideate a potential solution to the problem. Brainstorm potential solutions to address the identified customer needs. Next, you can build a prototype, develop low fidelity prototypes of the most promising ideas. Last but not least, conduct a test with the prototypes to gather feedbacks. Now, if I were to incorporate this into a sample answer, here's how it would look like. When conducting market research to identify customer needs, I utilize two primary frameworks, jobs to be done and design thinking. With the JTBD framework, I focus on understanding the specific tasks customers aim to accomplish. This involves conducting interviews to uncover the jobs they need to complete and creating job statements that define their desired outcome. I also assess competitors to identify gaps in the market where customer needs are unmet. On the other hand, the design thinking frameworks allows me to adopt a human-centered approach. I begin by empathizing with customers through observations and interviews, defining their needs and brainstorming potential solutions. Prototyping and testing these ideas with users provide valuable feedback, enabling me to iterate and refine solutions that align closely with customer expectations. By combining these frameworks, I ensure a comprehensive understanding of customer needs and develop effective solutions that drive data. Now let's look at the next question. What methods do you use to gather and analyze user feedback? This is a direct question intended to understand how much you know about different methodologies available in the market. Again, this question also aims to understand your ability to analyze and interpret the meaningful data from a pile of data. One important factor to consider here is that there are a lot of frameworks available in the market. All of these, although have the same intent, but use cases can vary significantly depending upon the situation. The interviewer is evaluating your ability to select the correct framework according to your situation, or how you adjust certain pre-existing methods to fit exactly with your needs. So you can start by mentioning a variety of methods for collecting feedbacks, such as surveys, interviews, usability tests, customer support data, NPS or Net Promoter Score, and social media listings. Show that you understand the importance of both qualitative and quantitative feedback. Here's a sample answer. To gather and analyze customer feedback, I employ a combination of surveys, interviews, and social media monitoring. Surveys are distributed through email and online platforms to capture quantitative data, while one-on-one interviews provide qualitative insights into customer experiences and preferences. Additionally, I analyze social media channels to identify trends and sentiments regarding our product. Once the feedback is collected, I use data analysis tools to identify patterns and themes, allowing me to make informed decisions that enhance customer satisfaction and inform product improvements. This comprehensive approach ensures that we capture diverse perspectives and respond effectively to customer needs. Moving on, we have the product development life cycle. With the first question, can you explain the end-to-end product development process and your role in it? The reason behind this question is to check your understanding of the entire product's life cycle and to analyze your contributions within that process. You can start by outlining the complete product development process from the idea generation to the post-launch part. Highlight your specific responsibilities at each point. Here's a sample answer. The end-to-end product development process begins with identifying a product need or a problem, followed by conducting research to identify customer requirements and market trends. As a product manager, my role is to define the product vision and strategy, translating those insights into clear product requirements and creating a roadmap. I collaborate closely with cross-functional teams, including design, engineering, and marketing, to ensure the product is developed according to specifications and stays on track with the timeline. Throughout the development, I prioritize features, manage the backlog, and facilitate communication to keep all the teams aligned. Once the product is built, I oversee the testing phase to ensure it meets quality standards, and I coordinate the launch, working with marketing and sales to drive adoption. Post-launch, I analyze customer feedback and product performance to identify areas for improving, guiding iterative updates and future development cycles. Next, we have how do you determine when a product is ready for release or needs further iteration? With this question, the interviewer is trying to assess your decision-making process in managing product quality and user satisfaction. This will help the interviewer understand if you can deliver a product on time while ensuring it meets user expectations and business objectives. While answering this question, make sure to mention predefined success criteria, KPIs, and quality standards, demonstrating that you make your decision based on measurable outcomes, highlighting that you are data-driven. Here's a sample answer. To determine when a product is ready for release or requires further iteration, I rely on a combination of factors, including meeting the predefined success criteria, user testing results, and marketing readiness. First, I ensure that the product has met all key performance indicators and aligns with the initial business goals. Additionally, I analyze feedback from beta testing and user testing to identify any critical issues or areas for improvement. If the product meets quality standards and there is no significant blockers, it's considered ready for release. However, if testing reveals any major usability concerns or unmet customer needs, further iteration may be necessary to ensure the product delivers optimal value to users. Ultimately, the decision is a balance between delivering a high quality product and adhering to timelines. Moving on to the next topic, that is the GTM strategy or the go to market strategy. Here's a question. What steps do you take when planning a product launch? For these kind of questions, you can talk about the post-launch analysis frameworks that you're aware of. And one such wonderful framework that we have in the market is the A3R3 funnel framework or the Pirate Matrix framework, which is awareness, acquisition, activation, retention, revenue, and referral. Starting with awareness. This is the stage where potential customers first become aware of your product or brand through various marketing efforts, where customers come to know that your product exists through your marketing efforts. Now, what do I mean by marketing efforts? You have social media such as Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter, where you can advertise about your product. Next, you have content marketing, where you can write blogs, articles, white paper, infographics, and videos. Next, you have SE marketing or search engine optimization marketing, where you can display paid ads on Google and other search engines. Paid ads on Google, a wonderful example. If I go to product management course, if I do this, then here are certain courses that are sponsored by Google. This is what I mean by paid advertisement on Google. Coming back to our topic, we have display advertising. Display advertising is basically the banners, videos, and images that you see on different platforms, which can again bring users for your website. Next, you have acquisition. This is a stage where you attract potential customers and get them engaged with your products or services. This is the part where you focus on turning individuals who are aware of your brand into visitors or leads by bringing them into your website, app, and store. Now, there are two sets of people. One who visit your website and immediately leave, and the second who enter your website and they start interacting with them. That is the acquisition stage where you make them interact with your website. And for that, you can have A and B testing, which is the famous A and B testing, which is basically testing out 2 or more versions of your product to see which one works best with a certain group of users or with the generalized group of users. Here you can experiment with different messaging, visuals, and landing pages to see which version is performing the best. And then whichever version was performing the best, you can generalize it for the rest of the public. Then you also have personalization, which is tailoring the acquisition experience to different customer segments. Now, this is a very classic example if I take. Let's take the example of Netflix. Now, a person who's above 20s Netflix account has a very high chance of being very different from a person who is over 30 years of age. So that is where the personalization factor comes in. A person below 20 years might like to watch a certain kind of content, and a person over 30 years might prefer watching a different type of content. Next, you have funnel optimization. This is basically minimizing the friction points in a user journey from clicking an ad to becoming a lead. Say if you're displaying an advertisement, if you have a clothing store and you're displaying on your advertising that you will get 50% off, and then the user comes to your website and it turns out that that was just a fake propaganda, that was not there. You just did it so that the people will come. Don't do that. That is the funnel optimization. Whatever you're displaying on the advertising, make sure to deliver it to your users as well. Next, we have activation, the part where leads or new users are turned into active and engaged customers, the part where your users actually start using your products on a daily basis. To make sure that they continue using your product, you can use email and in-app messaging. The best example I can think of right now is Zomato. The way they keep on sending you notification throughout the day just to make sure that you're reminded that the app is existing. A lot of users actually see these messages, and the way they personalize the messages as well, a lot of them are compelled, just when they look at the message, they're like, okay, now I should buy this because I saw this, because the message was so personal that you end up buying the product. That is email and in-app messaging, sending welcome emails, product tips, or reminders to help users stay engaged and learn about important features. Next, you have personalized content that we have already talked about in Netflix's case. Then we have push notifications, again, notifications which are sent in order to remind users that the app exists and certain features also exist, so that they will keep on using the app for a longer duration. Next, you have retention. Now, the prime focus of retention is so that the customers who once started using your product continue to use your product, or they keep coming back to use your product over a longer period of time. Now, how to calculate retention? You have churn rate, which takes the percentage of users who stop using your product or cancel their subscription after a certain period of time. Next, you have the customer lifetime value, or also known as the CLTV, which measures how much revenue a customer generates over the entire time they use your product. Now, this can be like if I subscribe to Hotstar and I watch their content for a certain amount of time, then I lost interest and I left. Then what was my subscription? Which package did I bought? Or if we talk about Zomato, how much food did I buy on Zomato? How much revenue could they make out of me? What was the profit they made out of me as a customer? That is what CLTV means. Then you have cohort analysis. Now, cohort means a group of people. You can take the example of, say, a group of people who started using your product from the January of 2025, which is yet to arrive. And you can compare the users. How many people are using your services from January 2025? Or how many people are using your services from November 2024? How are their retention rates varying over time with the new features that you're updating? Which group of users are more likely to stay on your website? How are different set of users interacting with your website? Next, you have engagement metrics, which can track how often a user is logging in and which feature they use the most and how long they spend using your product. Such as if I am a user who's logging into Zomato, which kind of food am I looking at? Which duration of the day am I more likely to log in? Do I prefer breakfast a lot? Do I look for lunches a lot? Or am I looking for dinner? Or am I more interested in snacks? In that way, they can personalize my feed also. Next, you have revenue. This is the stage where the retained users are converted into paying customers by and maximizing the value they bring. A wonderful example of this is Hotstar, where once you start using their services, you can initially watch shows there are for free, but to watch their shows in maybe in higher definition in HD, or if some of the Hotstar originals, you have to pay them, you have to subscribe, and that is where you're generating the revenue from your users. So monetization strategies, you can give a freemium model. That's what I'm saying. You can just initially show them the free part of your service and then show them that if you have premium, you will get all of these benefits as well. Next, you have pricing strategies. You can provide them discounts or promotion. Value-based pricing is depending on the demand. Like say if Netflix decides to drop, say, Stranger Things season 5, they're going to generate a huge amount of people. The user base is going to drastically increase. Moving forward, we have upselling and cross-selling. Upselling and cross-selling, the perfect example you can find is Hotstar's pricing model. There. This is upselling and cross-selling, where you are showing them 3 different or more than this. Look at all the comparison and everything they're doing. This is basically upselling and cross-selling. Coming back to our topic, encouraging users to buy more expensive version of the product. Like if you have a normal one, go for full HD premium, like that. Next, you have customer lifetime value, which we already talked about. And the final stage is the referral, where the satisfied customers are turned into advocates who promote your product or services to others, driving organic growth through word of mouth and referrals. A very good example of this will be if I buy a top from Meesho, and then if I really like the top, I'll go to my friend and tell her also, I bought this top from Meesho, I really like this, you should also buy it. And then she'll also go and buy that. So that is organic growth, where Meesho people didn't ask me to go and refer the top. It was me who did it because I really liked their product. That is word of mouth. That is referral. Now, there can be other type of referral as well, like the reward for both parties, the affiliate marketing, the most famous one, where say if there is a person, if there's a content creator, and the content creator promotes a particular product on his or her website. Now, if another person buys this content creator's whatever the content creator was advertising through the content creator's link, then the website itself through which the third person purchased will pay this content creator as well. That is affiliate marketing, a win-win situation. Next, you have the net promoter score, which is used to identify your promoters and your demoters as well. Promoters are the customers who are likely to recommend your product, and demoters are the customers who are likely to badmouth your product. This will also lead to your existing users stop using your services altogether. That's why this becomes important. Next, you have word of mouth, which you already talked about in the Misho example. Then you have influencer referrals, which is again that content marketing, content creator example I took, where an influencer can act as an advocate and promote your product to their audience as well. So from their audience itself, you can maybe find a couple of people who will come and purchase your products as well. So here's a sample answer. When planning a product launch, I begin by setting clear objectives and defining the target audience to ensure alignment with the business goals. I then collaborate with cross-functional teams, including marketing, sales, and customer support to create a detailed launch plan that covers timelines, key messaging, and promotional strategies. Next, I ensure that all the product features are finalized and tested, gathering feedback from beta users to address any last-minute issues. I also develop a go-to-market strategy which includes pricing, distribution, and communication plans to generate buzz and attract early adopters. Finally, I coordinate post-launch activities such as performance tracking, user feedback collection, and addressing any emerging issues to ensure a smooth rollout and continuous improvement. Moving on to the next question, how do you decide on the pricing strategy for a new product? While answering this question, the interviewer checks whether you are analyzing the market, competition, and customer demand before setting the price for a product. Also, are you considering the long-term strategy? As in, how would you account for pricing flexibility, future discounts, and promotions? Here's a sample answer. When deciding on pricing strategy for a new product, I start by conducting thorough market research to understand the competitive landscape, target audience, and their willingness to pay. This includes analyzing competitors' pricing models and identifying the product fits in the market. Next, I consider the product's value proposition by aligning the pricing with the unique benefit it offers the customers. I use a value-based pricing approach when possible, ensuring the price reflects the product's perceived value. Additionally, I evaluate different pricing models, whether it's a subscription, freemium, or one-time purchase, based on the nature of the product and the customer journey. I also factor in the cost structure to ensure profitability and consider long-term pricing flexibility, such as potential discounts, promotion, or tiered pricing. Ultimately, the goal is to balance profitability with competitiveness while ensuring the price resonates with the target market and drives sustainable growth. Moving on to the next topic, stakeholder management. How do you manage conflicting priorities between different stakeholders? When you're answering this question, the interview is mainly focused on your conflict resolution skills, as in how you handle disagreements among stakeholders with different priorities or goals, your decision making, your communication, your prioritization skills. When you're answering this question, don't deny the obvious. Conflicts are very common when you're working in a team. If you have ever worked on a project in college with a team where everybody was contributing equally, if that ever happened, you will know that conflicts are bound to happen. So don't ignore that. Highlight the importance of prioritizing conflicts and the importance of clear and open communication with everyone in the team, including the stakeholders. Focus majorly on the outcome, as in how your approach can ensure alignment, resolve the existing conflicts, and progress towards the overall project goals. Seal your answer up with an example to leave the interviewer speechless. Now, what kind of approach can you use? You can use the Kanban framework, where you can see that everything is splitted into 3 sections: backlog, in progress, and done. In this way, if you have unpredictable workload or need to focus on ongoing tasks and maintenance, everything will be aligned and written and documented, which is more likely to reduce conflicts. Keep in mind that this is for an unpredictable workload. And also, this can be a valuable tool for stakeholder management by providing transparency, enhancing communication, and aligning the overall expectation with the project's progress. Now, like I said before, this is for unpredictable workload, and this is when the work is not defined. But if you need something more rigid and time bound, then we have the Scrum framework. If you can see over here, everything is divided according to the person, which means it's more structured and time-boxed iteration to deliver new features or improvements incrementally. Keep in mind that both Scrum and Kanban are part of the agile methodologies, and as a result, both of them have incremental approach. Now, Scrum framework fosters collaboration, transparency, and continuous feedback through the development process. Here's a sample answer. Managing conflicting priorities between stakeholders is a common challenge, but one that can be effectively handled through clear communication and a structured approach. I start by ensuring that I fully understand each stakeholder's objectives and concerns. Then I evaluate how their priorities align with broader business goals, ensuring that we focus on what will deliver the most value for the project as a whole. Open communication is the key. I hold discussions where stakeholders can voice their needs, and I help facilitate the communication by highlighting the impact of different priorities. For example, in my previous role, I had to balance marketing's push for a faster product launch with engineering's need for more development time. By communicating the potential risk of rushing the product and offering phased solutions, we were able to reach an agreement that worked for both the teams. Ultimately, my approach ensures that we maintain alignment, make informed decisions, and move forward with clarity. Moving forward, let's have our next question. Can you share an example of how you have collaborated with cross-functional team? Now, if you give example-based answers, you can expect these kind of questions, where they'll directly ask you to give a direct answer with an example. The ultimate end goal of the interviewer here is to check if you are capable of facilitating teamwork and cooperating in a way that enhances a project's success. You just talked about how you can incorporate various frameworks to resolve the conflicts. Now they're asking an example of where you have done this. Here, the interviewer is trying to look for the collaboration, how well you work with people from different functions, your problem-solving skills, how you leverage the strengths of various departments to solve complicated problems or achieve a common goal. Then you have coordination, your ability to communicate goals and coordinate actions across various teams. Then your leadership and influence, as in whether you can influence and align teams with different priorities towards a shared outcomes. So here's a sample answer. In my previous role, I collaborated with a cross-functional team to launch a new product feature. The team consisted of engineers, designers, and marketing professionals, each with their own goals and perspectives. Our goal was to develop and promote a feature that met technical standards while also appealing to our target market. I facilitated regular meetings where each department could provide updates, and I made sure that the communication remained transparent and focused. By fostering an open dialogue, I helped align the team on key priorities, such as balancing design aesthetics with technical feasibility. For example, when marketing wanted a visually complex UI, I worked with design and engineering to find a solution that balanced user appeal with development efficiency. The project was successful, delivered on time, and the feature was well received by the customers, showing how cross-functional collaboration can drive impactful results. Moving on to the next topic, product metrics and key performance indexes. We have, what key metrics do you track to measure the success of a product? Now, before moving on to the sample answer, let's look at the key metrics that you're going to use to measure the success of a product. Starting with customer lifetime value, which is, like we have already discussed before, it's a metric used to estimate the total revenue a business can expect from a customer over the entire duration of their relationship. Now, why is this important? It helps decide how much to spend on acquiring new customers. If your existing customers are paying you well enough, then you might not be requiring new customers right now. Then it identifies high-value customers for targeted marketing, encourages focusing on customer retention, as acquiring new customers is often more expensive than the retaining ones, which I discussed right here. Now, there's a formula for measuring this as well, which is the customer value into customer lifespan into profit margin. Now, what's the customer value? Customer value is the average purchase value multiplied by purchase frequency. Lifespan is how long a customer typically stays with the business. Profit margin is to account for the cost involved in acquiring and serving the customers. Next, you have the customer acquisition cost, which is a metric that measures the cost associated with acquiring a new customer. Now, it's important because it helps businesses allocate their marketing and sales budget effectively. When compared to CLTV, it helps determine if the business is spending effectively to acquiring customers. High CAC might indicate inefficiencies or the need for better targeting in marketing campaigns. Now, customer acquisition cost can point out the inefficiencies you have in your marketing campaigns, and it can better your marketing campaigns. Again, there's a formula for this as well, which is the total sales and marketing expense divided by number of customers acquired. Here, the sales and marketing expense includes all the costs associated with campaigns, tools, and salaries, and the number of customers acquired is the total number of new customers which you acquired during the same period in which you created this marketing. Next, you have the costs per lead, which is a marketing metric that measures the cost associated with acquiring a new lead, which is a potential customer who has shown interest in a company's products or services. Now, this is important because this helps assess the effectiveness of different marketing channels and campaigns, assists in optimizing marketing budgets by identifying which channels provide the best return on investment, can indicate the quality of leads generated, as a lower CPL might not always correlate with higher conversion rates. The formula is total marketing expense divided by the number of leads generated. Total marketing expense here is the cost related to campaigns, advertising, and promotional efforts aimed at generating leads. And the number of leads generated is the total number of leads acquired during a specific period. Next, you have the bounce rate. This I even talked about earlier when there are two sets of users, ones who come and once you visit your website and then just directly leave, who leave a website after viewing only one web page without interacting further, and the second set who actually interact with your website. The importance here is that a higher bounce rate means that the visitors who are visiting your website, they are not able to find what they expected, or the content isn't engaging enough. It helps assess the effectiveness of landing pages and the overall content strategy. Search engines may interpret a higher bounce rate as a sign that the site isn't providing valuable information, potentially affecting search rankings. The formula for bounce rate is single page visits divided by total visits whole multiplied by 100. The key elements is that the single page visit refers to visitors who enter the site and exit without clicking on any other pages. Total visits is the total number of entries to the website during a specific period. Next, you have the churn rate, which measures the percentage of customers or subscribers who discontinue their relationship with the business over a specific period of time. Now, a high churn rate indicates problems with customer satisfaction or engagement. A higher churn rate means that there is something wrong with your retention rate. This highlights areas needing improvement. Understanding churns helps predict future revenue and make informed decisions about budgeting and resource allocation. Reducing churn is essential for sustainable growth, as retaining existing customers is generally less expensive than acquiring the new ones. The formula for calculating churn rate is number of customers lost divided by the total number of customers at the start. Number of customers lost is the total number of customers who left during the period. Total number of customers at the start is the total number of customers at the beginning of the period. Last, we have the Net Promoter Score, which measures the customer loyalty and satisfaction by assessing the likelihood of customers recommending a company's product or services to others. Now, the importance is that NPS is a strong indicator of customer loyalty and overall satisfaction. Your word of mouth referral can also increase if you have a higher NPS score. It allows companies to compare their performance against industry standards or competitors. NPS surveys often include open-ended questions, providing qualitative feedback that can be used to enhance products and services. Now, NPS score is calculated by the percentage of promoters minus the percentage of detractors. I'm sure you must have heard of the survey questions where they ask you to rate the user experience from 0 to 10. There are promoters who are loyal customers who are likely to recommend and contribute positively to the growth. Then there are passives who are satisfied but they won't recommend it to other people. Then there are detractors who are the unhappy customers who can in turn harm the brand through the negative word of mouth. Here's a sample answer. To measure product success, I track several key metrics that provide insights into customer engagement and financial performance. CLTV helps me understand expected revenue from a customer over their relationship with us, guiding acquisition and retention strategies. I monitor customer acquisition costs to evaluate marketing efficiency and ensure spending aligns with revenue goals. Cost per leads assesses lead generation effectiveness, while bounce rate indicates user engagement on our website. Additionally, I keep an eye on churn rate to understand the customer retention and NPS for insights into customer loyalty and satisfaction. Analyzing these metrics collectively allows me to make data-driven decisions that drive growth and enhance customer satisfaction. Moving on, we have the next question, which is how do you use data to make informed product decisions? Now, this question is also asked to assess your ability to leverage data-driven insights for product management. It is basically to test whether you make objective evidence-based decisions rather than relying solely on your initial assumptions or your intuitions. Here's a sample answer. Using data to make informed product decisions is essential to ensure we are solving the right problem and delivering value to the users. I typically start by gathering both quantitative data such as user behavior metrics and qualitative insights like customer feedback. For example, I analyze user engagement data to identify patterns in feature usage, which helps pinpoint which features are underutilized and why. I also conduct A and B testing to assess how different product changes affect user experience and conversion rates. One time, we noticed a huge drop-off rate during the onboarding process. By analyzing user flow, I discovered that a certain step was confusing. We simplified that step and after implementing the change, saw a 20% increase in user retention. This data-driven approach ensures that we continuously optimize the product based on real user behavior and feedback, leading to better outcome and alignment with the overall business goals. Moving on to our next topic, problem solving and critical thinking. How would you approach improving a product that has been underperforming? Now, this question, along with checking your analytical thinking, also checks your willingness to test, iterate, and refine your solution based on new information and metrics. In the beginning, you had set certain strategies, but unfortunately that didn't work and your product was underperforming. So are you as a product manager willing to change and redefine your solution in order to help this product get better? Testing if you can develop a structured approach to turn around an underperforming product while aligning to the business requirements and customer needs. Here's a sample answer. When approaching an underperforming product, I start by analyzing data and gathering customer feedback to identify the root cause. I would look at metrics such as user engagement, churn rates, and customer satisfaction to see where the product is falling short. Additionally, I'd collect qualitative feedback from customers and internal teams to better understand pain points. Once I have a clear understanding of the issue, I prioritize the most critical areas to focus on whether that's improving the user experience, addressing technical issues, or adjusting the product market fit. I would work closely with cross-functional teams to implement changes in small, testable iterations, such as running A and B tests or launching MVPs of new features. After implementation, I would monitor the impact of these changes by tracking key metrics to ensure that the product is back on track. This approach helps ensure we are addressing the right problems and continuously improving the product. Next question. Can you describe a time when you solved a challenging product issue? How did you approach it? Now, this question again checks your problem solving, your decision making, and how you handle complicated situations. It's an example-based question where you'll have to provide an example. Now, when you're providing an example, make sure to break it down into certain steps, starting with set the context. Describe how you identified the problem and the steps you took to solve it. Next, explain your approach. Emphasize on how you identified the problem and the steps you took to solve it. In the setting the context part, we identified the problem. In the explaining your approach, focus on the steps that you took after you identified the problem. Next, highlight the solution. Now you identified the problem. Now you need a solution. Share the solution you implemented and any other iterations along the way. Obviously, it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of approach. So even if you provide one solution, there's a very high chance that that one solution might create another problem. So explain the whole path to the interviewer. Next, emphasize the outcome. Describe the positive impact your solution had on the overall product and the business itself. Here's a sample answer. At one point, we faced a significant drop in user engagement for a key feature of our product. The feature was crucial for retention, so solving this issue was a top priority. I began by analyzing usage data to identify when and where users were disengaging. I also conducted customer interviews to understand their pain points, which revealed that the feature was too complex and not intuitive. After gathering insights, I collaborated with the UX and the engineering teams to simplify the user interface and streamline the workflow. We rolled out these changes in phases, conducting A and B testing at each step to measure the impact. As a result, engagement with the feature increased by 30% and customer satisfaction improved significantly. This approach not only solved the immediate issue but also provided us with a framework for handling similar challenges in the future. Moving on to the next topic, user experience and design. We have our first question. How do you ensure that the user experience is prioritized in product development? Now, with this question, the user is trying to check your mindset, that if you have a user-centric mindset, whether you keep the end user at the center of the product development process, then your integration of UX principles, how you incorporate user experience research, feedback, and design principles into product designs. Next, are you able to balance business and user needs? Your ability to balance business goals with the need for an intuitive and satisfying user experience. Next, your collaboration. How you work with designers, engineers, and researchers to ensure your user interface is not overlooked or deprioritized. Next, your use of data and feedbacks. Your process for using data, testing, and user feedback to validate UX decisions throughout the development process. Here's a sample answer. Prioritizing the user experience is essential for creating a product that resonates with customers and drives engagement. To ensure UX is always front and center, I start by collaborating closely with UX, UI designers and researchers early in the development process. We conduct user research, including interviews and usability testing, to understand pain points and gather insights into how users interact with the product. I make it a point to involve cross-functional teams in these discussions so that everyone understands the importance of user experience. We also rely heavily on data using A and B testing, heat maps, and user analytics to validate design choices and ensure that any changes are positively impacting the user experience. Throughout the development, I strive to balance user needs with business goals, ensuring that while we are driving business outcomes, we never compromise on delivering a seamless and intuitive experience for our users. Next question. How do you collaborate with design teams to build user-friendly products? With this question, the interviewer is trying to check that now that you have the data, how are you going to use the data? Here's a sample answer. Collaborating with design teams is essential for building user-friendly products, and I approach this collaboration with a focus on open communication and shared goals. I believe in starting the design process by aligning on the user needs and project objectives, often bringing insights from user research to the table. Throughout the development cycle, I facilitate regular check-ins and brainstorming sessions to ensure that we're on the same page and that design decisions are informed by both user feedback and technical feasibility. For instance, in a recent project, we identified through user testing that users were struggling with the navigation of our app. By working closely with the design team, we iterated on the navigation structure, creating a more intuitive layout that improved usability. This collaboration not only enhanced the user experience but also increased user engagements significantly, showcasing the value of strong partnerships between product and design teams. Moving on, we have leadership and team management. How do you motivate your team during challenging product development phases? Well, with this question, the interviewer is trying to check your leadership style, your approach to leading and inspiring a team, particularly in high-pressure situations. Next, you have your team dynamics. How well you recognize the emotional and motivational needs of team members during challenging times. Next, your problem-solving ability to identify challenges that affect team morale and how you address them. Next, your communication skills, as in how effectively you communicate with your team to keep them focused and engaged. Next, your adaptability, your capability to adjust your motivational strategies based on the unique needs of the team and the specific challenges faced. Here's a sample answer. Motivating a team during challenging product development phase is critical for maintaining momentum and achieving our goals. I believe in creating a supportive environment where team members feel valued and heard. During tough times, I focus on open communication, encouraging team members to voice their concerns and share their ideas. Setting clear, achievable goals also helps the team see progress, even when faced with obstacles. For instance, during a recent project, we encountered significant delays due to unforeseen technical challenges. I organized regular check ins to discuss our progress, celebrate small wins, and adjust our strategy as needed. I also made it a point to recognize individual contributions, which helped boost the overall morale. As a result, the team remained engaged and focused, and we successfully delivered the product on time. This experiment reinforced the importance of fostering a collaborative and motivating environment, especially during difficult phases. Moving on, can you give an example of a time when you had to make a tough leadership decision? Again, you have to give an example. I faced a tough leadership decision once when our team was working on a product launch that was crucial for our company's growth. As we approached the deadline, it became clear that a key feature was not performing as expected during the test. I had to decide whether to delay the launch to fix the issue or go ahead as planned and address the problem post-launch. After discussing the implications with the team, I evaluated our options carefully, considering user expectations, potential revenue impact, and the technical feasibility of fixing the issue in time. Ultimately, I decided to delay the launch for a few weeks to ensure we delivered a high-quality product. While this decision was difficult, it was crucial to uphold our commitment to user satisfaction. After the launch, we received positive feedback from the users about the feature, validating our decision further. This experience taught me the importance of prioritizing quality and the long-term impact of leadership decisions. Moving forward to our last topic, business understanding. The first question we have, how do you ensure that the product decisions align with the overall business goals? With this question, the interviewer is checking your emotional intelligence, as in your ability to consider the impact of your decisions on team dynamics and individual team members. Next, your responsibility and your accountability, as in your willingness to take ownership of difficult choices and their outcomes. Followed by your critical thinking, as in how you handle challenges and uncertainties in a leadership role. Next, your problem solving, as in your ability to analyze the situation and weigh options to make informed decisions. Here's a sample answer. To ensure that product decisions align with the overall business goals, it's essential to start by thoroughly understanding the company's vision, mission, and strategic objectives. This involves continuous communication with key stakeholders, including leadership, sales, marketing, and customer support, to gain insights into their perspectives and priorities. By setting clear product goals that map directly to these business objectives, each decision can be evaluated from its potential impact on revenue, customer satisfaction, market positioning, or other key metrics. Regularly reviewing product performance against these goals and being open to iterative adjustments ensure that the product remains aligned with the broader business strategy while adapting to market changes. Next question. How do you analyze the financial impact of a product design? With this question, the interviewer is trying to check your financial literacy, as in your knowledge of key financial metrics such as profit margins, ROI, costs, and revenue. Next, your strategic thinking, as in whether you can connect product decision with their long-term financial impact on the company. Your risk assessment, how you assess financial risks and opportunities when making product decisions. Your analytical abilities, as in your process for evaluating financial trade-offs and potential outcomes of different product decisions. Then, your decision making, as in how you balance financial considerations with user needs and product strategy. Here's a sample answer. When making product decision, analyzing the financial impact is essential to ensure that we align with business goals. I typically start by looking at key financial metrics such as profit margins, ROI, and customer acquisition costs. For example, if we are deciding whether to launch a new feature, I first evaluate the development and operational costs associated with it. Then, I project the potential revenue it might generate by analyzing market demand, customer willingness to pay, and by associated risks. In one instance, we considered developing a premium feature that required significant resources. By calculating the expected ROI and comparing it to the projected increase in user subscriptions, we determined that the feature would significantly boost profit margins over time. This financial analysis helped us confidently move forward with the decision, ensuring that it does not only improve user experience but also had a positive impact on the bottom line. That's all for this video. Thank you so much for watching.